Good morning, everybody, and welcome to Watkins Glen International. It is the 2025 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour live this weekend from Watkins Glen International. I'm Gregg Ginsberg along with Brian Bielanski. Good morning, Brian.
Good morning, Greg. How are you?
I am doing incredibly well on this somewhat overcast day here at the Glen. And I am just all hyped up, Brian, as I can tell you are, for a great day of racing here from WGI, as we've got our Spec Miatas and Touring 4 racers heading on track for their second qualifying session of the weekend. But before we join them, Brian, let's take a look at this historic Watkins Glen International Circuit located in the Finger Lakes region of New York.
Yes, it's one of the iconic, and I always hate using that word, but it is exactly what it is. It's the iconic Watkins Glen International, 3.377 miles, 5.4 kilometers for our friends up north, 11 turns, natural terrain, asphalt. This particular configuration that we're racing on today debuted in 1992. Originally, though, the racetrack opened in 1956. And of course, we've got 11 turns. We're using the boot, which includes the heel, the toe. We're also using the inner loop, which some might refer to as a bus stop chicane there on the back straight. And there is trouble everywhere at Watkins Glen, especially if it's wet. And I know there's some wet in the forecast. And it's not a particularly hard track to race on in the rain. The problem is that the damage when you get it wrong. I mean, the Armco is so close to so many areas on this racetrack, Greg.
Yeah, indeed, and that's something that Brendan and I were talking about yesterday. It doesn't matter if it's wet or dry. You know, this is one of those racetracks that promotes speed, and because there are a very limited number of those traditional threshold braking zones, that you're always dependent on trying to take advantage of your competitors' mistakes and being able to carry more and more speed through these many very heavily cambered corners. But when you get it, you don't get it right, you're maybe not inch perfect, there is such the chance of disaster here because these blue walls are so close. And in order to turn a fast lap, you do need to use almost every inch of the pavement. So that is definitely the issue. So, Brian, as we've got our racers on track here, as I mentioned, this is the second qualifying session for each of our 7 race groups here today. This morning, our schedule is we're going to have each of these 7 race groups on track. They are shorter qualifying sessions than yesterday. They're 15 minutes in length. We're going to go through each of the 7 qualifying sessions, and then before we break for lunch, we're going to have the first of our 7 sprint races today, where we'll see Spec Miata and Touring 4 for a second time this morning, and they will have a 25-minute sprint race to the checkered flag. We'll break for lunch, and then the remaining 6 race groups will have their sprint races as well.
So clearly no penalties for track limits in turn 1.
We discussed this yesterday. Big change from last year. Yes, we're seeing, especially in Spec Miata, where they're all using what we call the NASCAR line.
Yes,
yes. As they are almost in downtown Watkins Glen by the time they before they rejoin the track there as they go through the 90.
These are shorter qualifying sessions this morning. They were 25-minute sessions yesterday, only 15 minutes this morning. So if you're going to get out and get it done, you're going to have to do it really fast. Once the tires get warmed up here, lap or 2 into the session, you're going to have maybe 2 or 3 decent laps here to really get your good time in. So for those who might not have had a great day yesterday, they're trying to get a good time in today. For those who did have good days yesterday, they are trying to get the pole position here. And of course, the fastest car on the racetrack yesterday was Jaden Lander in this class. He's in the 04 T4 Mazda MX-5. He put down a lap at 2:12.577. So that's what they're shooting for this morning.
In Touring 4.
They could pass that.
Yeah, indeed. That is the time in Touring 4. In Spec Miata, Brian, our provisional pole sitter after the first day of qualifying, is former national champion Elvin Goulart out of Shelton, Connecticut in the SCDA track speed, brute speed machine. Fast lap for him, a 2:15.5. 5:39, and all pretty important because this group will have what we call a split start. Essentially, when they go out to race a little bit later this morning, we'll have 2 pace cars. The T4 cars will be grouped together, and then behind a separate pace car, the Spec Miatas will be grouped together as well. We had yesterday 7 cars head out for qualifying in Touring 4. We had 29 in Spec Miata.
Yeah. And at this camera angle, when they take the quote-unquote NASCAR line here, they're coming straight at our camera coming out of it. I just absolutely love this camera angle, but not as much as I love what I think might be the best camera angle that we have all year long, which is down in turn 8. I snooped in a little bit yesterday. I was lurking in the wings yesterday, homesick from work, trying to get my voice back so that I could be with you guys this morning. And when I first popped on the stream yesterday, Greg, it was looking at that turn 8, and I was like, holy cow, that is so cool.
So here's something interesting, Brian, as you were talking about Jaden Lander, who is our provisional pole sitter for Touring 4, coming into today's qualifying session. We had Lander. We had the 7 machine also. That is Ken Williams. And then we also had Elvin Goulart just leave the pit lane and head out on track. All right, so as we have drivers on course and now working their second flying laps, let's take a look. Fastest driver this morning in Touring 4 is Mark Cefalo in the number 00 Planet Miata Mazda RX-8. He's out of Sawyersville, Pennsylvania. He's turned in a 2:12.998. So let's call it a 2:13 flat, and that is just about 4/10 off of the provisional pole set by Lander. Aiden Rose, he was second fastest yesterday. He's second fastest this morning in the Krug Speed Mazda MX-5. And he's representing the Florida region. He's got a 2:15.803 at the moment. If we switch over and take a look at the front of Spec Miata, at the moment, Christian Sarnecki in the number 44 machine. Yesterday, Sarnecki placed himself, placed himself 11th fastest in Spec Miata. And today he is, at least for the moment, your fastest driver on track at a 2:15.956, and much like a T4, currently about 4/10 off the provisional pole. Justin Ferraro, your second fastest driver, about a quarter of a second back from there, and then Frankie Barroso, who took wins at both VIR and I believe at NOLA in the Super Tour here, had some issues. All right, real quick, guys, let's do this. We've, again, very quick sessions here. Let me make a call to the grid for our next group, and then we'll take a quick break. Attention in the paddock. First call to the grid, race group number 2, Formula Atlantic, Formula Continental, FE2, prototypes and prototype 2, please head to the grid. Race group number 2, Formula Atlantic, Formula Continental, FE2, PNP2, please head to the grid. And with that, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back in just a few moments with more racing action from Watkins Glen International. Stay with us.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of this year's Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. As the world's largest race tire manufacturer, Hoosier has been at the forefront of motorsports innovation for more than 65 years. From local tracks to the global stage, Hoosier is dedicated to delivering high-performance tires that meet the demands of champions. Whether you're a seasoned competitor or an aspiring racer, Hoosier tires are engineered to help you push the limits. For more information, visit us online at HoosierTire.com or visit us trackside, and remember to connect with us on on social media.
Hagerty is the official and exclusive insurance partner for SCCA. Hagerty provides affordable off-track insurance protection for motorsports vehicles while in the paddock, in transit, in storage, and at the shop. They provide guaranteed value coverage and even have protection for your trailers. SCCA members can save 5% on insurance through Hagerty. Hagerty, let's drive together. Learn more at Hagerty.com.
For more than 30 years, championship-winning drivers have demanded the Hawk Performance braking advantage. Now you can experience that same advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or CUV with Hawk Performance street products. With brake pads, rotors, and fluids that deliver smooth braking for muscle cars and tuners, Super Duty solutions for tow vehicles, custom-engineered motorsports friction designed specifically for road racing, autocross, drag, and everything in between, Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com to learn more. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
Ready for a new race trailer? Bravo Trailers is the exclusive partner of the SCCA. Owned by longtime SCCA racers, Bravo Trailers work better, load easier, and tow better because they build them with the racers in mind. Visit bravotrailers.com to see your new trailer in aluminum or steel.
Tire Rack was established over 40 years ago by an SCCA member with a passion to find the right tires, wheels, and now brakes and suspension products for racers and enthusiasts on both street and track. As official tire retailer of the SCCA since 1995 and sponsor the Runoffs Pole Award, along with the National Solo Program, National Time Trials Program, and Track Night in America, Tire Rack is proud to support the SCCA and its members as they go have fun with cars.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining the Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, organize, officiate, have fun with cars, or meet 65,000 enthusiast friends, SCCA offers plenty to feed your motorsports obsession. Ask someone trackside how to get involved, or visit scca.com for more information.
Back here live at Watkins Glen International, and you see that one car going up the hill right there with a lot of smoke coming out of the backside of it, and not quite sure what the situation is. That looks like it's coming right out of the muffler, the tailpipe, because there's probably no muffler on that car.
I was going to say, Brian, we think that is the 160 machine, and he's, besides dropping white smoke, looks like he's dropping. He's not picking up speed when a lot of our other racers are at the moment. That's Travis Wiley out of Mooresville, North Carolina, formerly out of Austin, Texas, and he has now come down the pit lane. Now the question is it the 160 or is it the 60 car? Yeah. Actually, I think it's Bob Mueller Jr. in the 60 machine. We'll double check that as it rolling forward on the pit lane a little bit. But Brian, as we are now working our sixth flying lap for most racers now, Mark Cephalo still sitting on a 2:12.958. Has not been able to improve since his very first flying lap. Ethan Barker with a 2:13.645. And you know, we should mention that Cephalo yesterday was only our fourth fastest T4 driver yesterday, and he has found some time here. He's found about a quarter of a second since yesterday, but at the moment that 9:58 is still only good enough to leapfrog Ethan Barker. Not faster than Lando or Rose ran yesterday. Go ahead.
I would say Inspect Me Out of Justin Ferraro is our fast car right now with a 2:15.8. That also kind of same scenario, not faster than Elevin Goulart's time yesterday. Yesterday, Elevin Goulart's fast time in Inspect Miata was a 2:15.5. So not quite faster this morning. I'm going to guess probably cooler temperatures this morning. Part of that. And not quite getting as much tire temperature this morning early on. I haven't looked at the temperature where you're at, Greg. Is it chilly this morning?
It's actually a slight bit warmer than it was yesterday. We're running right around 71, 72 degrees as the checkered flag is out. And should mention, so Justin Ferraro at the moment, and of course all flying laps here will count. So we'll wait for some of these Spec Miatas to come around because they have been finding, at least at the front of the pack, been finding some speed since the first lap. But Ferraro with that 2:15.878 was only good enough for 8th fastest of what they were running yesterday.
Yeah.
Okay, so he's not going to move up any. Ferraro yesterday had qualified 13th fastest, so he's found some time. But a number of the drivers that are just behind him in today's order actually qualified behind him. Actually, I guess one outlier there, Chris Allen, who's our 3rd fastest driver today with a 2:16 flat. He's actually found himself about 2/10, but yesterday he qualified 9th, and so we're not going to see him move up the order as we get ready for today's race. Should mention that our Spec Miatas and our Touring 4 racers, again with the very first race of the weekend, scheduled to start this morning right around 11:30 Eastern Time.
Yeah, there you have it. So it doesn't look like there's going to be a ton of changes from yesterday's running order, and I don't do the math between these sessions in my brain like some other people do. So, but I can tell you the pole sitters aren't changing, assuming that all of this stuff, that no one drops a really fast lap here in the last half of this last lap. So,
yeah, indeed. All right, so Brian, let's do this. Let me make a call to the grid for our next group, and then we'll take a quick break. We did have a question from, I was going to say the appropriately named Jesse, Prince of Cats. I guess I'd rather be the king or queen of the cats, but Jesse, the qualifying sessions are 15 minutes today by design. And it's simply so that we can get all of our races in today as well. So yesterday they were 25 minutes in length. Today they're 15 minutes in length. All right, so let's do this. Let's make that call. Attention in the paddock for second call and final call to the grid for race group 2, Formula Atlantic, Formula Continental, FE2, prototypes, and prototype 2. Please come to the grid. Your qualifying session starting in just a few moments. Race group number 2, this is your final call to the grid. And with that, we'll take a quick break. We'll be back with more qualifying action from Watkins Glen International here in just a few moments. You're watching the 2025 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour.
Joshua Smith, Business Development Manager for Mazda Motorsports. We're happy to be supporting the SCCA and Mazda racers here. So our team support program offers a couple of tiers of support, part support, technical support. All of this is done through our MazdaMotorsports.com parts store website. It's basically like signing up for an Amazon account. Simple information, prove that you're a racer. It gets you access to our 800 hotline that you can call and speak to one of our parts representatives 5 days a week.
back here live at Watkins Glen International. It is Brian Bielanski, Gregg Ginsberg, all of the crew of merry men that are DriversEye Live, bringing you the action this morning. Group 2, Formula Atlantic, Formula Continental, FE2, and all prototypes, Prototype, and Prototype 2 are out here this morning as we get our second and final qualifying session of the weekend underway for group number 2. And a little overcast skies, 72 degrees, so perfect temperatures for these Formula cars. And this should be another fast and furious session, Greg.
Yeah, I would hope so. Now, the fastest class on course is, of course, the prototypes, the P class, where yesterday Perry Richardson was the fastest driver in the Kraus tires. Kevin Mitz Roger Kraus machine. Actually, he was the second fastest driver on track yesterday, but he was our sole prototype racer, as Todd Parks did not set a time in his 2012 Critter CSR1. Actually, the fastest driver on track. And your provisional pole sitter, driving the Formula Atlantic Swift Mazda-powered machine, Tony Ave. And we'll see Tony a couple times here today. He turned in a qualifying time of 144.642. Again, to lead all of the drivers, second fastest Atlantic was Nico Vardis out of Sylvan Lake, Michigan, in an old Formula 1000 car, JDR. F1000. He turned in a 147.638, so almost 3 full seconds off of Ave's times. In FE2, Caleb Schrader has come east from Tigard, Oregon, driving the Consonas healthcare machine provided by Comfort Motorsports. In the provisional pole time for FE2, a 158.74, with Steve Whitston in the Alliance Autosport machine. He's out of Georgetown, Texas, and he turned in a 151.469. Brian, if I remember correctly, Steve took a win in Formula V at the Sprints a couple of weeks ago, correct? Or was that Andrew Whitston who
I believe it was Steve, but I have the power to go back and confirm that. I have the technology.
Very good. Let me see. Actually, I think I've got it here as well. But that's and FE2, nice sized field here today in Formula V.
Yeah,
well, we know
won the Sunday race.
Sunday race, yeah.
Oh,
exactly.
And there was only one race, so yes,
correct.
He won the June Sprints this year.
Yeah, in Formula V. So congratulations to Steve, and I think he's in one of the white. One of the, I think, 3 or 4 white FE2s out there. As far as Caleb Schrader, we should be able to pick him out pretty easily. He's got the, I call it the pink cow machine. It's the machine that that Franklin Futrell typically runs for Comprent, white with pink cow spots as opposed to black cow spots, but easier to pick out in a field of white. Now, we do have just a single Formula Continental on track, who I think we just saw come out of the inner loop of the bus stop. That is Peter Vida in an RF97 Van Diemen. And Peter yesterday turned in a fast lap of
2:06.5.
Yeah, and he had some issues with that machine yesterday. I think he only turned in maybe 2-3 flying laps in the Timo Motor Racing entry. So we'll see. I mean, granted, he's the only Formula Continental here this weekend, so it's really all he needed to do. But
right.
We'll see what he put in here. But let me do this, Brian, real quick, since we already have gone through almost 5 minutes of this qualifying session. Let me make a call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock. Spec Racer Ford Gen 3, please head to the grid. Race group number 3, Spec Racer Ford Gen 3, please head to the grid. Your qualifying session is next.
And we might as well take the break because we're kind of almost at halfway.
I was saying that as these drivers are just getting the heat in their tires, Brian. Yeah, why don't we take the break and we'll probably rejoin right in the heat of qualifying when drivers are putting in fast laps. We'll be back here in just a few moments with more qualifying action from Watkins Glen. Stay with us.
For more than 30 years, championship-winning drivers and teams have demanded the Hawk Performance braking advantage. Now you can experience that same advantage technology on your daily car, truck, or CUV. With brake pads, rotors, and fluids that deliver smooth braking for muscle cars and tuners, Super Duty solutions for tow vehicles, custom-engineered motorsports friction, designed specifically for road racing, autocross, drag, and everything in between. Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com to learn more. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
Summit Racing is a proud partner of the SCCA and its nearly 70,000 members. Get more bang for your buck at summitracing.com. Choose millions of in-stock parts from over 1,500 name brands, parts for racing, street performance, trucks, plus tools, accessories, and more. Shop anytime, anywhere with the Summit Racing app.
Ready for a new race trailer? Bravo Trailers is the exclusive partner of the SCCA. Owned by longtime SCCA racers, Bravo Trailers work better, load easier, and tow better because they build them with the racers in mind. Visit bravotrailers.com to see your new trailer in aluminum or steel.
For more than 100 years, Seneca, SCCA's official fuel partner since 2001, has been fueling victories on and off the track, which is why Seneca has trusted to fuel over 50 series of racing, driving, and winning, including the SCCA National Championship runoffs, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, and NASCAR. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRaceFuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS.
Mazza Vineyards is the exclusive sparkling wine for podium celebrations at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, SCCA Runoffs, and Tire Rack SCCA Pro Solo. Celebrate your racing weekend with Mazza Vineyards and learn more at enjoymazza.com.
Did you know SCCA members can save $20 on every track night they sign up for? That's right, Track Night in America, driven by Tire Rack, now hosting 150 events at more than 30 tracks across the country. It's the easiest and most affordable way to get you and your friends on track in your street cars all year long. Visit tracknightinamerica.com to learn more and get yourself on track.
It's the 2025 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, the premier amateur road racing series bringing together top SCCA road racers from across the country. The Hoosier Super Tour visits some of the greatest tracks in North America, showcasing each of our 23 car classes. From production to GT cars, prototypes to Formula cars, the Hoosier SCCA Super Tour packs a ton of wheel-to-wheel racing action into every event.
Back live, Watkins Glen. This is turn 8. This is that camera I was talking about earlier, Greg, that I think is one of the best cameras we have all year. Seeing the inbound and the outbound of turn 8 all at the same time. I think that's fantastic. And this is actually maybe one of the easier corners on this racetrack. Pretty straightforward. And it's one of the few I don't mess up on iRacing. Yes. And this is what I was talking about earlier, Greg. You know, this is as close to a street circuit as we get here in the SCCA. That big blue Armco on the exit of this corner is just huge, especially these little tiny cars.
And the corner that we were just watching, turn 9, which is I think the only off-camber turn here at the track. In order to get it right, you notice that there's that little kind of cutout in the fence there. You need all the right there. You need that extra 2 feet or so, and there's a reason why those not only are those tires there, or tire wall there on the front of the Armco, you can see all the black marks where people make it into that there as they try to use literally every last inch of the pavement here. You know, for those people that were watching the 6 hour at the Glen last weekend, the IMSA race, there were also a couple of retirements due to suspension damage. Brian, you know, as drivers are trying to use as much of this curbing as possible in order to open up these corners and get speed, and you can see where the curbing itself, you know, they're not just flat. They are, you know, they've got lots of dips and grooves in there, and it really makes the suspension work. And, you know, depending on how many times you hit them, I don't think it's going to be much of an issue for a 25-minute session or even a 35-minute race like tomorrow's. We've got one driver putting his car around.
Well, that was a 9.3 from the Russian judge on artistic. I'm sorry.
Actually, I saw Max Verstappen do the exact same thing in free practice 3 from Austria this morning. A nice little move there, and I believe I'm fairly certain that was Jeremy Hill in the 00 Swift 014 or 014.
Right.
But not only did he do just the complete 360, but he put him on the perfect trajectory to go right into the pit lane as well.
Yeah, that was awesome. So,
all right,
Brian.
Yeah, go ahead, Brian. Sorry.
So Brian number 3, Larry McLeod, lefties in the chat. Jason
Excellent.
Stein. RCM 944, welcome.
At least Larry knows his spot between both you and Brian Zanotti.
Exactly.
and should mention that a little bit earlier, Jonathan Grabowski was asking if I'd called anybody Larry today, and Jonathan is in my director when we call our Monday night iRacing events on Apex Racing TV.
That's right.
Oh my gosh.
And I'm Brian number 4, so this works out well in the pecking order.
That's absolutely right. And everybody calls me 5G, so I've still got one up on all of you. All right, let's take a look at the qualifying times right now. Perry Richardson, and should mention, Todd Parks did bring the critter out today quite a bit off Perry Richardson's provisional pole time from yesterday. Richardson down to a 1:43.666 today, and that is 1.8 seconds faster than we saw the San Francisco region driver run yesterday. And Perry's come all the way from Los Gatos, California. And that 1:43 at the moment is enough to put him on, provisionally put him on pole, as Tony Ave has not brought his Mazda-powered Swift out today. He decided to keep that car back in the trailer, and so yesterday's 1:44.642 no longer enough for pole. In Formula Atlantic today, Nico Vardis has gotten down to a 1:47, and so I mean a good play by Ave, because Vardis, Sherwood, and Hill have not been able to get even close to that 1:44.6 that Ave ran yesterday. Should mention that Marcel Lafontaine, who came down to join us from Victoriaville, Quebec, only ran, I think, a lap yesterday before experiencing some mechanical issues and taking his car back behind the wall. In FE2, it is still Caleb Schrader as your fastest driver on track with a 1:58.94 today, and that is exactly 2/100ths off of the provisional pole time that he set yesterday. Steve Whitston, second fastest yesterday, second fastest today. Dexter Suba, third fastest yesterday as well as today. Both of those drivers have improved on their times from yesterday, but haven't changed the order. Keith Jocelyn, yesterday was fifth fastest. Today, fourth fastest. And should mention that Sam Harrington was our third fastest Formula V driver, or probably not Formula V, Formula Enterprise 2 driver yesterday. Actually faster than Dexter Suba, turned in a 1:52.342. Harrington today only able to get into the low 153s, and I believe, and looking at the times, it looks like Dexter Suba has moved from fourth fastest in FE2 to third fastest. He's actually leapfrogged Harrington's time from yesterday, and that's going to be very important because we have just received word that the FE2s will get they'll start behind a separate pace car than our Formula Atlantics and prototype cars. We'll have the Atlantics and prototype cars in a front group behind one pace car when they go racing a little bit later today, scheduled to start at 12:50 this afternoon Eastern time. The FE2s and our sole Formula Continental will start behind a second pace car.
There we go. Time's getting ready to expire on this session. And just a few more seconds left. Of course, all the cars on a hot lap after the checkered flag falls. That lap will count.
I was going to say, Brian, and almost like that, checkered flag is being displayed now on the pit lane, and I believe that the JDR was that I think the JDR of Nico Vardis, technically the first person to take the checkered flag, did it from the pit lane. And he's going to be heading back to the paddock right now. And Vardis, your fastest Formula Atlantic driver at the moment. Doesn't appear as any of the Atlantics were finding time in the last couple of laps. Schrader did find a little bit more time on his last circuit of the course, turned in a 150.577, and Steve Woodston a 151.804.
All right. So your top five in this session: Richardson, Vardis, Sherwood, Parks, and Caleb Schrader. That encompasses, I think, all of our top cars in each of the classes except for Peter Vida. He is in that Formula Continental car. I don't know if he took a couple of laps this session, and 2:13.0, which is not faster than what he ran yesterday. So maybe that car's got a little mechanical issue going on there.
Yeah, quite possible. Hey, Brian, real quick, let me make a call to the grid because I actually called the wrong group to the grid when we went to take a break. It is actually our small bore production and B-Spec racers coming up next. Let me play the dulcet tones. Attention in the paddock. Race Group 3, that's actually E production, F production, H production, and B-Spec. I didn't forget about you guys, I swear. Really, I swear. Race Group 3, E, F, and H production and B-Spec. Please head to the grid. Your qualifying session is next.
All right, let's take our break. And then when we come back, we will have that Group 3 qualifying session.
Hopefully.
Yeah, right on the other side of the break. Stay with us, everybody.
We're not supposed to be out here. Outside expectations. Built for the outdoors. With the capability to climb this high, we're not supposed to be out here. Which is exactly why we are. The off-road ready Mazda CX-50. We're looking for outsiders.
Picture your perfect garage. How many cars are in there? Great, great. Now picture reality. How many cars can you actually have? Me too. With SCCA Club Spec, one car becomes your daily, your track car, your autocross car, even your time trials car. S197 Mustang if you like V8s and torque, NC Miata if you like compact and agile. SCCA Club Spec, spirited dailies, competitive race cars. Learn more at scca.com.
Back
And
live. Oh, go, Greg.
One of us. Well, both Brian and I, as we try to figure out who's going to talk, we're back live here at Watkins Glen International. Next group up, Brian, on track, small bore production, E production, F production, H production, and our B-Spec, very large B-Spec field this weekend of, I think, 17 or 18 cars. And before they get underway and while they're on the outlap, Brian, should mention, had a great potluck dinner last night. The B-Spec drivers, almost the entire class, with I think one or two exceptions, were all together. They all brought hot food and just lots of camaraderie in that class, very obvious last night, and lots of support from Goodyear, who's their spec tire provider, with a giveaway for multiple tires, all won by 4 different people within the class. So great to see them all get together, and I wanted to thank them for inviting me out for that little gathering.
Also, Jay Chapman, the Goodyear guy, who's normally with us on the Super Tours. He is at Lime Rock this morning for the NASCAR weekend there, but he's had a big month. He spent time at Le Mans. He was the tire tech guy for the Iron Dames GT3R, Le Mans GT3 car out there. So say hi to Jay this morning. Good morning. A huge supporter of the B-Spec cars, obviously. It's got his spec tire on it. Him and Nicole Stout help run that program, 2 folks there. So good on them. I think we've got a car in this group too. I think Stuart Black has.
Well, we'll have to see. And good. We do have Stuart's car out there, because yesterday, Brian, a lot of white smoke coming from the back of that Chevy Sonic, and there were some questions, I think, although he was at the potluck last night. I think there were some questions as to whether or not this car would make it out on track today. Let's take a look at how our qualifying wrapped up yesterday for this group. If you don't mind, we can do that.
While you're looking for that real quick, Stephanie Anderson also has a new motor in her car. She lost a motor yesterday, and they were scrambling to find a junkyard Mazda motor to put in her Mazda 2. She should be back out this morning.
Yeah, and matter of fact, Stephanie Anderson was the one person that wasn't at the potluck, notable because I think she and Chris Haldeman, the X Factor Racing team, were in the midst of putting a new motor in Stephanie's Mazda 2. And I believe that she indeed has brought that number 138 pink and white machine out on track. All right, yesterday in qualifying, fastest driver on track, John Hainsworth in the Turf Trade Max Attack Mazda RX-7. He's representing South Jersey region and running in E-Production. Second fastest racer, our defending national champion in the class, from Canal Winchester, Ohio, in the Hoosier Planet Miata Mazda Carbotech machine, Mason Workman. And Anthony Parker, third fastest, also in an E-Production car in the, I think likely the oldest car in this group, in a 1970 Triumph GT6. Over in H Production, fastest driver, Jack Bana, in his Woodlawn Garage Ball and Ball Hardware Volkswagen Cabriolet. He's out of Bluebell, Pennsylvania. He turned in a 2:17.155 yesterday. That's the bogey time for that class. And then in B-Spec, and Brian, we had numerous people at one point in time sitting at provisional pole for B-Spec, but as we wrapped up qualifying yesterday, it was the 2 Rat Sport teammates, Dan Conway, in the number 98 Mazda 2. He turned in a 2:25.835. He was your pole sitter at the National Championship runoffs at Road America this past year. His teammate who took the win at Road America and is your defending champion, Rich Roman, was about 1,300ths off, 1,200ths off of that provisional pole.
Cool. Jordan, if you would please pop up our radar. My race status said, looks dark. What are the weather conditions? Let's take a quick peek at that radar. And so if we were in Los Angeles today, Greg, we would call the weather conditions that you have the June gloom, which is the early morning overcast that burns off by noon.
Right.
And that is our typical weather pattern out here. It looks like that's exactly what you guys have there. I actually see some sun popping through the clouds.
Indeed.
On a couple of our cameras, so that's good news.
Which is good because it was overcast most of the day yesterday. Started to clear up at the very end of the day, and then the clouds rolled back in. The wind picked up. We had like 30-mile-per-hour gusts last night, and it dropped down to about 60 degrees, which honestly, Brian, I'll take because my understanding and talking to Beth Burkhardt and the Burkhardt clan, who are racing, they're going to be in the next group, who we're going to call in a second, were here last weekend for the IMSA weekend, and it was close to 95 degrees here.
Yeah.
Yes, last week, so believe me, I'll take it. Yeah, indeed. All right, real quick here before we take a quick break. John Hainsworth goes to the top of the leaderboard today. Much like yesterday, he's only turned in a 2:08.633 at the moment, but only a single flying lap in the books. And that's in E production and F production. Mason Workman at a 2:11.7, so he's a full second off of where he was yesterday, but again, with only a single flying lap. Vince Lamanna, your fastest H production racer at the moment, at a 2:25.99. Let's call that a let's call that a 2:26. That is almost 8 seconds off of Banna's times from yesterday. Banna has not taken his cabriolet out on track. Should also mention we just got a report of Eric Vickerman's MG Midget, the black number 0 machine. He's just heading down into the 90 right now. A lot of smoke coming off the back of that car. And in B-Spec at the moment, Dan Conway to 2:26.9. And that is like 1.1 seconds off of where he was yesterday. All right, let me call the correct group to the grid now, Brian, and we'll take a quick break. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for the real group number 4, Spec Racer 4 Gen 3. Please head to the grid. Race group 4. This is your first call to the grid. All right, Brian, let's take a quick break. We'll be back with more qualifying action here from Watkins Glen in just a moment. Stay with us.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of this year's Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. As the world's largest race tire manufacturer, Hoosier has been at the forefront of motorsports innovation for more than 65 years. From local tracks to the global stage, Hoosier is dedicated to delivering high-performance tires that meet the demands of champions. Whether you're a seasoned competitor or an aspiring racer, Hoosier tires are engineered to help you push the limits. For more information, visit us online at HoosierTire.com or visit us trackside, and remember to connect with us on social media.
For more than 100 years, Sunoco, SCCA's official fuel partner since 2001, has been fueling victories on and off the track, which is why Sunoco has trusted to fuel over 50 series of racing, driving, and winning, including the SCCA National Championship runoffs, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, and NASCAR. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRaceFuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS. Tire Rack was established over 40 years ago by an SCCA member with a passion to find the right tires, wheels, and now brakes and suspension products for racers and enthusiasts on both street and track. As official tire retailer of the SCCA since 1995 and sponsor of the Runoffs Pole Award, along with the National Solo Program, National Time Trials Program, and Track Night in America, Tire Rack is proud to support the SCCA and its members as they go have fun with cars.
Mazza Vineyards is the exclusive sparkling wine for podium celebrations at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, SCCA Runoffs, and Tire Rack SCCA Pro Solo. Celebrate your racing weekend with Mazza Vineyards and learn more at enjoymazza.com.
Hagerty is the official and exclusive insurance partner for SCCA. Hagerty provides affordable off-track insurance protection for motorsports vehicles while in the paddock, in transit, in storage, and at the shop. They provide guaranteed value coverage and even have protection for your trailers. SCCA members can save 5% on insurance through Hagerty. Hagerty, let's drive together. Learn more at Hagerty.com.
Want to try SCCA racing, but with an approach focused on fun and learning? The SCCA Experience Program is exactly that. With both short sprint races you can drive by yourself and endurance races you can do with friends. All you need is an SCCA membership, a driver's license, a properly equipped car, and the right driver gear. Visit scca.com/racex to find more information and events near you.
back here live at Watkins Glen. 4 minutes left in this session. Shout out to one of the great racing families here in the SCCA. Steve Introne, a former B-Spec national champion, is out there, and his son, I guess this would be what, the third generation of racers?
I believe so. Yeah, it would be the third generation of racers. Zach Introne, I think this is his third year of road racing. He's done some regional events. This is his very first Super Tour. Steve, former national champion, said in a new chassis to him in this white Honda Fit with Zach behind in the car that Steve won the national championship in 2022 at Virginia International Raceway. I should mention, it's good to see where Steve, who was our third fastest driver in qualifying yesterday, has found some speed with that Honda Fit. I saw him earlier this season at the U.S. Majors Tour event at Summit Point Raceway, and that car, and I believe it was the first outing for Steve with that Honda Fit, was definitely off song and wasn't performing very well and not up to his expectations. So it looks like with a number of regional events under its belt now is definitely back up to speed and where Steve would expect it to be.
It's been fun watching them on Facebook talk about their journey, and he's a couple of weeks ago, Steve posted, "Someday the kid's gonna beat me." Well, it happened at Lime Rock a week or two ago. And finally, Zach came home second, Steve came home third. So it's just a little time before the young Skywalker takes it to Obi-Wan. So
there you go. All right, couple updates here. Just saw Mason Workman bring the number 52 Mazda Miata onto the pit lane. Mason, currently your fastest F production driver on track. Charlie Campbell, almost 3 seconds in arrears. In E production, John Hainsworth has decided to call it a morning. Hainsworth turning in a 206.753. Anthony Parker in his Triumph GT6, almost 6.5 seconds in arrears. He's still out on track. Chris Haldeman, who we just talked about a little bit earlier, who had been working to get the new engine into Stephanie Anderson's car last night. Haldeman, our third fastest driver on track in his Mazda MX-5. I'll have to see it. This might be the MX-5 Cup car that he had been running earlier in the season in the Pro Series. In B-Spec right now, Rich Roman, your fastest driver on track at a 225.1. And that is considerably faster than his teammate Dan Conway ran yesterday. Conway about 0.15 of a second back from there. Currently second fastest. Steve Introne, who we were just talking about a moment ago, third fastest at the moment. A full about 1.1 seconds off of Roman's times currently. Eric Yeagle, fourth fastest. Also, Brian, real quick, when we were at break, we had Eric Vickerman. We had noted that some white smoke coming out of the back of the MG Midget. Vickerman brought the car down the pit lane. He's now getting towed back to the paddock.
Oops.
And Vickerman last night was in the midst, when I was at that B-Spec party, right on the backside of the party. Vickerman was in the midst of swapping motors in that MG Midget, so I think that's the second motor this weekend to let go for him. We'll see if he makes it out for their sprint race today, which is scheduled to start at 1:25 this afternoon.
yeah, hopefully it's just a matter of something with the install that they just have to tighten up an oil line or something, and they can get it back out. And he brought it in just to make sure he doesn't blow up the second motor. That's my fingers crossed on that for him in that situation. So I've done that before.
All right, so yeah, no, never. All right, checkered flag is out, Brian, and of course, the last flying laps will count. And I think the first driver to take the checkered flag is going to be the 09 machine coming across the line, and that is one of our F Production Machines. That's James Gregorius, and that is a former GT Light entry. Of course, this year, haven't mentioned it much here today, but of course, F Production and GT Light being merged in the off season, and it seems to be some good compatibility between the two classes as we watch Stuart Black come through that off-camber turn 9 for the very last time. Stuart Black, currently your 5th fastest racer in B-Spec, and we'll see if he can improve. But it's Hainsworth, Parker, Haldeman in E Production, Workman, Charlie Campbell, Thomas Gatos in F Production, Vince Lamanna, Dan DeBell, and Eric Vick, and the aforementioned Eric Vickerman, your top 3 in today's session in H Production. Vickerman, of course, retiring after just 3 laps. As we said, Jack Banna did not make it out for qualifying. Tom Broering in his Toyota Yaris did not come out for qualifying. He had some mechanical issues yesterday, and hopefully he can have that car ready for this afternoon's race. And then in B-Spec, it's Roman, Conway, and Introne. That's how things will wrap up with Stuart Black here, who just comes through the final corner and onto the front straight. Let's see if he improves in that blue number 40 machine, and he should be coming into our view right now.
There you go.
Actually, that's a Volvo. It doesn't look anything like a B-Spec B-Spec Sonic.
No, it does not.
Oh, I think I missed him, and I think he passed us. But I can tell you, his Stuart Black did not improve. So there you go. It's Roman, Conway, Intro in your top 3 here from Watkins Glen. Brian, let me make a final call to the grid for our next group. Attention the paddock. Final call to the grid for race group 4, Spec Racer 4 Gen 3. Please head to the grid. Race group 4, Spec Racer 4 Gen 3 is your final call to the grid. And with that, we'll take a quick break. We'll be back with more qualifying action from Watkins Glen. Stay with us.
Mazda's been very supportive of racers within the SCCA and all the other grassroots organizations for many, many years. Really, their support for racing and our type of racing is unmatched from any other manufacturer. They've been a great partner for many, many years.
Mazda, hands down, is the best company to work with for sports car racing. Factory support is second to none. It just feels right. You feel connected.
Back live, Watkins Glen International, Group 4, Spec Racer Ford 3. Nice big field this weekend. Many of those cars coming out to try to turn a fast lap this morning. Got a 15-minute qualifying session up ahead, Greg. And looks like most of the folks came out today to see if they could put down a lap time.
Indeed. So, Brian, yesterday we had 33 drivers set qualifying times. Caleb Schrader out of Tigard, Oregon. We saw him just a little while ago in his FE2 machine. He turned the fastest lap in the Goodsonis Healthcare entry, turned in a 2:05.022 for a provisional pole. Defending national champion Russ Turner in the PCS machine out of Montpelier, Virginia, was just about a tenth off of that time, actually 11 hundredths off of Schrader's times. Sandy Satullo, fresh off of his Mustang Challenge run at Le Mans, third fastest in the Crown Eagle Racing machine, with Morgan Burkhardt out of Charlestown, West Virginia, in the Doggone Racing Apple Motorsports entry, fourth fastest. Brendan and I were talking yesterday, since Morgan was here just last week running in Michelin Pilot Challenge, Brian, in a mid-engined Porsche Cayman, a GT4 RS Club Sport, very similar to an SRF3 machine, right there. But coming off very quickly off of that run, a lot of muscle memory there, and well, it's similar in the fact that they're both mid-engine cars. But I think that's basically it.
Yeah, horsepower very similar, handling very similar.
Very similar.
It's speed, straight line speed, very similar.
Very similar.
Acceleration's on point, so it's almost a one-to-one kind of situation.
Yes, exactly.
By the way, everybody in the chat, that's sarcasm. Just don't have to flame me. Yeah, no, all good.
and we've got Julie Odell in the chat with us here, cheering on Michael Odell. What was Brenda? What was Michael's? It was Mo Goose is the short for Mother Goose, and had been up, I think, as high as second fastest during yesterday's qualifying session. Finished the session sixth fastest behind James Goffrey, with Denny Stripling, who, so we've got a lot of drivers that have been running in multiple classes this weekend, Brian, and Denny Stripling, who did not go out for qualifying in his Mazda yesterday, had to jump out of a Mazda MX-5 that he ran in the small bore qualifying, in our Group 3 qualifying, immediately into the Spec Racer Ford Gen 3 machine. Likewise, we have Andrea King driving the 08 Spec Racer Ford, that as soon as this session ends, and I wouldn't be surprised if she brings the car in maybe a lap early. She's got to jump out of the Spec Racer Ford and jump into her Touring 3 BMW, which is going to be in the next qualifying session.
Yep. And look at this, we're already at almost halfway in these short sessions, and just getting enough heat in the tires to put on some hot laps here.
Yeah, matter of fact, racers right now just on their initial flying lap. So we'll see. Congratulations, J. Mark Wendling out of Littlestown, Pennsylvania. You've got the you're the outlap leader with Mark Silverberg and Andrea King. And Andrea King yesterday was very quick, and I think knowing that she has to work those tires hard and get those tires maybe up to temp a little bit earlier than everybody else, she was very quick on the outlap yesterday, where she, I think, was second fastest on the outlap, today third fastest. But drivers coming out of turns 9, 10, and 11 now to complete the very first flying lap, and as they come onto the front straight, we'll get some initial times, then maybe take our break. As a big lineup of cars here, all using the draft here, and the draft, Brian, so critically important at Watkins Glen International, again, because you've got all of these long runs and these high-speed sweepers here littering the course. With one lap in the books, Morgan Burkhardt is your provisional, well, he's the fastest lap on track, turns in a 2:06.866, and that is 1.6 seconds off of the provisional pole set by Schrader. But he's your fastest driver on course. Michael Odell, Jim Goffrey, Sandy Satullo, GC, Giancarlo Angelini, and then your provisional pole sitter, Caleb Schrader, 6th fastest, followed by Bobby Sack, Matt Harrison, Jeff Lehner, and Bruce Myers. So let's do this, Brian. Let us take that early break.
Good idea.
And then we'll come back and hopefully come back right in the meat of the qualifying. Attention in the paddock, first call for Race Group 5, SMX and Touring 3, Spec MX5 and Touring 3 racers. This is your first call to the grid. And so we'll take a quick break. We'll be back here in just a few moments with more qualifying action from Watkins Glen. Stay with us.
For more than 30 years, championship-winning drivers have demanded the Hawk Performance braking advantage. Now you can experience that same advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or CUV with Hawk Performance street products. With brake pads, rotors, and fluids that deliver smooth braking for muscle cars and tuners, Super Duty solutions for tow vehicles, custom-engineered motorsports friction designed specifically for road racing, autocross, drag, and everything in between, Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com to learn more. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
Tire Rack was established over 40 years ago by an SCCA member with a passion to find the right tires, wheels, and now brakes and suspension products for racers and enthusiasts on both street and track. As official tire retailer of the SCCA since 1995 and sponsored the Runoffs Pole Award, along with the National Solo Program, National Time Trials Program, and Track Night America, Tire Rack is proud to support the SCCA and its members as they go have fun with cars.
For more than 100 years, Sunoco, SCCA's official fuel partner since 2001, has been fueling victories on and off the track, which is why Sunoco has trusted the fuel over 50 series of racing, driving, and winning, including the SCCA National Championship Runoffs, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, and NASCAR. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRaceFuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of this year's Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. As the world's largest race tire manufacturer, Hoosier has been at the forefront of motorsports innovation for more than 65 years. From local tracks to the global stage, Hoosier is dedicated to delivering high-performance tires that meet the demands of champions. Whether you're a seasoned competitor or an aspiring racer, Hoosier tires are engineered to help you push the limits. For more information, visit us online at HoosierTire.com or visit us trackside, and remember to connect with us on social media.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining the Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, organize, officiate, have fun with cars, or meet 65,000 enthusiast friends, SCCA offers plenty to feed your motorsports obsession. Ask someone trackside about how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
It's the 2025 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, the premier amateur road racing series bringing together top SCCA road racers from across the country. The Hoosier Super Tour visits some of the greatest tracks in North America, showcasing each of our 23 car classes. From production to GT cars, prototypes to Formula cars, the Hoosier SCCA Super Tour packs a ton of wheel-to-wheel racing action into every event.
Welcome back to Watkins Glen International, everybody, in the 2025 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. I'm Gregg Ginsberg. He's Brian Bielanski, and these are our Spec Racer Ford racers, where we have a new fast driver on course. That is four-time national champion John Black in the number 17 machine. He's out of Olympic Valley, California. Denny Stripling now moves up second fastest, only 47 one-thousandths of a second back. With a 2:05.443, and then defending national champion Russ Turner, only 9 one-thousandths of a second back from there.
Yeah, we're back, and it's really interesting this morning, Greg. We're not seeing a whole lot of cars going faster this morning than yesterday in any of ours. Oh, there's a big spinner.
Well.
Wreck. That is one of the Alliance Auto Sports cars, the 197. It looks like one car checked up a little bit coming out of the loop there, and the car behind it just wasn't ready for that to happen. And, wow.
Yeah, and unfortunately, unfortunately for the Odells in the chat and Team Odell, that was Michael Odell, the 197 car that we saw there. Of course, 3 cars getting together. I was just going to mention, Brian, that we had Denny Stripling, Russ Turner, and John Black in a trio working together. But we'll see here. There were still a number of cars that were ahead of that group of three that will, I think, probably be able to at least complete this flying lap. We'll see if it brings out either a full course caution or a black flag, given where that car is on track. And what that's going to do, Brian, we're getting word now from race control, checkered flag on the session.
Makes sense.
So this last lap will count, and in a row and coming across the line, second, third, and fourth car in this group, that is Stripling, Turner, and Black, who all improve, but they don't change order. John Black getting down to a 205-126, and that's a great move for John Black. He right now looks like he will likely start on the front row next to his teammate Caleb Schrader. Schrader, who came into the day as a provisional pole sitter with a fast time of 205.022, looks like, as most other racers now have actually taken to the pit lane, I think because they knew that, they knew what was coming. John Black with that 205.126, he's going to leapfrog a number of racers. He came into the day 8th fastest in qualifying yesterday. He's now going to jump up to the front row. Then I believe, from looking at it, based on the times from yesterday, a 205.133, Russ Turner, although he was third fastest today, looks like he's going to start the race third fastest alongside his teammate Denny Stripling, with then Jim Goffrey, and I think Sandy Satullo as well. And this group, Brian, they are going to be heading out for their race at approximately 2 p.m. this afternoon. So definitely join us for that, as they're going to head back to the pit. So let's do this, Brian. We'll make another call to the grid for the next group. And maybe we take a little break, or some other things we actually, before we take the break, Brian.
Yeah.
Why don't we talk a little bit? We've been putting them up on screen here.
Yeah.
During our breaks, a lot of things going on, of course, in SCCA land, both on the U.S. Majors Tour, Time Trials National Tour, regional racing as well. Just want to highlight, if we can, because we've got a couple of broadcasts coming up very, very soon. Not here on the SCCA official YouTube channel, but I just wanted to mention the Summit Point race. That is a regional race, Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series. The Washington, D.C. region, in conjunction with the South Jersey region, we broadcast all of their events at the @WDCR YouTube channel, and the regional race is going to be July 19th and 20th, but just a week earlier than that, the Jersey Devil Majors at New Jersey Motorsports Park on the Thunderbolt circuit. It's, I believe, July 11th and 12th, going to be broadcast as well. Again, that's on the WDCR YouTube channel. We'd love if you could join us for that. And in the off season, another huge regional event, typically held at Roebling Road Raceway. This year, moving to Daytona International Raceway. It is the Southeast Division International Challenge, or the SIC, which is essentially the championship for the SARC Series, the South Atlantic Road Racing Championship. And that is going to be September 20th and 21st. And we believe that will likely be broadcast here on the SCCA official YouTube channel. Should be a nice little warm-up before we head to the runoffs just a few weeks later.
Yeah. And we are in our dark season out here on the West Coast, so there's no Cal Club races on my channel until October, until after the runoff. So got a little bit of time, a little bit of a break. It's just too dang hot to race up in the Central Valley during this time of year. So, but yeah, lots of stuff going on. I love seeing the fact that more regions are getting together and doing some more live streaming besides what we do here on the Super Tour. I think we've demonstrated the value to the drivers and the racers out there to have these on the streams so that people can watch them at home. And of course, once you get back, you can, take it to work and show off to all your coworkers that you're a race car driver. So
That's right.
Tons of fun with that.
That's right. So tell your friends. And again, next 2 events starting in 2 weeks on the WDCR YouTube channel. All right, Brian, let's go. We'll make a call to the grid for the next group, and then we'll take a quick break. Attention in the paddock. Race group number 5, that is SMX, Spec MX5, and Touring 3, please head to the grid. Race group 5, please head to the grid. Your qualifying session is next. And so, Brian, let's take that break. We'll be back here in just a few moments here on the SCCA official YouTube channel. We'll be right back.
My customer experience with Mazda has been absolutely fantastic.
I'm probably not the richest person out here, and they're extremely reasonably priced, and you can buy parts easily, and it's a class that fits both what I want from a racing standpoint and what I can afford.
We got into Mazdas largely just because it's a fantastic platform, and Mazda Motorsports has some of the best support for the grassroots racer in parts and technical advice and everything else, so they make it easy for us to run these cars.
We are back at Watkins Glen International, one of the cool places in the world. I like to talk about, Greg, destination racetracks. And when I say that, it's not just because of the track itself. There's so much to do in the Finger Lakes region. It's a great opportunity for people to take a whole vacation and spend a week up in the area. And in addition to the racing, there's the wine, the vineyards. You're not too far from Niagara Falls, and just a lot of cool stuff. We saw that sign for the Corning Glassware Tour right there in the area. So lots of fun stuff to do, around Watkins Glen, including race your Touring 3 and SMX car. See what I did there, Greg?
Yeah, yes, I did. I was going to say, and Brian, because you know how much I love sweet things. One of those things that I always live for when I come here to Watkins Glen, and here's a free plug for a shop in Watkins Glen. It's Tony's Donuts. Nice. And not necessarily because of the donuts, but because of the great omelets and food that they cook up. And on track right now, one of our, and I believe he was second fastest in SMX yesterday. Skylar Cottrell saw Mike Cottrell and Skylar at Toby's yesterday morning before yesterday's on-track activities, and Michael's in the chat and said he missed me at breakfast this morning. Unfortunately, I didn't make it to Toby's.
And Michael in the chat says that Watkins Glen is in Schuyler County, New York, and it's spelled with an SCH, but it's pronounced Schuyler.
Leave it to people from Atlanta, Georgia to tell us this.
I know. Well, of course, Skylar Cottrell is racing in this race, and he thinks that this might be a sign.
That could very well be. All right, so quickly, let's run down here as our SMX drivers are apparently lining up for a double file start, even though it's only a qualifying session. I don't want to tell them that, but yesterday in qualifying, Marshall Mast was your fastest Touring 3 racer, put in a qualifying time of 2:07.758. Of course, Mast, a four-time national champion, took the T3 championship in 2018, 2020, and 2021, followed it up with the T4 championship the following year. Scotty B. White, second fastest Touring 3, almost 3 seconds off of Mast's pace. That is absolutely huge. Of course, Scotty B. White coming all the way from Auburn, Washington in the night transport machine. Third fastest in Touring 3. He was actually 10th fastest in the session. Dan Moen in his Krug Speed Ford Mustang, New England region racer, turned in a 2:12.827. So almost 5 seconds off of Mast's provisional pole time in the class. In SMX, Cam Evan out of Appleton, Wisconsin in the Ready Set Sim PSG Enterprise machine is your provisional pole sitter coming into today's session. A 2:11.668 is the bogey time. Skylar Cottrell in the Century Body and Paint machine at 2:11.753, so less than a tenth off of Evan's times. Ethan Barker out of Houston, Texas, third fastest at a 2:11.825. And I believe, Brian, that we should have, hopefully, some in-car video here from Joey Andrews in the 111 machine.
We have a car that just pulled off there. It looks like in turn 6. Now, a lap or so ago, I saw a car smoking a little bit, and it was a white car. So that might be the car that I was looking at earlier. I did not catch a number earlier.
Yeah, and I'm looking to see if we can get the number on that car. And unfortunately, our Flagtronics system, and all of our racers required to run Flagtronics transponders so we can track where they are on track. I'm trying to get the number. That might be the number 1 car. Yeah, that is Mateo Naranjo, Brian, in the green and white, the TKG Motorsports Mazda MX-5. Mateo had a huge off yesterday at turn 1 at the 90, did some front suspension damage, and ended up retiring the car. Retiring the car just out of the outer loop, but sounds like maybe still has some mechanical issues. As there we go, we've got the in-car video from Joey Andrews.
There we go.
In the 111 machine. Joey currently 9th fastest here with just a single flying lap in the books. Yesterday he qualified the car 14th in SMX. So definitely looking to improve. He's out of Glendale, California, in the Mazda Motorsports V-Box McQueen Racing machine.
I'll never forget back during COVID, Greg, they had a Twitter page that would take screenshots of people's Zoom cameras and like critique their Zoom setup.
Yeah.
I'm gonna start doing that with in-car cameras. Joey Andrews, thank you for a perfect placement of stuff on your in-car camera. So we're able to keep up our pylon on the left, and it doesn't cover up any really important stuff. Great placement of the rear view camera so we can see it. So big kudos. I'm going to give this one an 8 out of 10. So very, very awesome. Thank you, Joey. Nothing bugs me more than when they put their rear view camera behind our pylon.
Yeah, now the only problem is behind that pylon, it says Gregg Ginsberg is the best announcer ever, and we just can't see that.
Which means that is the best placement of...
maybe not.
That is the best placement of the pylon in the history of motorsports. Absolutely cool.
Actually, it's interesting. It says the Stiglet, which is what Joey goes by on Instagram. That's his handle. I think it's either at Stiglet or at the Stiglet, and his mother is Mom of Stiglet on Instagram,
nice.
Which I think is great.
That's awesome.
Yeah, absolutely love it. And he came up here earlier this morning to say hi. So if you're going to bring that in right now, Ethan Jacobs is your fastest SMX racer on track at a 2:11.446. That is enough for him to take provisional pole away from Cam Eben. Skylar Cottrell at a 2:12.078, still about a quarter of a second off of his fast lap from yesterday. So still looking to be in the top 3. He would at the moment start on the inside of row number 2. Ethan Barker, let's see, Ethan Barker at a 2:12.328. We have so many Ethans in Spec MX5. Over at Touring 3. Marshall Mast is your fastest driver on track at a 2:07.683. Scotty B. White at a 2:10.7. But Brian, as we're getting close to halfway here in this 15-minute qualifying session, I've got a driver that we need to make a quick call for, and so we'll do that and make a call to the grid for the next group, and we'll take a quick break. Attention in the paddock with driver of the number 19 Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. The number 19 Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. That is, I'm trying to get the number. That is Bobby Sack. Please see the race director in tech with driver the number 19 Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. Bobby Sack, please see the race director in tech. Also, first call to the grid for Race Group 6, GT1, GT2, GTX, American Sedan T1, and T2. Please head to the grid. Race Group 6, please head to the grid. And Brian, let's take that break. We'll be back here in just a few moments with more qualifying action.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of this year's Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. As the world's largest race tire manufacturer, Hoosier has been at the forefront of motorsports innovation for more than 65 years. From local tracks to the global stage, Hoosier is dedicated to delivering high-performance tires that meet the demands of champions. Whether you're a seasoned competitor or an aspiring racer, Hoosier tires are engineered to help you push the limits. For more information, visit us online at HoosierTire.com or visit us trackside, and remember to connect with us on social media.
Mazza Vineyards is the exclusive sparkling wine for podium celebrations at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, SCCA Runoffs, and Tire Rack SCCA Pro Solo. Celebrate your racing weekend with Mazza Vineyards and learn more at enjoymazza.com.
Tire Rack was established over 40 years ago by an SCCA member with a passion to find the right tires, wheels, and now brakes and suspension products for racers and enthusiasts on both street and track. As official tire retailer of SCCA since 1995 and sponsor of the Runoffs Pole Award, along with the National Solo Program, National Time Trial Program, and Track Night in America, Tire Rack is proud to support the SCCA and its members as they go have fun with cars.
Ready for a new race trailer? Bravo Trailers is the exclusive partner of the SCCA. Owned by longtime SCCA racers, Bravo Trailers work better, load easier, and tow better because they build them with the racers in mind. Visit bravotrailers.com to see your new trailer in aluminum or steel.
Summit Racing is a proud partner of the SCCA and its nearly 70,000 members. Get more bang for your buck at summitracing.com. Choose from millions of in-stock parts from over 1,500 name brands. Parts for racing, street performance, trucks, plus tools, accessories, and more. Shop anytime, anywhere with the Summit Racing app.
Did you know SCCA members can save $20 on every track night they sign up for? That's right. Track Night America, driven by Tire Rack, now hosting 150 events at more than 30 tracks across the country, is the easiest and most affordable way to get you and your friends on track in street cars all year long. Visit tracknightinamerica.com to learn more and get yourself on track.
Hagerty is the official and exclusive insurance partner for SCCA. Hagerty provides affordable off-track insurance protection for motorsports vehicles while in the paddock, in transit, in storage, and at the shop. They provide guaranteed value coverage and even have protection for your trailers. SCCA members can save 5% on insurance through Hagerty. Hagerty, let's drive together. Learn more at hagerty.com.
Back here live at Watkins Glen International, and we are here for SMX T3, and look at that line of cars. I see a Phoenix Racing Mustang just went in the pits and behind the wall. But yeah, look at that line of Mazdas.
Yeah, we've got a number of T3 Mustangs on the pit lane currently. Brian, should note that Marshall massed quite a bit under the Touring 3 track record that he had set last year. He had set the record under race conditions at a 208.450. He is now at a 207.251 in today's qualifying session. He's knocked 1.2 seconds. And again, you can't set a track record in the SCCA under qualifying conditions, but 1+ seconds underneath the existing track record. Ethan Jacobs with a 211.446 here in qualifying, 9/10 of a second underneath the track record set last year by Will Robinson. So that definitely, if the temperatures and the track conditions with again overcast skies without the sun beating down on the pavement and heating things up, a good opportunity here for those track records to fall under race conditions.
Yeah. Just about a minute and a half left to go in this qualifying session, so we're getting to the point where if you're going to turn a fast lap, now is the time to get it done here. Looks like, oh, there's a car that went way wide there. That is a lot of time spent in the grass.
Yes. Well, better in the grass, Brian, than in the wall, than in the blue bushes over there.
Yes. Yeah. Yes, the blue bushes. I like that.
All right. So as we stand right now, masked Scotty B. White, who had his Ford Mustang on the pit lane for quite some time, he now brings his car back to the paddock. So Scotty B. White going to hold station here on a 210.7. That's second fastest in T3 today, and he came into the day second provisionally. Philip DePippo in the number 94 Ford Mustang also spent some time on the pit lane and then took his car back to the paddock. So he's going to hold station at a 212 flat, and that I think that's enough at the moment to I was going to say move him up to third, as the checkered flag now being displayed. Ethan Jacobs, again, still your fastest driver in SMX today, with Skylar Cottrell second fastest, Cam Eben third fastest. But let's take a look here as the checkered flag is out. So yesterday Cam Eben ran that 211.668, which also was under the track record. Jacobs now your provisional pole sitter for the moment. Skylar Cottrell at a 212 flat, not quite to where he was yesterday. Cam Eben, again, not matching his times from yesterday, third fastest today. So it looks like it's going to be Jacobs and Evan on the front row, Skylar Cottrell and Ethan Barker on the second row in SMX. And SMX, they will be going out for their race a little bit later this afternoon. Their 25-minute sprint race scheduled to start at 2:35 this afternoon.
And that would be Eastern time for those of
Correct.
you like me not. Well, there's another car going, well, not quite as wide as the car before. That's Eastern time, of course.
Yes. Well, and there's a lot of runoff on the outside
Yeah.
of the exit of turn 8 over there.
Right. Yeah. That one car, though, earlier was way beyond the track limits. So even if
there's much like at 1 and over here at 10, a lot of concrete out there to use.
Okay.
So pretty much the normal line through there. Okay, so it's a checkered flag out, Brian. I think that's going to help set the grid for T3 and SMX. So let's make a final call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock, race group 6, GT1, GT2, and GTX, American Sedan, Touring 1, and Touring 2. Please head to the grid. Race group 6 is your final call to the grid for qualifying. And you know, Brian, I got to hand it to these SMX guys. They're all in, even on the cool down lap, using every last inch of the asphalt there on the exit of the 90.
Yeah.
I guess you always want to use that cool down lap as a time to get your line nailed, and they're all doing it. They're all the way out there. All right, let's take that break. We'll be back here in just a few moments. 2 more qualifying sessions left this morning, and then we go racing here at the 2025 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour from Watkins Glen. Stay with us.
Ooh, somebody.
My name is Joshua Smith, Business Development Manager for Mazda Motorsports. We're happy to be supporting the SCCA and Mazda racers here. So our team support program offers a couple of tiers of support, parts support, technical support. All of this is done through our MazdaMotorsports.com parts store website. It's basically like signing up for an Amazon account. Simple information, prove that you're a racer, and get you access to our 800 hotline that you can call and speak to one of our parts representatives 5 days a week.
Picture your perfect garage. How many cars are in there? Great, great. Now picture reality. How many cars can you actually have? Me too. With SCCA Club Spec, one car becomes your daily, your track car, your autocross car, even your time trials car. S197 Mustang if you like V8s and torque, NC Miata if you like compact and agile. SCCA Club Spec, spirited dailies, competitive race cars. Learn more at scca.com.
Back live for the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. We are at Watkins Glen, and this is GT1, GT2, GTX, A Sedan, Touring 1, Touring 2, and qualifying number 2, last qualifying of the day for this group.
And Brian, I call it actually for this group qualifying 1 1/4 maybe.
Oh yeah, that's true. We talked about this.
Yeah, this group only unfortunately had one lap of one flying lap for qualifying yesterday afternoon. As the session was black flagged pretty early on for an incident where a driver went off track. So I'm going to give you some of the fast lap times, and remember, these drivers, for the most part, only got a single fast lap. So we have a number of on-board cameras here in this session. We've got Alan Cohen. I believe we've got James Candelaria as well. And I think we might have John Davidson, I think, as well, one of our T2 cars. Yeah. Bruce Griffin, but it sounds like car didn't make it. Yeah, not on, and actually I don't think he's on track right now. So let's take a look here. Fastest driver on track yesterday, and I'm telling right out of the gate, Michael McAleen, and turned in a 1:52.304 to lead up all of our GT1 racers. 7 seconds, actually 7.2 seconds, between he and Joe Frieda, who were the 2 fastest drivers on track. We're probably not going to see Joe Frieda because he was the driver that was involved in that early incident in qualifying yesterday in his Chevrolet Corvette. In GT2, John Weisberg in his Cope Chassis TA2 Chevy Camaro was our fastest driver on track. He turned in a 2:01.3. Second fastest driver, Jen Krapata from Farmingdale, New York, in the IBW Local 25 Chevy Camaro. By the way, happy birthday, Jen. Here is she is celebrating a birthday. In Touring 1, fastest driver, James Candelaria in his Candelaria Racing Products Hawk Hoosier Chevy Corvette. Although he hails from Boca Raton, Florida, he's representing the northern New Jersey region of the SCCA. He turned in a 2:01.258, and he's renewing that battle with Hugh Stewart, the high-speed motorsports BMW M3 driver out of Milford, Connecticut. Hugh Stewart was the second fastest T1 driver at a 2:02.577. I think, Brian, the last time they battled toe-to-toe was our first broadcast of the year at Homestead for the Homestead Majors right around the New Year. And that is T1. In Touring 2, Aaron Kaplan, your fastest driver in his Kaplan Racing Systems BMW M2 Club Sport, a 2:07.339. In American Sedan, Greg Eaton out of Woodbridge, Virginia, 3-time national champion in the Eaton Racing and Development car, turned in a 2:07.243. And I think that covers all 5 classes. Here we go. Yeah, I did get T2. So there you go. We're on board right now with Alan Cohen as our racers are working their first flying laps. Matter of fact, coming out of the final corner right now is our provisional pole sitter, Michael McAleen. And now, Brian, this is another one of those groups where we're going to have a split start. We're going to have GT1, GT2, and I'm checking to see. No, I didn't think we had any GTX racers this weekend. But GT1, GT2 will be starting behind the first pace car, and then we'll have T1, T2, and American Sedan starting behind a second pace car.
Yeah, it's good to break these up a little bit. There's such widely different, not only speeds, but also the way some of these cars make speed. So to do a split start here makes really good sense in this particular situation. What a great, that camera's got such a speed camera on it. And of course, this will probably be our second, this camera here. You get a real good sense of how fast these cars are going when they cross the start-finish line here at full song.
Yeah, and if you want to, and this is a great, as good a time as any, Brian, to tell people, if you didn't know, go to scca.com/live, where you can see our multi-sector live timing and scoring, where we do have a speed trap set up, so you can see what the terminal speeds are for some of these machines. And I think the fastest car at the moment that we have seen somewhere just north of 160 miles an hour, one of our GT1 machines, and I'm wondering, I think that might be Tony Ave, who is out in his Chevy Camaro here. Although he has not completed his very first lap. He was a little bit late to the grid. Hopefully we'll see a time from him in a moment. He's in actually he's out in GT2, not GT1, in his Nissan 350Z.
Our inside the SCCA preview for the Super Tour this weekend. Kind of sad, by the way, Greg. This is our last Super Tour preview show, which means we're wrapping up our season, which is, I guess, both good and bad. I mean, I miss my my every couple of weeks time with all of the folks on our chat, with you, Greg, and everybody, and it's we're gonna not get back together again until January when we get ramped back up. But my guest this week for the show was Daniel Richardson, two-time 8 sedan national champion, and I asked him if his kids have seen his post-race interview, and he said not yet.
Well, and it was great because one of his 3 kids was hanging all over his shoulder in the hotel room here from the Glen where he was doing the interview with you. And Danny yesterday had some issues with the Ford Mustang, and I think he went over all of his travails and all the how he never thought he'd be able to win a national championship because they had so many mechanical issues during national championship races. So he had some problems yesterday in qualifying, and we'll see how he makes out. Right now, he is your fastest American sedan driver on course in his 3rd-gen Chevy Camaro, turning in a 2:05.539, and that is, Brian, so far underneath Greg Eaton's times from yesterday. Again, everybody only had a single lap yesterday. Right. So I think today is the day, obviously, to see pole times being set. It was a 2:07.243 as a bogey time, and so Richardson's almost 2 seconds underneath that right now. Greg Eaton at a 2:06.410. Dylan Licklider at a 2:06.7. In Touring 1, and when I talked to James Candelaria prior to qualifying yesterday, he said, "Yeah, I'm coming down to beat my track record." That's why he's here. And nice. He's got a 1:58.945 in the books right now. That is still under quite a bit above the record that he set 2 years ago, where he turned a 1:57.796. So we'll see if he can get down to that. Of course, track record's only set in under race conditions, but right now he is 1.6 seconds up on Hugh Stewart. In Touring 2, Aaron Kaplan, your fastest driver on track, at a 2:05.313, and in GT1, actually we're showing that Tony Ave is in the GT1 car today, not in the GT2 car. I think yesterday he qualified the GT2 car. Ave in his Chevy Camaro at a 1:49.909. He is your fastest in the class currently, with Michael McAleenan in his Huracan at a 1:50.6. And what did I say McAleenan ran yesterday? He ran a 1:52.304. So at the moment, Tony Ave is your provisional pole sitter in GT1, and in GT2, John Weisberg. And we'll see John actually in just a few moments, because he's going to jump out of the GT2 car into his touring, his STU. That's right, his STU BMW. We'll see him in the next group, but John Weisberg, currently your provisional pole sitter in GT2.
All right, I think we need to take our break. Have we done that yet?
No, we have not.
We should get that in.
All right. Yeah, let me make that call to grid for John Weisberg in particular. Attention in the paddock. First call for race group number 7, our final qualifying session of the day. Super Touring Under, Super Touring Light, and GT3U. Please head to the grid. Race Group 7 is your first call to the grid. And with that, quick break. We'll be back here in just a few minutes from Watkins Glen. Stay with us.
For more than 30 years, championship-winning drivers have demanded the Hawk Performance braking advantage. Now you can experience that same advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or CUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With brake pads, rotors, and fluids that deliver smooth braking for muscle cars and tuners, Super Duty solutions for tow vehicles, custom-engineered motorsports friction designed specifically for road racing, autocross, drag, and everything in between, Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com to learn more. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
Summit Racing is a proud partner of the SCCA and its nearly 70,000 members. Get more bang for your buck at summitracing.com. Choose from millions of in-stock parts from over 1,500 name brands, parts for racing, street performance, trucks, plus tools, accessories, and more. Shop anytime, anywhere with the Summit Racing app.
Ready for a new race trailer? Bravo Trailers is the exclusive trailer partner of the SCCA. Owned by longtime SCCA racers, Bravo Trailers work better, load easier, and tow better because we build them with racers in mind. Visit bravotrailers.com to see your new trailer in aluminum or steel.
For more than 100 years, Sunoco, SCCA's official fuel partner since 2001, has been fueling victories on and off the track, which is why Sunoco has trusted to fuel over 50 series of racing, driving, and winning, including the SCCA National Championship runoffs, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, and NASCAR. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRacefuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS.
Want to try SCCA racing, but with an appropriate focus on fun and learning? The SCCA Race Experience program is exactly that. With both short sprint races you can drive by yourself and endurance races you can do with friends. All you need is an SCCA membership, a driver's license, a properly equipped car, and the right driver gear. Visit scca.com/racex to find more information and events near you.
It's the 2025 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, the premier amateur road racing series bringing together top SCCA road racers from across the country. The Hoosier Super Tour visits some of the greatest tracks in North America, showcasing each of our 23 car classes. From production to GT cars, prototypes to Formula cars, the Hoosier SCCA Super Tour packs a ton of wheel-to-wheel racing action into every event.
Back here for the last minute of qualifying in our group for our GT cars and our Touring 1 and 2 and A sedan cars. And we got Tony Ave at the top of the leaderboard in the GT1 car. He ran into the GT2 car yesterday in qualifying, right, Greg?
That is correct. He had the Nissan out yesterday for the single lap.
Yeah. So my guess is that he'll run maybe GT2 this afternoon and GT1 tomorrow.
Yeah.
In the race, or one or the other. That's typically what he does when he split qualifies these cars. So
yeah, and it also makes sense here, Brian, because the grids for our races are set based on the fastest lap time for any of the previous sessions. Unless somebody runs fast, unless Michael McAleenan runs faster than a 1:48.992 in this afternoon's race, Tony Ave could still conceivably be on pole for tomorrow's race.
And if not on pole, he'll be very close to the front.
Exactly. Exactly. All right, so in GT1, Tony Ave, a 1:48.992 with McAleenan, 1.6 seconds off of that at a 1:56.06. Alan Cohen, one of our camera cars, third fastest at a 1:55.025. Should also mention GT1, John Helmers has got his Olds Cutlass out on track here, the number 44 machine. That is the first time that car has been on track for, I believe, a little over about a year and a half now. Had a big wreck here back at the regional event called the Fun One over Labor Day weekend, and just now was finally able to get all not only the mechanicals together, but apparently Helmers spent quite a bit of time trying to track down the molds for the bodywork for that Olds Cutlass, mid-'80s GT1 machine. And my understanding is that he was only able to come up with the molds to work on a Rocket Sports chassis, and he's running I think a Riggins chassis. So had quite a bit of work to do to mold the molds to fit his car.
Wow.
But it's great to see that out there. It is the last. The last one of those old Cutlasses. Dave Furstand used to run one years ago that I remember out of the Midwest, I think out of Texas, and he moved over a couple years ago to a Corvette body. So great to see that machine out there. In GT2, John Weisberg should hold on to the class pole with Tom Patton and Lee Saunders. In Touring 1, Candelaria gets down to a 158.945 with Hugh Stewart and Brian Goodman, second and third fastest both in BMW M3s. In Touring 2, Aaron Kaplan, Bruce Griffin, and Russell King. Russell King, another driver that was doing double duty. He was in a Spec Racer Ford a little bit earlier. And then in American Sedan, Danny Richardson with a 204.4, almost a half second up on Greg Eaton, with Dylan Licklider third fastest. All right, so with the checkered flag out, Brian, let's make a final call to the grid for our last qualifying session, our last qualifying group. I'm understanding they've already received the 5-minute warning, though.
Yeah, we're probably...
Attention the paddock, final call. STU, STL, and GT3U, please head to the grid. STL, STU, and GT3U, please head to the grid. Let's take a quick break. We'll be back here with one qualifying session remaining, and then we go racing here at Watkins Glen, the 2025 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. Stay with us.
We're not supposed to be out here. Outside expectations. Built for the outdoors. With the capability to climb this high, we're not supposed to be out here. Which is exactly why we are. The off-road ready Mazda CX-50. We're looking for outsiders.
back live, Watkins Glen International, the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. The last qualifying session of the Hoosier Racing Season Super Tour for Group 7, STU, STL, GT3U. And we're getting ready to do it here. 15 minutes. And one of my favorite cars in our Super Tour is on the racetrack right now. That is the Lotus Exige of Richard Estacio. I just love that race car. There's two of them we got.
No, you've got 4 of them. Actually,
4 of them?
There are 4 of them here this weekend.
Awesome.
All fielded by the Group Speed team.
Nice.
I'll let you try and figure out which.
Are they all yellow?
Actually, there's one that was orange, and that is David Nagler's machine. And my understanding is Nagler blew an engine yesterday, so he likely won't be out. Let's quickly.
Are there 3 yellow Lotuses?
Yes.
I'm so screwed.
Oh, actually, the orange one is out there.
One.
So maybe Nagler was in one of the yellow ones. Yeah, Nagler was in one of the yellows. That was the 15 machine. So Estacio, Garaci, and David Brand are still out there. So quickly here, Brian, let's take a look at where we finished up qualifying. Tony Ave, who we just saw in GT1, had his GT3U Honda Civic out on track. He was your fastest driver in the group, turned a 203.482 in that machine. And Peter Tonelli, our second fastest GT3U machine, a 213.206, so almost 10 seconds back. Remember, we've been talking all season long about how the Club Racing Board is trying to do some balance of performance because GT3U and STU are scheduled to merge and race as one class next season. And I understand a number of the GT3U and STU cars have data boxes in them from the club so that they can get some more data and information about performance here this weekend. Fastest STU machine, Darren Treacle in his Treacle Insurance Agency, English Ute Motorsports BMW 325. That ex-World Challenge car turned in a 205.928. So talk about balance of performance, almost 2.5 seconds separating Ave and Treacle there. Richard Estacio in one of the Group Speed Exiges was your second fastest STU driver, 205.993. So, look, only like 600ths of a second thereabouts separating Treacle and Estacio. Anthony Garaci at a 206.097. So then only a tenth back from Treacle and Estacio. In STL, Nick Leveroni in his Mazda Miata, the Flat Out Motorsports machine, was your fastest driver, 207.63, with Craig McAfee in the Flat Out, the red number 63 machine, another MX-5 car, and he turned in a 208.173. Amy Mills in another Flat Out Miata, third fastest at 211.276. As we've got racers working their first flying lap now.
Big shout out to Tony Rivera, who I think is in competition with Scotty B. White and his crew for the longest tow to Watkins Glen. Tony Rivera out of Oceanside, California, down by San Diego. So he might actually Scotty might be taking his car back and forth for him.
I don't think so. Tony has been hanging out with John and Dina Weisberg this week.
Oh, okay.
And he towed out. And John put it as if Tony had, it's like he had squatter's rights to the Weisberg garage, that he was walking around the garage, or the shop actually, it's more than just the garage.
Yeah.
T-shirt, shorts, flip-flops, working on his GT3U. Mazda RX-3 over the course of the week, and a matter of fact was the last one of the trio to make it down here to Watkins Glen, which is a good thing because he had Dina Weisberg. He had the keys to the trailer that Dina Weisberg's BMW race car was locked in here at the track on Friday. She wouldn't have made it out for qualifying.
Oh.
All right, that is Deacon Greenfield in the number 32. STL Honda CRX. He had some mechanical issues yesterday, had to retire his car early. Ended up, I think, sixth fastest in STL yesterday. He's the only non-Mazda in the field here this weekend. It came off some race wins both at Summit Point and at New Jersey Motorsports Park in regional racing. So hopefully, and good to see that car, another car that's being supported by Chris Childs and Angry Sheep Motorsports, good to see that back out today.
Big hi out to Tim Adelson in the chat, Emma Foley and Barry Smith in the chat. Thank you all for being here this morning.
And
Dark
the Dark
Magician.
And the question is, which engine is in that Honda CRX? It actually is, it's actually a B16 in that car.
There you go.
So able to run at a much lower weight than some of the Mazdas, but the B-Series car is still saddled with flat plate restrictors coming out of the actually this came out of the runoffs back at Indianapolis in 2017 when the Hondas were so dominant over the Mazdas, and so you've seen almost a complete flip-flop now in that class where so many people run the Mazdas, just because those Miata chassis are so well balanced compared to the front wheel drive Hondas.
Wonderful.
Yeah, well, exactly. Looking now, I can tell you from experience, finding suspension parts for a Honda, and any kind of parts for a Honda CRX now getting to be very, very difficult, and more importantly, very expensive.
Yeah.
Used to be you could pick up a CRX, a running shell for $2,000. Now you're lucky if you can find one for $10,000.
Yeah.
All right. In GT3U, Peter Tonelli, your fastest driver on track at a 2:19.132, with Goran Nyberg in his Volvo P1800 at a 2:21.750. Tonelli still, well, he's about 15 seconds off of Ave's pole time for GT3U. Both Ave as well as Tony Rivera not out on track. Tony Rivera, by the way, he was the last one from the team to come down. He had his car, his beautiful white Mazda RX-3, the 09 car, had it out for the practice yesterday morning, but did not have that rotary engine machine out for qualifying yesterday, so still without a qualifying time. Don't know if he's going to make the race today or tomorrow for that matter. In STU, Richard Estacio, your fastest driver today in his Exige, turning in a 2:05.256, and that is quite a bit under Darren Treacle's provisional pole time coming into the day. Treacle had a 2:05.928, turned in that provisional pole time, Brian, on the very last lap of the session, where he needed somewhere along the lines of, I think, like 4/400ths of a second to leapfrog Estacio, and did it by 600ths of a second. But today it is all Lotus with Estacio and Garacci. Although Garacci only with a 2:06.3. So at the moment, he's not going to leapfrog Treacle.
Right.
So it still looks like now Estacio, Treacle, and Garacci, your top three. John Weisberg, who had issues yesterday. We just saw Weisberg put in great times in GT2. Had some issues with his BMW Z4. It was interesting, as Brendan and I were doing qualifying, he was on the pit lane, and I said, oh, his crew member's under the hood. It looks like if this car didn't have a coil on, big spin there. And we'll get the number on that car in just a moment. And we think it's the 40 car. Speaking of which, it's John Weisberg in the 40 BMW.
Oh, there you go.
And we saw the lights go on and then the lights go out as he's maybe trying to get that car restarted. So yesterday, we thought, his crew was underneath the hood. Said, oh, well, if that car actually had like plug-in wires, and it looked like he was jiggling with a loose spark plug wire, but it probably has, coil packs to deal with,
right.
So you can't just reconnect the wire. Turns out he actually had coil pack issues yesterday, and he's got that car restarted. He's back on track. But that is the car, that number 40 machine, Brian, he put into the wall here in practice a year ago, and I think just first had it rebuilt and out on track at the Mid-Ohio round a couple weeks ago.
Right. Before we hit the break, which we got to get in real quick here, we've only got 58 likes. There's 250 people watching. So if you are watching and haven't hit the like button, smash that button right now and hit that like button. And, of course, subscribe here to the SCCA YouTube channel. Let's do this. Greg, why don't you give us a call to Grid? We'll take our break.
That's right. We do have a race coming up next.
Yeah.
Attention in the paddock, race group 1, Spec Miata and T4, please head to the grid. Spec Miata and T4 racers, please head to the grid. And with that, we'll be back here in just a few moments. Stay with us.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of this year's Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. As the world's largest race tire manufacturer, Hoosier has been at the forefront of motorsports innovation for more than 65 years. From local tracks to the global stage, Hoosier is dedicated to delivering high-performance tires that meet the demands of champions. Whether you're a seasoned competitor or an aspiring racer, Hoosier tires are engineered to help you push the limits. For more information, visit us online at HoosierTire.com or visit us trackside, and remember to connect with us on social media.
Summit Racing is a proud partner of the SCCA and its nearly 70,000 members. Get more bang for your buck at summitracing.com. Choose from millions of in-stock parts from over 1,500 name brands, parts for racing, street performance, trucks, plus tools, accessories, and more. Shop anytime, anywhere with the Summit Racing app.
Hagerty is the official and exclusive insurance partner for SCCA. Hagerty provides affordable off-track insurance protection for motorsports vehicles while in the paddock, in transit, in storage, and at the shop. They provide guaranteed value coverage and even have protection for your trailers. SCCA members can save 5% on insurance through Hagerty. Hagerty, let's drive together. Learn more at Hagerty.com.
Mazza Vineyards is the exclusive sparkling wine for podium celebrations at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, SCCA Runoffs, and Tire Rack SCCA Pro Solo. Celebrate your racing weekend with Mazza Vineyards and learn more at enjoymazza.com.
For more than 30 years, championship-winning drivers have demanded the Hawk Performance braking advantage. Now you can experience that same advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or CUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With brake pads, rotors, and fluids that deliver smooth braking for muscle cars and tuners, Super Duty solutions for tow vehicles, custom-engineered motorsports friction designed specifically for road racing, autocross, drag, and everything in between, Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com to learn more. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining the Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, organize, officiate, have fun with cars, or meet 65,000 enthusiast friends, SCCA offers plenty to feed your motorsports obsession. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
Back here live before the end of the session here. 2 seconds.
Barely, Brian.
Clock. We got so excited about what was going on, Greg. We were a little late going to break, but we got it all in now. And before you go through the rundown here, I'm a little worried, Greg. All that stuff on this camera going into the inner loop. Yeah. When the Spec Miata cars come down for their next race, and they're 12 wide, that's going to be an adventure.
Well, they'll be ready because that's how they went out for no, it was SMX that went out for qualifying that way. No, I think we'll be okay. We've had that oil dry down there for a whole session and a half or something along those lines. But checkered flag is out on the session. David Palfinier was our first racer to take said checkered flag. Let's go and we'll run things down here as we take a look at the moment, our provisional pole sitter remains Tone Ave with a time of 2:03.482. That was the time that he set yesterday. And that's the fastest in GT3U. Second fastest in GT3U is likely going to be Peter Tonelli in his Mazda Miata. Tonelli, though, in today's qualifying, now 11 seconds off of Ave's times, only managed to turn in a 2:14.8. Goran Nyberg in his Volvo P1800 at 2:19.545 today. And again, Tony Rivera, we have not seen come out for qualifying this weekend. In STU, your I guess no longer provisional pole sitter.
There you go.
Should be Richard Estacio, turn in a 2:05, 2:56. Set that today. And let's take a look. Anthony Garacci got down to a 2:06.3. So again, it appears that Darren Treacle, who was your provisional pole sitter coming into today's qualifying, will start on the outside of the front row. Richard Estacio Anthony Garacci will start third with Dave. If David Nagler gets his car repaired in time for the race this afternoon, he would start on the outside of the front of row number 2, but I believe John Weisberg is going to be there. Nick Leveroni should be your pole sitter in STL, as he was your fastest STL racer today as well. Today turns in a 2:08.734. Almost a second off of his fastest times from yesterday. Craig McCaffey, although he got down to a 2:09.2 today, he was also about 1.1 seconds off of his best times from yesterday. Chris Childs was third fastest in STL today with a 2:11.36, and that is not enough to leapfrog Amy Mills, who will start third. Chris Childs will start fourth in STL. All right, Brian, let me make a final call to the grid for our first race group of the day, and then we'll take a break. Attention, the paddock. Race Group 1, Spec Miata and Touring 4. This is your final call to the grid. Race Group number 1, Spec Miata and Touring 4. Please head to the grid. Your race starting in just a few moments. And with that, we'll take a quick break. We'll be back in just a few moments.
All right, welcome to the first race of our weekend, the first race of round, I guess technically 18 of the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. Group 1, Spec Miata. Touring 4 up next. It's going to be a good one. Greg's got our starting lineups.
That's right. All right, let's start off as we have a split start. We've got our Touring 4 cars up front. We got our Spec Miatas behind a second pace car. Back behind, we'll run down the Touring 4 drivers first, starting on pole today with a qualifying time at 2:12.577 from New York, driving the Krug Speed Mazda MX-5, Jaden Lander. Aiden Rose in his Mazda MX-5, another Krug Speed car. He's going to start on the outside of road number 1. Then we've got Mark Cephalo in the Planet Miata Mazda RX-8. He'll start third today with Ethan Barker in the Hoosier Mazda MX-5 from Houston, Texas, starting 4th. Then we've got Connor Thomas out of Loveland, Colorado, also in a Mazda MX-5. He'll start 5th today. Brad Childs, Brad Childs out of Jupiter, Florida in the Dude Bro Racing MX-5. He starts 6th. And then rounding out the Touring 4 field is Michael Jones from Tyler, Texas, also in a Mazda MX-5. And now we move over to Spec Miata, where our pole sitter is Elvin Goulart in the number 72 SCDA Track Days Krug Speed Mazda Miata with a qualifying time of 2:15.539. John Salerno in the number 134 car from Fairfield, Connecticut. Will start on the outside of the front row. Chris Chufo driving the 34 machine in the Emerson Oil car. He'll start he'll start in 3rd position with Sean Noonan starting on the outside of row number 2 in the Kessler Engineering Mazda. He starts 4th. Then we got Ryan Maloney from Dayton, Maryland. He'll start 5th today with Frankie Barroso. And we're going to talk a little bit more about Frankie here in just a few moments. Frankie Barroso out of Miami Springs, Florida in the IAG Aero Group Mazda starting in 6th. Starting 7th today, Travis Wiley from Morrisville, North Carolina with Justin Ferraro. He's driving the number 17 machine. He'll start 8th. Starting 9th today is Christian Sarnecki in the Stellar Custom Jewelry machine. He's out of Plymouth, Massachusetts with Chuck McTudis from Little Mountain, South Carolina in the Salty Dog Racing Rossini Engines number 166 machine. He starts 10th. Starting 11th is Chris Allen in the number 169 Mazda. He's from Jenkintown, Pennsylvania with Nick Leveroni. Just got out of the touring, out of the STL machine, jumps into the Spec Miata. The 192 car will start 12th. Seth Gentry from Hanover, Maryland will start 13th today with Ren Messenger starting 14th. Starting on the inside of row number 8 is going to be Peter Tonelli in the Penny Payson Racing entry with Zachariah Rosenberg. Zach Rosenberg from New York. He is going to start there in 16th position. Row number 9, starting in 17th, it's Dr. Dom Luigi out of Binghamton, New York in the MechSpecial.com machine. He's going to start next to Bob Mueller Jr. Bob is the driver that had an engine expire during qualifying this morning, so you don't know if he's going to make the field. But we've got Alfredo Sedan and Spencer Patterson. They're going to make up row number 10 with Mark Hurley and Warren Sackman starting 21st and 22nd as the pace car for our Touring 4 field, Brian, comes through turn 10. Just 2 turns to go, and it's time to go racing.
It is time to go racing here. One more corner, and then we'll get our first group underway. And we are getting ready to do our first race of the weekend here at Watkins Glen. Hold on to your knickers, folks. This is going to be a good one here. Spec Miata Touring 4 coming down for the checker or the green flag here. Let's see if it goes in the air, and there we go. We are racing at Watkins Glen. Touring 4 cars, small group, 7 cars I think we've got up front here as they come into turn 1 for the first time. Ducking down to hit that apex, going out way wide here. That is the preferred line for most people. As they come through turn 1, we should be getting our start with Spec Miata here coming up here in just a second. Green flag is in the air for Spec Miata. Now they are heading down to turn 1 all at once. Let's see how they funnel through for the first corner of this race. 5 wide.
And sticking to the inside is Elvin Goulart in that silver and yellow number 72 machine. keeps the inside position, keeps people from running underneath him, but then opens it up out of the 90, and he's going to lead the field now into the S's and up the hill.
And look at how all of those cars spread out through the off-track, on-track portion of Turn 1. Here they come up through the S's for the first time, still too wide, deep into the field here, coming onto the backstretch.
And Brian now jumping down to the inside, trying to get position, going into the inner loop. I believe that's Chris Chufo in the 34 machine. He's going to go door to door with our pole sitter into the bus stop and then runs wide as the field starts to funnel through. In some cases still 2x2, but Elvin Goulart's going to lead the Spec Miata field through the outer loop and into the chute.
7 corners into this race, still side-by-side action throughout part of the Spec Miata field here as they come now into turn 6 for the first time here. And wow, one car going really wide. That is the 18 car, Bob Mueller Jr.
No, I think Mueller's in the 60 machine here.
Oh, I'm sorry, Peter Tonelli.
Tonelli, exactly. Yeah, Tonelli here as we jump back to the T4 field, Brian, and he was looking pretty racy at the start. Got a very good jump as Mark Cefalo in that Mazda RX-8 jumps out to an early lead. He's going to lead the Touring 4 field onto the front straight to complete lap number 1. And Cefalo has been, much like he did at the runoffs back in October, early October, been moving back and forth between the Mazda MX-5 that he runs and this Mazda RX-8, trying to find the best horse for the course. He spent most of the season running the MX-5. Here, obviously, in this RX-8, and goes to open that corner up. But look at that, Brian, going down and not using that entire outer runoff area, but trying to maybe use a little bit less pavement. Ethan Barker in the 112 car tried to beat the 00 into the S's, just not quite close enough to do it.
Yeah, it was a very interesting line that he took there, and it looked like for a second it might work. Here comes the Spec Miata field. They're doing the more untraditional, traditional line, using that off-track area there that is, if it's paved, they're going to use it unless unless there's a rule against it, and there isn't this weekend, so.
All right, and big jump there. Frankie Barroso, he's in the red with white striped number 148. He's going to try to go around the outside of Elvin Goulart, getting a push from Chris Chufo in the number 34 car. They're actually coming up onto, I think it's Michael Jones in the number 69 Mazda at the back of the T4 field. And Brian, I wanted to mention here, we can do it now somewhat early on.
Sure.
Got a very nice gift up in the booth here. Had the Frankie Barroso stepmother come up and bring us a box of confectionery goodies. And really want to thank her. And she wanted to make sure that we mentioned that Frankie this weekend, who now jumps to the lead, so a good run by him, is racing this weekend in honor of Sergeant First Class Steve Randy McCall, who's battling ALS, otherwise known as Lou Gehrig's disease, and they're trying to raise awareness for that disease. And after proudly serving the Army, Randy retired in 2016 and was diagnosed just a year later. So obviously, he is trying to do his best with this horrible disease. He's living with a trach at the moment, and but still loves getting around in what they call the Cadillac chair, which I hope is better than a Mazda Spec Miata chair, by the way. And he actually works with the Veterans Administration down in my hometown, down in Charlotte, North Carolina, and making sure he gets the best possible care. But want to thank Frankie and Frankie's stepmom for bringing that to our attention. And as you and I know, we've got a big organization known as Racing for ALS down in North Carolina, and has brought a lot of awareness. And it's a horrible disease, but I'm glad that they're doing something to bring some good, or try to bring some good, raise awareness, and also hopefully raise some research dollars as well.
I'm always proud of our motorsports family all across North America and all across almost all of the racing series that I know of, and the way that we support our veterans and our active duty military members with motorsports. Motorsports has become a great outlet for veterans to have that camaraderie and that teamwork, which they often miss when they retire or finish their service. And it's been a lot of organizations that we deal with here in SCCA and other organizations are out there helping and reaching out to our military members. So big props to Frankie and his family for that, and great job there. All right, getting back to our racing action here. 18 minutes 45 seconds to go here. Mark Cephalo still our race leader in T4 right now. We're keeping an eye on this Spec Miata race, and guess who's up front? Frankie Barroso.
Exactly. Said it, Brian. Just as we started talking about. Those goodies that that he and his stepmom brought by. The car that he calls the Big Red Machine. Of course, Frankie took wins on the Super Tour earlier this season, both at NOLA Motorsports Park and also at Virginia International Raceway. But you saw there as they came down into the toe of the boot over at turn 7, he was getting very defensive. He was already protecting that inside line to make sure that that Elephant Goulart did not try to slide underneath him. As we had one driver appear to have some issues coming out of turn 8 going up to turn 9, and I think that was the 0 of Sean Noonan, but he's now gotten back in line.
Yeah, so all looking good here as we get pushing down towards the middle third of this race here. And nice 3-car draft here up at the front of Barroso, Goulart, and Salerno. One car not here this weekend is our defending national champion, Ethan Goulart. He is not here. I don't know if you know, Greg, where Ethan is this weekend, but Dad's here representing for the family.
Yeah, big trouble there, Brian, coming out of the 90, out of turn number 1. And the 18 car didn't get the wall there. That's Peter Tonelli. So his problems continue. Now, is that Tonelli? Because I'm showing Tonelli's being the 144 car. Actually, well, that's because that's Peter Tonelli the second. We've got AJ Tonelli, also Peter, in the field as well there. But it looks like the 18 car who was running 13th at the time, and he's going to lose a number of positions here, Brian.
Yeah, definitely. That 18 car's had a bit of an adventurous first half of this race.
Yes.
So back in the fray here, Frankie Barroso pulling away just a tiny bit from Elephant Goulart there as they come through turn 6. Now about a 1-car length, but now right there they get the gap back together.
Yeah, and when we started off the broadcast here today, Brian, one of the things that we talked about is because there aren't many of these threshold braking zones, and because there's just a lot of flat-out racing in a class like Spec Miata or a class like Spec Racer 4 for that matter that depend so heavily on the draft, it is very hard to get away from a group unless you have 1 or 2 people to draft with you. And so Frankie Barroso being able to escape, say, an Elephant Goulart or Chris Chufo, it's going to be very, very, very difficult. But we are seeing where they are starting to now maybe open up a little bit of a gap with John Salerno in that 134 machine, just behind, maybe falling, 2-car lengths back, 3-car lengths back. But my guess is as they come at, as long as he doesn't lose a lot of speed going through turn 1 through the 90, he's going to be able to draft right back up to that pack before they get to the bus stop again.
Yeah, no question at all on that, with 15 and a half to go here in our race. And taking a look at the front of the field here in T4, Ethan Barker has now taken the lead in T4. He's got about a 0.2 of a second lead over Mark Cephalo, who's dropped now down to second place. There's a 3-car battle there for third place. That's Jaden Lander, Aiden Rose, and Connor Thomas. So it looked, there's Ethan.
Yeah, and Brian, Aiden Rose just turned the fastest lap of any of our Touring 4 cars. So the question is, as we're showing Ethan Barker as your leader in Touring 4, where is Ethan Barker? Because I'm still seeing Mark Cephalo.
I think maybe just briefly.
Yeah, and actually we're getting word, and I think that may be Ethan Barker along with Aiden Rose in the battle for second, because it just got word that Jaden Lander had a little off-track excursion here at the bus stop and had to rejoin late. So he's running, actually, I think now back down in probably 4th position in Touring 4.
Yep. So it looks like that Barker had just taken the lead briefly before start-finish on the last lap, and then Cephalo able to retake the lead there. So there's a slow car going into pit lane. So that first car, that blue and special yellow.
And Brian, that is actually, I think that's Jaden Lander in the 04 coming down the pit lane. We'll verify that in just a moment, but that is one of our Touring 4 machines.
All right, so that blue and yellow car right there, that is Mark Cephalo. Right behind him, Ethan Barker and Aiden Rose as they come now through turn 1 here for starting their 6th lap.
And so huge changes here now.
Right.
Look, and it is Cephalo. It's Ethan Barker and Aiden Rose running very close behind there, Mark Cephalo, and that was the 04 Jaden Lander who took to the pit lane. Looks like his race is now done. Here, let's take a look as they come down to the bus stop. As Rose now pokes to the inside, Brian, and looks like he may have now just taken over second position.
Yep.
And as that happens, and not a big fight over it, because I think both of these racers realize that as soon as they start battling here early on, Mark Cephalo is going to be able to exit the chat. One of the reasons that we see where Cephalo has gone with this Mazda RX-8, much like he ran it at Road America, is that rotary motor, while it doesn't have a lot of torque, it can't dig out of slower corners. It's got a lot of top end and a little bit faster in a straight line, and this is perhaps the perfect course for it. And again, he didn't show a lot in qualifying, but when it counts here under race conditions, he's got the thing on the boil.
There you go. All right, we're at the halfway point, Greg. I need to make a quick announcement, so let's do that. We'll take our break. We come back, we'll get the rest of this race. Attention to the paddock, attention to the paddock. We need a couple of drivers to go see the race director. Marcel LaFontaine in the 27 Formula Atlanta car, Don Spear in the 59 GT1 car, and John Helmer in the number 44 GT1 car. Please go see the race director. Marcel LaFontaine, Formula Atlantic 27, Dan Spear, GT1 59, and John Helmer, GT1 car number 44. Go see the race director. Let's take our break. When we come back, we've got about another 10 minutes of action coming your way.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of this year's Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. As the world's largest race tire manufacturer, Hoosier has been at the forefront of motorsports innovation for more than 65 years. From local tracks to the global stage, Hoosier is dedicated to delivering high-performance tires that meet the demands of champions. Whether you're a seasoned competitor or an aspiring racer, Hoosier tires are engineered to help you push the limits. For more information, visit us online at HoosierTire.com or visit us trackside, and remember to connect with us on social media.
Hagerty is the official and exclusive insurance partner for SCCA. Hagerty provides affordable off-track insurance protection for motorsports vehicles while in the paddock, in transit, in storage, and at the shop. They provide guaranteed value coverage and even have protection for your trailers. SCCA members can save 5% on insurance through Hagerty. Hagerty, let's drive together. Learn more at Hagerty.com.
For more than 30 years, championship-winning drivers have demanded the Hawk Performance braking advantage. Now you can experience that same advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or CUV with Hawk Performance street products. With brake pads, rotors, and fluids that deliver smooth braking for muscle cars and tuners, Super Duty solutions for tow vehicles, custom-engineered motorsports friction designed specifically for road racing, autocross, drag, and everything in between, Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com to learn more. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
Ready for a new race trailer? Bravo Trailers is the exclusive partner of the SCCA. Owned by longtime SCCA racers, Bravo Trailers work better, load easier, and tow better because they build them with the racers in mind. Visit bravotrailers.com to see your new trailer in aluminum or steel.
Tire Rack was established over 40 years ago by an SCCA member with a passion to find the right tires, wheels, and now brakes and suspension products for racers and enthusiasts on both street and track. As official tire retailer of the SCCA since 1995 and sponsor the Runoffs Pull Award, along with the National Solo Program, National Time Trials Program, and Track Night in America, Tire Rack is proud to support the SCCA and its members as they go have fun with cars.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining the Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, organize, officiate, have fun with cars, or meet 65,000 enthusiast friends, SCCA offers plenty to feed your motorsports obsession. Ask someone trackside how to get involved, or visit scca.com for more information.
Back live at Watkins Glen. Little under 9 minutes to go here. Fast and furious action. Lots of changes so far. We're looking at Spec Miata. Let's give you a quick update on T4 real quick. We have a new leader, Aiden Rose, Ethan Barker, both made their way around Mark Cephalo. And we'll get back to that action in a moment. Well, here they are, trying to get through some slower traffic. And now Mark Cephalo has retaken the lead, it looks like.
Yeah, Brian. Things got pretty tight there going into the inner loop momentarily as our Touring 4 leaders were trying to make their way around the 144. Peter Tonelli and I think Miranda McLaughlin as well, and that moved the RX-8 back to the lead for a few moments there. Chris Chufo was your leader, and he's going to attack Frankie Barroso. Not Frankie. Let's try that again. Aiden Rose was your leader for a few moments there, and he goes in side by side with Ethan Barker. Now we'll take a look at Chris Chufo as he falls back. Wow, and Chufo's fallen back quite a bit now as Barroso jumps back to the lead on Elvin Goulart. Chufo had moved up into the lead in Spec Miata for all of about 3 corners before Barroso Goulart drafted by going into the bus stop.
Yeah, it is crazy going on there. We've got 2 fantastic races going on in this particular race. The T4 race, fast and furious up front. Now we're keeping an eye on the Spec Miata race. Now we're back to the T4 race. Jordan Worth, our director, is on top of it all. Here comes T4 down to the line with 7 minutes to go here. Cephalo out front. Right behind him is Aiden Rose, and then right behind him, Ethan Barker, and then right behind Ethan Barker is Aiden Rose as they go through turn 1 with 6:50 to go in this race.
And Brian, we've got Spec Miata royalty in the chat. I think I definitely need to mention John Davison, Mr. Spec Miata man drama himself, and Central Florida region driver. As he says that we're all lucky he's not here racing.
I tried to, hey, Spec Miata man drama, I tried to post in your group that this race was about to start, but I couldn't post it there. So anyway, all right, good stuff going on here, and glad to have him in the chat also. Jacqueline Petrell is in the chat, and Anonymous, I love that, by the way, in the chat. All right.
Wanting to know why we don't do this more. This will be the 10th time that we've done it this season.
Exactly.
Right? I don't know what more they want from us here. As Frankie Barroso leads the Spec Miata field out of the 90 here, and as we've seen, you get such a head of steam coming up through the SS here, and already we've got Elvin Goulart and Christian Sarnecki in the number 44 machine popping to the inside. They get the pass made before they even make it out of the S. The question is whether or not Sarnecki is going to try to pop to the inside on Elvin Goulart and not going to be able to work his way by. Interesting to note, Brian, that this weekend, Elvin running with the number 72 on the hood of the car as opposed to the number 70 he normally runs. He's actually running in his son, Ethan Goulart's Spec Miata. And you might ask yourself, why is Ethan not running this weekend? And that is because Ethan is I think at a grand old age of, is he still 15, I believe?
Yep.
And to race here at Watkins Glen, to race here in New York State, you got to be 18 years old.
Got it.
So so we've got a lot of Spec Miata racers and a lot of SMX racers, for that matter. Unfortunately, can't join us here this weekend.
All right, that makes perfect sense. I didn't even think about that. We talked about it earlier, and I keep forgetting that our reigning national champion isn't old enough to drive on a regular street at the moment.
Yeah, exactly. I think he's got his learner's permit now.
Got it.
So yeah,
that's good stuff. All right, here
All
they
right,
come.
this
This
is
is our
back of the
our
T4 race.
Our T4 race, exactly. And that is Ethan Barker up front now. Mark Cephalo about 3 car lengths back. Oh, we got a car in the wall here at the exit of turn 9. Let's see if they.
And that is the 69 machine, Brian.
Yep.
That is off. At least that's the call we got in from the corner. Actually, I don't think that's the 69. Oh, maybe the 169 of Chris Allen out of Jenkinton. Yeah, it's the 169 machine. He had been running in the top 10, and obviously not any longer.
Yeah. So that'll shake things up. We've got a new leader in Spec Miata as well. I believe that's Chris Chirlo up front now, with Frankie Barroso in 3rd and Elvin Goulart now in 2nd place. These 3 cars up front in both of our race classes here are having just a blast. Oh, it's Sarnecki up front.
Yeah, Brian, and that is Christian Sarnecki in the 44 machine running up front with Goulart. Barroso in the red machine trying to drop through. Did get a word from the heel of the boot that I think it was the number 0 machine of Noonan was involved in some contact over there, and he dropped from I think 11th all the way down to 24th. He is still on track. Also, that 169 car that we saw over in the wall at turn 9, he brought the car onto the pit lane, let the crew take a look at it. He is now heading back out on track.
All right, that is our Spec Miata battle that we are looking at right now. Sarnecki, Goulart, Barroso. That is your top 3 right there. Chris Chufo has been dropped from that group now, so it's a 3-car battle up front with 2 minutes and 25 seconds to go here. Oh, big spin. Oh, hard into the wall, backing it into the wall there. We've got debris. That's the rear bumper cover there. And that car pointing in the wrong direction, far enough down the racetrack where nobody should hit him, but we're going to need to get that cleaned up there. This may bring out a full course yellow and end our race, Greg. Yep. Now all these cars have a Flagtronics unit, so the cars heading into that sector should have a yellow flag, a yellow spec Flagtronics monitor. White flag still in the air. Here comes our spec. Oh no, one more lap it looks like we're gonna get.
And Brian, that car that went around
side by side, a little bit of contact going into turn 1. That's for the lead in Spec Miata.
Yeah, with Sarnecki and Goulart there coming out of the 90 door to door. Brian, that was the number 70 of Miranda McLaughlin that impacted the wall coming out of turn 9.
Still side by side up front. Sarnecki on the outside. That is Goulart on the inside. Now they've sorted this out just a little bit. Barroso now pushing Goulart to the front. Sarnecki should probably cycle in right behind Barroso there as they go through and past a slower car.
All right, and Brian, we are getting word that the next time our T4 leaders come through, they will see the white flag. So we will finish this race with just the local caution over at turn 9. And so currently it's Barker and Rose, your top 2 in Torrid Forest. We watch this battle for the lead in Spec Miata as Elvin Goulart has managed to get around both Sarnecki and now Barroso, who has also gotten around Sarnecki, who moves up in the 2nd with Chris Chufo, Nick Lavaroni, Travis Wiley, and Chuck McTudis. They're sitting in 4th, 5th, and 6th as the white flag is now out for our Touring 4 leader.
Touring 4 leader is Ethan Barker. He's opened up about a 7-8 car lengths lead over the battle for 2nd place. Mark Cephalo in the blue car Aiden Rose in the black car. Rose tries to go underneath now, going into the S's. Looks like he's going to make that pass on Cephalo, but Cephalo fights right back, having the inside line through the S's. That's the more advantageous line through there. Cephalo stays in second place as they come down about a half a lap to go.
All right, Brian, and now coming to the final corner is that battle for the lead in Spec Miata, as it is no longer a 4 or 5 car fight. It is 3 racers challenging to the end, with Elvin Goulart, our 2012 Spec Miata National Champion, your current leader with Frankie Barroso, and Christian Sarnecki as they come down to the 90.
Barroso goes a little bit to the inside, showing his car in the mirrors of Goulart. Goulart is a surly old veteran, though. He will not be intimidated as they come through turn 2. Now to the S's. We've got Barroso now trying to go to the inside. Goulart goes a little wide, opens the door. Barroso pushed out through. He's going to take the lead.
And Brian, not only that, but Barroso had Sarnecki go with him rather than go with Goulart. But Goulart's able to hold firm and is protecting that inside line going into the bus stop. The question is who gets in there first, and it is Sarnecki, it is Barroso, the first driver in. And as Goulart and Sarnecki went side by side into the bus stop, that allows Frankie Barroso to open up 4 car lengths now as they come through the outer loop, as Barroso is looking for his 3rd Super Tour win this season.
All right, that's a good look there. Here comes your T4 leaders going through the final corner on the final time. Ethan Barker has got the lead. Mark Cephalo in second, Aiden Rose third. Who's going to take the second place here? Barker's going to get the win. Cephalo will come in second. Aiden Rose will finish third in T4.
All right, and that 4th car to cross the line that we saw there in that group, that was Brad Childs, who looks like he's going to finish 5th in Touring 4, a lap down from Connor Thomas, who finishes in 4th. All right, as we watch our leaders now in Spec Miata, Brian, they come to that very difficult turn 9, the off-camber corner, and still have that disabled car there to the inside, offline. But all these leaders, they know it's there. They've seen it for 3 laps, Brian, and not much time remains for Sarnecki or Goulart to make a move.
And here they come into the final quarter for the final time. It is Frankie Barroso at the point, and Christian Sarnecki is in second. The 3rd place car coming to the line is going to be Elvin Goulart. What a great race. 2 great races in one. T4, awesome right till the final lap. Same thing for Spec Miata, Greg. No disappointment with this race.
All right, as the remainder of our Spec Miata racers came through the corner, came through the final corner, Barroso, Sarnecki, Elvin Goulart, of course, your top 3. Chris Chufo finishes in 4th, Travis Wiley 5th, Nick Leveroni 6th, John Salerno, Ryan Maloney, Seth Gentry, and Dr. Dom Luigi round out your top 10. And again, in Touring 4, Barker, Cephalo Rose, then Connor Thomas and Brad Childs, Michael Jones and Jaden Lander, who had that issue early on in the 04 machine. He'll finish 7 laps down in 7 laps down in 7th position. And it looks like, Brian, probably just at the right time, or maybe at the wrong time for him. That is the 166 machine of Chuck McTudis, who had been running in the top 10. Looked like on the very last lap he had some issues with the motor, and unfortunately for him, he's going to fall towards the back of the field. I think finished 23rd overall.
All right, well, that's going to end our morning of action here from the Glen. We've got a whole bunch of stuff coming up this afternoon. We've got 6 more races. We're going to get back underway right around 12:50 this afternoon. And our first race up this afternoon is going to be Formula Atlanta Continental FE2, and P2. So Wings and Things will be our first race after lunch. We hope everybody stays with us here, and we will enjoy that racing action. 6 races this afternoon, and then a whole another 7 races tomorrow. Plenty of stuff coming up here on the SCCA YouTube channel. Like, subscribe, hit that button, folks, and of course, most importantly, come back right after our break for lunch, and we'll have 6 more great races. Any thoughts, Greg, before we go away?
Yeah, Brian, we're gonna hopefully put the actual restart time down at the bottom of the screen when it comes back, because we are running a little bit late on the schedule. We're not positive, but we think that our next race is probably going to start a little bit later than that scheduled 12:50 start time. So we'll update everybody both here at the track and on the stream when that happens. But what an amazing race, both in T4 and also Spec Miata. Tons of lead changes, and I'm expecting so much more here this afternoon. So make sure to stay with us, everybody. We've got a lot of racing ahead.
My customer experience with Mazda has been absolutely fantastic. I think they kind of cater to the whole crowd of people. They got the SUVs for the soccer moms and stuff like that, but then you got your Miatas and your Speed 3s for your car enthusiasts, so I think they cater to all crowds, and so I think that's something that everyone can get behind.
In terms of maintaining equipment, I mean, running a prep shop, I mean, day in, day out, we're maintaining cars for customers all over the country. Mazda, hands down, is probably the best company to work with for sports car racing. Factory support is second to none in terms of specific competition parts availability, pricing, access to their technical knowledge and base. It just feels right. You feel connected.
So our team support program offers a couple of tiers of support, part support, technical support, contingency support as well. All of this is done through our website and team support program at Parts 800. We have 2 main ways that customers can acquire parts from Mazda Motorsports. It's through our MazdaMotorsports.com parts store website. It's basically like signing up for an Amazon account. You know, simple information, prove that you're a racer with a race result. That gets you access to our 800 hotline that you can call and speak to one of our parts representatives basically 5 days a week.
We got into Mazdas largely just because it's a fantastic platform. You know, a lot of guys would run double stints just to get time on track. They're super reliable, don't break. And Mazda Motorsports has some of the best just support for the grassroots racer and parts and technical advice and everything else. So they make it easy for us to run these cars.
Mazda's been very supportive of racers within the SCCA and all the other grassroots organizations for many, many years. Really, their support for racing and our type of racing is unmatched from any other manufacturer. They've been a great partner for many, many years.
There's nothing else like this. There's no other big class that has the highest quality of drivers in it. And it's really attracted the right level of people. The other aspect is I'm probably not the richest person out here, and they're extremely reasonably priced, and you can buy parts easily, and so it's a class that fits both what I want from a racing standpoint and what I can afford.
It's one of those things that once you get hooked into it, it just never leaves. Really helps understanding where they come from. It helps the communication between customer relations. You can very much understand their needs of the day. May not necessarily be the same each day, but you know how to adapt to it, and you know how to best serve the customer is really what it comes down to.
You're coming up on your first track day, and no doubt there's some anxiety about how it's going to go, how you're going to do, and wanting to make sure that you have the best time you can. Well, hopefully in about 5 minutes after we talk you through what those expectations are, you'll be ready, that anxiety will be gone, and you'll have an amazing day. So the car is ready. Tires are good, brakes are bled, your tote is packed with your air gauge and your water and your snacks, and it's time to go to the track. Well, let's talk about what that's going to be like and how you're going to have a good day. The first thing you want to make sure you know and understand is the day's schedule. There's going to be a rhythm that you're going to get into of what meetings you need to go to, when you're going to debrief with your instructor, when you need to check your tire pressures, when you need to drink some of that water, and then when you get back into the car and get to grid. Knowing that rhythm, going through that rhythm, understanding how that day is going to go by studying that schedule is going to help you make sure that there are no schedule surprises so that during that day, that anxiety is reduced. When you get to the track, one of the best things is that you're not there alone. You're part of a track community. You have coaches, instructors, officials, on-track teammates that you're going to share the track with. Every one of them is a resource and a friend that you can lean on to have conversations and to ask questions when something comes up. If you have like, well, why did the car do this? Or how do I do this corner? Ask the people around you, build those relationships. Those conversations you have are not only going to help you, they're going to help them, and they're going to build the rapport that makes for the community, that makes this environment such a good one to be a part of. When it's time to go on track, there are a few building blocks that you really want to be aware of and understand to make that track day go smoothly and make your sessions go successfully. The first thing is understanding the flags. Watch some of our flag videos, study those flags, and then when you get on track, you're looking for the corner stations and the flag stands where those workers are going to be that will communicate with you so that when you need to see a flag, you know where it's going to come from. You also want to get in the habit of looking in your mirrors. Practice looking up multiple times, seeing when those cars are coming up so you can give those big point buys for your on-track teammates when they're coming up behind you. When you're on a track, particularly when we say things like, oh, I'm going to the racetrack today, we can have a tendency to believe that we have to be going as fast as we can all the time. The beauty of a track day is it's really not about that. Yes, it's faster than the interstate, but it's about driving as fast as you're comfortable driving. There's no magic, I must be going this fast. And driving on track is really more about awareness. The speed is the reward for getting everything else right, not the thing you go for first at the expense of everything else. So what we're talking about is being aware, getting in the rhythm of checking your mirrors, getting in the rhythm of checking the corner stations, getting in the rhythm of navigating the track. Doing that consistently will build the speed that you came here to do. The biggest mistake a lot of people will make at a track day is pushing themselves beyond their comfort level, and that's when the mistake comes. If you work on consistency, the speed will come naturally. If you work on speed, that's when discombobulation, awkwardness, and mistakes happen that make the day less fun than it could be. So remember, when you're out there, if you're not comfortable, you can always bleed that speed off a little bit, get comfortable at the speed you are, and then add speed later. Comfort's first, speed second. We know you're probably still nervous, but the bottom line is understanding those points is the key to having a good day that is less stressful and more fun. So remember, understand the schedule and the rhythm of the day, lean into your community and the people you meet at the track to understand what's going on, and work on comfort and consistency first, speed second. Thank you, and we'll see you at the track.
Solo Nationals is the ultimate test of all of the hard work that you've put in up until that point.
I look forward to Solar Nationals every year. I want to be here because it's an intense competition, it's a great community, and just so much fun.
Solar Nationals is probably my favorite and only event that I would do for the rest of my life if I had to pick one. There's a combination of the agility that it takes to drive the car through the course in autocross that you don't get anywhere else in motorsports. You only get 3 chances at it. It's the national championships, which all of us care a lot about. And it's people I've known for 20 years at this point. So, and I've grown up with these people. I love it over there in paddock. I love it out there on course.
It's really a chance for everyone in the nation to really come out, have a great time together. The camaraderie is amazing, but also have the best competition that you can really find. Let's go!
When everybody comes to Nationals, it's instantly overwhelming. Just coming to the site and seeing how large it is, it blows you away. The entertainment value, the family value that's out here is unprecedented.
As a competitor, you try to keep it in your head as just another event. That's the healthy place to keep it. But at the end of the day, it really is something special. There's no other motorsports in the event where you have 1,300 competitors all driving the same obstacles, the same course, all competing against each other. Yeah, there's nothing else like it in the world.
We are back here live at Watkins Glen International for the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. 6 races ahead this afternoon, some great action. Our final weekend of the Hoosier Racing Tire Super Tour, and we are live here on the SCCA YouTube channel. Like and subscribe, folks, right now. Get it out of the way. Do it now. Do it often. Vote early, vote often, like we do in Chicago.
Well, don't do it often, because then it becomes not a thumbs up. So.
Oh, okay. Don't do it often. Anyway, starting
do it an
lineups.
odd number of times.
Starting lineups here, Gregg Ginsberg.
All right, here we go. Brian, we're going to have a split start here for this group. First group, our prototypes and our Formula Atlantics behind pace car number 1, and then our FE2s and our Soul Formula Continental behind pace car number 2. Let's start off with the prototypes and Formula Atlantics, where we've got Perry Richardson in the Kevin Mintz Kraus Tires Store WF1 starting on pole, qualifying time 1:43.666. Tony Ave in the number 49 Mazda powered Swift 016. The Optech machine will start on the outside of row number 1. Nico Vardis in his JDR F1000, he's out of Sylvan Lake, Michigan, will start third, with Mark Sherwood in his Livonia Wine and Spirits Ralt RT41 starting on the outside of row number 2 and 4th. Then we got Jeremy Hill. He is in the Hoosier Stan Swift 014. He's out of Seguin, Ontario, Canada. He will start 5th. And then Todd Parks in his Critter CSR1, scheduled to start 6th. Starting 7th and rounding out the field in our prototypes and Formula Atlantics, if he makes the grid, he wasn't out for qualifying number 2, Marcel Lafontaine out of Victoriaville, Quebec, Canada. Now let's move over to Formula Enterprise 2 and Formula Continental. We're starting on the pole with a qualifying time of 1:50.415. In the Consonis Healthcare machine is Caleb Schrader. Steve Whitston in the Alliance Autosports LOA construction machine out of Georgetown, Texas, will start on the outside of row number 1 with Dexter Suba starting 3rd. He's in the Alliance Autosport FE2. Sam Harrington in the Harper Home Services machine will start in 4th position, and starting 5th today in the ASI Signage Hoosier Alliance Autosport FE2 from Grand Island, New York, is Keith Jocelyn. Then we've got Jonathan Weisheit in the JK Technologies Alliance Autosport FE2. He's from Baltimore, Maryland, and he will start 6th. Starting and bringing up row number 4 is going to be James Reagan out of Longmeadow, Massachusetts in the PermitLinkUSA.com machine. And then we got Russell Strait in the Alliance Autosport FE2. He will be starting in 8th. And then finally, Peter Vida. He is in the Altimo Motor Racing Van Diemen RF97. He is our sole Formula Continental racer. He comes, Brian, all the way from Delta, British Columbia. So big toe for him as well. Over to you for our prototype and Formula Atlantic start.
All right, we're going to get to that as we have our first group here coming towards turn 10. That means 2 corners to go. Little shoot here between turn 10 and turn 11, and then on to that front straight, that iconic Watkins Glen front straight. And pace car will peel off onto pit lane here. 5 of our prototype and Formula Atlantic cars here looking to take the start of this race. Right behind the Mazda Motorsports bug there is our starter. We will see the green flag, and we do. And our first race group is underway. One of the Atlantics coming from behind. That looks like it's Tony Ave. No, that's actually Nico Vardis trying to make a move going into turn 1. And he gets that move done. So that should be Tony Ave out front and Nico Vardis in second, with Perry Richardson slotting into third.
All right, Brian, let's move over to our FE2s and Formula Continental for their start.
Yep. FE2, and look at how chaotic that was. They went 3 wide very early on as they go into turn 1 now. See if they'll sort themselves out with the funnel. The good news is a lot of room on the outside of turn 1. These cars, though, typically don't use all of that runoff like our bigger cars. We do have a lead change here coming out of turn 2 and heading up towards the S's.
That's right, Brian. Steve Whitston in the all-white number 18. Great jump for him as he's able to get around Caleb Schrader in the 99 car. You can tell apart Schrader is driver's left. He's on the outside heading to the bus stop. He's got the white with the pink cow spots here as he is going to stick to the inside, tries to muscle his way around the 18 car, and as they come to the outer loop. They are still side pod to side pod. And if Schrader can hold on to that position, he's got the move. He's got position going down into turn number 6 and down the hill. And there you go. It took 4 turns, Brian, but he got it done.
He did. When you get to turn 6, there's some banking there. That helped him out a lot. But there's Winston fighting right back going into turn 7. He now looks to go on the more preferred line through the outside. And Schrader defends on the inside through turn 7. And we will see how that sorts out as they come down the hill now towards turn 8. There they are, popping over the hill, a little tiny downhill run. And now you've got Winston on the inside. He's back around Caleb Schrader. 2-3 lead changes already just on the first lap.
All right, here as they make their way through that trailing car. That is, again, our sole Formula Continental racer of Vida, as he is, again, running his own race at this point. But, Brian, you know, we're already seeing with now just about 1 lap in the books where Winston and Schrader have opened up a considerable advantage over Sam Harrington, with Keith Jocelyn a pretty good distance behind there as we complete that very first lap. Matter of fact, it is now actually Keith Jocelyn in the 55 car. He's gotten around Sam Harrington, but you know, almost a second, like a 1 1/4 seconds separating Jocelyn from our top 2. Another 1.2 seconds back to Harrington. And then Weisheit, another second back from there. We can see where this group is opening up, and we're getting to that point. You know, we talked about in Spec Miata in our first race of the day how, you know, you could lose a little bit of ground, maybe it'd be a car length, 2 car lengths back, and you could pick it up here at the Glen. Don't know if we're going to see that happen here with these cars.
Oh,
now,
contact, it looked like possibly.
And that is Steve Winston off on the outside of the bus stop there, Brian. It looked like both he and Caleb Schrader, as you said, might have come together. We're going to hear, I'm trying to get the call from our radio team here.
Yeah, I'm not certain from our camera angle, but the way that Winston's car shot off there towards the right, it would not surprise me if there was a slight bit of contact there. He's going to slot all the way to the back. He is the last car in FE2 right now. I believe there's the Formula Continental car that's still behind him. Yep, there is that Continental car. So now Winston's going to have to work his way all the way through the pack here. Hopefully he'll try to, or at least he's hoping to at least get back up to the podium. That must be really frustrating for him at this point.
Yeah, indeed. And it sounds like there may have been contact between those cars, indeed, as the call comes in from our corner workers over at the bus stop. Over in our lead group with our Formula Atlantic and prototype cars, Brian, as we check in with them. Well, Tony Ave has checked out as we check in with them with almost 15 seconds now on Mark Sherwood in the next Formula Atlanta car, but that group up at the front, it's actually a lot closer than that. Perry Richardson, our prototype pole sitter, about 3 car lengths back. There they are coming through the chute over at turn number 6. They, though, have checked out on Mark Sherwood, running second in Formula Atlantic, almost 14 seconds separating them.
Yep, and right behind Sherwood is Todd Parks in that critter, CSR1. So big distance there.
We just call it a critter, Brian.
That's true. Critter. It's a critter.
Get to see it. Yeah, exactly. He's in that critter.
He's in that critter. Yeah, Ave Richardson basically checked out, and they are the class of the field. There is back to FE2 with that lead car is Caleb Schrader. And then you see all the other FE2s, and then the guy who was in the trading the lead with Schrader, Steve Winston, bumped all the way to the back. He's caught up to the last place car, and now he's going to just try to start peeling his way through the field if he can.
Yeah. So, and actually, by the time we completed that last lap, Brian, Winston had already gotten back around Dexter Suba and Russell Strait Jr. So mark him in 6th at the moment as we watch him there. Yeah, there they go. He's right now on the back of James Reagan and Jonathan Weisheit ahead. So, you know, at this point, you know, he's got to pass 2 cars at least to work his way up to 4th, but then it's a pretty good distance, about 6 seconds up the road. Actually, about 4 seconds up the road until he gets to Sam Harrington.
Well, he's got his work cut out for him. It'll be interesting to see how the stewards rule on that contact. Will it be just a racing incident, or will they put some sort of a penalty there? It's going to be hard to tell exactly how it happened from our camera, certainly, but they bought in-car cameras on these cars as well, and they may review that video after the race. So one of the things I learned, and we had a situation, Greg, at the sprints where we had what was clearly a penalty situation with a driver who missed the start of the grid and then drove all the way past the entire field to get back into its starting position.
Yes.
And a lot of people in the chat, and myself included, were like, why are we not black flagging this car? And you know, it's clearly a breach of the rules. And I had a chance to talk with the folks who are in charge after the race, and it makes perfect sense to me now. If you make that penalty during the race, there's no way for that driver to recover. So if they penalize after the race and it goes to an appeals process and the driver wins, at least then you still know what their real finishing position was.
Should be, right.
Or should
exactly.
be, right. So with that kind of an idea, they will be very unlikely to penalize anybody in that incident now, but they could do it after the race. So.
Yeah, well, and typically you see, because of on-track conduct during a race, that usually that's going to be adjudicated after. This isn't Formula One where you see where they bring somebody in for a stop-and-go penalty or a drive-through penalty. It just doesn't work that way in the amateur racing world.
Right.
So
anyway.
So that's where we are at this point. And so Brian, this is interesting because I was just getting a call from one of our quarter workers that they think that the 69 machine of Perry Richardson is now our lead car ahead of Tony Ave. We'll have to double check that when that lead group comes around, and that is indeed the case. Now, as Perry Richardson in the store machine has gotten around Tony Ave again, that is not for a battle in class, as Ave is your Formula Atlantic leader, Richardson your P class or prototype leader, but he is now taking over the lead.
16:40 to go in this race. We've got 25-minute races today. Tomorrow, our races are going to be 14 laps long or 35 minutes, so a little bit longer racing tomorrow. Tomorrow's scheduled just racing, no qualifying in the morning, so we'll be right back at it at 8:30 with our first race of the day tomorrow.
Expect Miata and Touring Forward, Brian, if that's anything like we saw today. Yeah, exactly. I am certainly looking forward to that. As we watch now, that is, and we're starting to see, especially with Steve Whitston having gone off so early, Caleb Schrader now expanding his lead out to over 5 seconds over new second-place runner Keith Jocelyn, who did get around Sam Harrington. So move, and actually I think the big thing, and did we catch this? Dexter Zuba, who was running third at one point, has, it looks like he may have fallen off the course. I didn't hear anything coming over the radio about it, but I'm showing that he's actually a lap down at this point. And so Steve Whitston has gotten around James Regan. He has gotten around Jonathan Weisheit. He is now sitting in fourth behind Harrington and Jocelyn, and he's got a long way now to get up to Jocelyn, almost 5 seconds.
One of the prototypes just pulled in off the track there, and I'm going to guess that was Todd Parks.
Todd Parks, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it was the Parks machine.
Our producer decides that since Todd Parks decided to park it. I see what he did there.
Yeah, and that, just looking to see where it was placed. First off, but I'm pumped.
There we go. Schrader continuing to open up that lead. It was 5 seconds last time by. It's 6.3 seconds this time by over Keith Jocelyn. There is Schrader. Schrader looks like he's starting to catch the back of the Formula Atlantic field. So that, I believe, right in front of him right now is Mark Sherwood. It's the FC car. Okay. So that's the Peter Vajda car. can actually tell that there is the Atlantic, no, that's the Continental. That's right. Okay. Yeah, you could see that they look different. The Continental's a little shorter, squattier, whereas the FE2 cars look like they're a little narrower cars. They sit up a little higher off the pavement.
Higher, yeah. They have a much taller airbox. The airbox for the Continentals hanging off the side of the side of the airbox.
No. No. Coming up on 13 and a half minutes to go, Greg. This might not be a bad time to get to our halfway mark, do a call to grid, and take our break, and then we'll come back, get the action all the way to the finish line.
That sounds like a plan, Brian. Let's do that. Attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group 3. That's E production, F production, and H production, as well as B-Spec. Please head to the grid. Race group 3, E, F, and H production and B-Spec racers, please head to the grid.
For more than 30 years, championship-winning drivers and teams have demanded the Hawk Performance braking advantage. Now you can experience that same advantage technology on your daily car, truck, or CUV. With brake pads, rotors, and fluids that deliver smooth braking for muscle cars and tuners, Super Duty solutions for tow vehicles, custom-engineered motorsports friction, designed specifically for road racing, autocross, drag, and everything in between. Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com to learn more. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
Summit Racing is a proud partner of the SCCA and its nearly 70,000 members. Get more bang for your buck at summitracing.com. Choose millions of in-stock parts from over 1,500 name brands, parts for racing, street performance, trucks, plus tools, accessories, and more. Shop anytime, anywhere with the Summit Racing app.
Ready for a new race trailer? Bravo Trailers is the exclusive partner of the SCCA. Owned by longtime SCCA racers, Bravo Trailers work better, load easier, and tow better because they build them with the racers in mind. Visit bravotrailers.com to see your new trailer in aluminum or steel.
For more than 100 years, Sunoco, SCCA's official fuel partner since 2001, has been fueling victories on and off the track, which is why Sunoco has trusted the fuel over 50 series of racing, driving, and winning, including the SCCA National Championship runoffs, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, and NASCAR. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRaceFuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS.
Mazza Vineyards is the exclusive sparkling wine for podium celebrations at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, SCCA Runoffs, and Tire Rack SCCA Pro Solo. Celebrate your racing weekend with Mazza Vineyards and learn more at enjoymazza.com.
Did you know SCCA members can save $20 on every track night they sign up for? That's right, Track Night in America, driven by Tire Rack, now hosting 150 events at more than 30 tracks across the country. It's the easiest and most affordable way to get you and your friends on track in your street cars all year long. Visit tracknightinamerica.com to learn more and get yourself on track.
It's the 2025 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, the premier amateur road racing series bringing together top SCCA road racers from across the country. The Hoosier Super Tour visits some of the greatest tracks in North America, showcasing each of our 23 car classes. From production to GT cars, prototypes to Formula cars, the Hoosier SCCA Super Tour packs a ton of wheel-to-wheel racing action into every event.
Back live at Watkins Glen. We're in the middle of our Wings and Things race, Atlantics and Continentals, FE2, prototypes as well. I think it's one prototype now. Perry Richardson is our leader at the moment. Tony Ave in second place, two seconds back. And then you've got the third place car, Mark Sherwood. He is a whole 46 seconds behind the leaders. Then we get to our Formula FE2 battle, and your race leader there in that white car with the pink splotches, that is Caleb Schrader. I'm guessing probably splotches is not how they want me to describe it, but that's kind of what it looks like. Greg described it as the cow car, which that's the pink car.
Ooh.
Pink car, cow car. You say that 3 times fast. And then you've got right behind him, well, not right behind him, a few seconds back, you've got Keith Joslin, Sam Harrington, and Jeremy Hill. Steve Whitston is in 4th place overall, or 4th place in FE2, trying to get back to the lead after some contact early in the race.
Yeah. And so Jocelyn, is our defending F6 national champion, obviously making the move over to FE2 here. And he's got a pretty diverse history in motorsports here. He's raced dirt bikes and snowmobiles.
Yeah.
Wait, this I don't understand. He says he's raced snowmobiles on snow, water, ice, and asphalt. How do you do that?
Well, there's water skipping with snowmobiles, so I get that part. Ice and snow, that makes sense.
The asphalt part, I don't understand.
Yeah,
that
I'm not sure on the asphalt part. That's
unless the asphalt's underneath the snow.
Could be. Could be. If
He's
you've never
done-
seen snowmobiles water skipping, YouTube that. It's a ton of fun.
And he's done inboard hydroplanes as well as sailboats as well. So
Sounds like an adrenaline junkie.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Even sailboats. Sailboats done well is an adrenaline rush as well. So I loved my short time sailboat racing. Anyway, so here we go. We've got about 7 minutes, 45 seconds to go. Coming up next, after this race, we've got our B-Spec and production cars. Those guys often put on a great show as well, so stay tuned for that. EF and H production and B-Spec, that's up next. And then after that race, we've got a couple of one of the big classes here in the SCCA. Spec Racer Ford 3 is our third race of the afternoon. So 7:16 left up front. Richardson, Ave, Sherwood. That's your top three. Then you've got your top three. Then you've got your FE2 cars. Caleb Schrader, Keith Joslin are in 4th and 5th. Those are FE2 cars. Jeremy Hill's hanging in there in the Formula Atlantic Swift in 6th place. And then your 3rd place car in FE2, Sam Harrington, followed by Steve Whitston, Jonathan Weisheit, James Reagan, F. Russell Straight, Dexter Zuba. That is how they stand right now. That's your top 12.
Yeah, and Brian, Steve Whitston, again, who was fighting it out for the lead last time by, he ran about 9/10 of a second faster than Sam Harrington. The gap to Harrington now down to about 1.5 seconds. So he's on a pretty good recovery drive here, actually. And there he is, right there, Whitston in the 18 machine with that little red stripe on the rear on the splitter. As our leaders just now going into turn 9 now, the white car that just went off into the distance, that's Caleb Schrader. Keith Joslin, he's in the green number 55 machine. So he's got a couple of our Atlantic splitting, he and Caleb Schrader at the moment.
Yeah, and right there, we've got Perry Richardson and Tony Ave battling for the lead in overall. Of course, they're in different classes, Richardson in the prototype, Ave in the Formula Atlantic car. But that is the two. The red car is Richardson, and then the white over black, there it is right there behind him. That is Tony Ave. So mixing it up here with the front of our Formula FE2 group. Richardson has made his way through. Ave will get past that Formula FE2 car probably before he gets to the inner loop. Trevor Carmody, one of our Formula V racers, is in the chat saying that Keith Joslin was also talking with him today about Formula V. So with Formula 6 not being part of the runoffs this year because they didn't have the participation numbers, some of these drivers looking for another option.
Yeah.
And Joslin, and I think a Formula V, Formula 6 crossover is probably a good fit there too. But Joslin's doing a pretty good job here, hanging in 2nd place in the FE2. Nothing to sneeze at there. And of course, Caleb Schrader, one of the fastest in the country. So.
Yeah, and I think that very much like James Regan in the red number 0 machine, who is currently running 6th in FE2. He put in over 30 years in in Formula V. Also, I believe did somewhere close to 15 in Spec Racer Ford and Spec Racer Ford 3.
Right.
You know, just it looks like, I mean, and I understand where Jocelyn might be talking about, well, you know, it sounds like he's trying to find a home right now.
Right.
I think pretty clearly, as opposed to somebody like Regan, who also just ran his personal best during the race here. You know, is somebody who will bounce around, is always looking for the next, I would say looking for the next best new thing. But when you do 30 years in a class and 15 in another class,
right?
You know, you never really know. And I think, and this is his 6th year now in FE2, so
right.
You know, certainly not
Well,
jumping around.
And the Whitstons, another family who is big in Formula V, who are also now playing in FE2. So
yes.
You know, that's I'm sure that that Keith Johnson's been talking with the Whitstons a little bit about that transition. So that's and FE2, like Spec Racer Ford, it is kind of the easy button. You know, there's a lot of renter rides out there in FE2. You can show up on a race weekend, bring your helmet, bring your suit, jump in a car, go racing. No.
And looks as though Richardson started to gap. There they go, coming through the outer loop, starting to gap Tony Ave a little bit more. Last time at the stripe was up to about 5 seconds with Richardson picking up another 7/10 over Ave there. As we've got about a little bit under 3 minutes. Brian, let me do this. Let me make another call to the grid for our next group, if you don't mind.
I don't.
Attention in the paddock, second call to the grid for race group number 3, E Production, F Production, H Production, and B-Spec. Please head to the grid. Race group 3, please head to the grid.
2:20 to go. That should be a lap and a half, maybe, depending on when our leaders cross the line. Well, they're going to cross the line right there.
Right
so,
there.
Next time by should be 1 to go for Perry Richardson.
And our timing and scoring team wholeheartedly agrees with you, Brian.
Yeah. I'm glad Mr. Skibby and I are on the same page, but most importantly, it's his page that I have to follow. So
that's right.
1:52 to go here. There is Tony Ave coming through here.
And
Ave,
Schrader.
one of those. That's it.
I was just going to say, Schrader continuing to open up that lead over Jocelyn now at about 11 seconds. But let's watch this as they start to head up through the S's here, Brian, as the battle for the last podium position now in FE2 is definitely in play, as we've got Sam Harrington in the 33 machine. That's the black car, followed very closely, like literally on the gearbox, by Steve Whitston.
Not
in
anymore.
Number 18 machine there as they go into the bus stop, side pod to side pod. And you wonder, Brian, was Whitston perhaps a little bit more cautious going into the bus stop, that by making sure that he didn't have a redo of what happened to him early on with Caleb Schrader, as Harrington was able to get position and get an advantage going into the bus stop that last time by, kind of limiting the number of opportunities remaining here for Steve Whitson to pick up that podium spot.
Yeah, there's several quarters to go here. They're going to get one more full lap of racing in. So no real need to push it at this point in time. Now, maybe next time by he'll push it because it is the final lap, and that is one of the best passing zones going into the lower loop there.
All right, as our Richardson and Ave cross the line, they are now working their last lap. Don't want to say it's completely decided in FE2, but Schrader again with almost 11, I think now is Jocelyn's coming on to the front straight here. Jocelyn now quite a bit behind Caleb Schrader. So let's...
Schrader would have to have an off or break or something for there to be any issue with him, but he is negotiating some other cars there, and that's all we can be a little bit tenuous. But he'll be smart about it.
All right, so here it goes, going up the S's now. The fight for the last step on the podium.
Right there.
There we go.
So the car in front is Sam Harrington. The white car in the back, that is Steve Whitston. Whitston was in fighting for the lead early until he got knocked to the back of the field. He's worked his way back up to now fight for a spot on the podium. Got a few corners to go as he follows Sam Harrington. The question, Greg, is did he burn his tires off trying to get to the back bumper, the back tailpipe of that third place car? And does he have anything left on these final corners?
And Brian, then I've got a question. So the car trailing these three, that is, I'm wondering if that is the green 55 with Jocelyn that may have dropped back. And I know it took a while from the cross the line, but we'll check on that. Checkered flag, meanwhile, is out on Perry Richardson. He will take the overall win and takes the win in prototype. Tony Ave will finish second overall. He is your Formula Atlantic leader with Mark Sherwood coming across the line and finishing second in Atlanta. Caleb Schrader crosses the stripe, and he will take the win in FE2.
Let's see. Yeah, Jocelyn has not. You might be right, Greg. I think you're right.
Yeah, there you go. Coming across the line, Sam Harrington will finish in second. Steve Whitston move him up to that last podium position. He does not get around Harrington, but he still comes home with the third. And yeah, I thought we saw as they came out of the 90, Brian, and started to make their way up the S's. The 55 of Jocelyn was just a little bit off pace. And as a matter of fact, Keith Jocelyn is going to take the checkered flag from the pit lane. There, as he does not, apparently doesn't want to take the cool down lap, and I'm wondering if maybe he was running low on fuel and was trying to limp the car across possibly. There is Keith Jocelyn turning his car back behind the wall and going back to the paddock. And so Jocelyn will finish just off the podium in FE2 in fourth, and Jonathan Weishite will finish in fifth position. And if we go and recap in prototypes, it's Richardson and then Parks. Of course, Todd Parks only completed 5 laps in his critter. In Atlantic, we talked about Ave and Sherwood. Jeremy Hill finishes 2 laps down in third, and Nico Vardis in his JDR only completes a single lap. He'll show as finishing in fourth. Marcel LaFontaine did not take the green flag here today. All right, let's make a final call to the grid for our next group, Brian, and then we'll take a quick break. Attention in the paddock. Final call to the grid for race group 3, E production, F production, H production, and B-Spec. This is your final call to the grid. Race group 3, please head to the grid now. Your race is next. So, Brian, we'll take a quick break. We'll be back here in just a few moments with more racing action from Watkins Glen International. Hit that thumbs up button and stay with us.
Mazda's been very supportive of racers within the SCCA and all the other grassroots organizations for many, many years. Really, their support for racing and our type of racing is unmatched from any other manufacturer. They've been a great partner for many, many years.
Mazda, hands down, is the best company to work with for sports car racing. Factory support is second to none. It just feels right. You feel connected.
My name's Pat Prevenus.
Dave Onischuk, Chicago region.
I'm Tiffany Bingheim, and I'm with Milwaukee region.
So my name is Carter Kundinger. I'm a part of the Milwaukee region, and I have been doing this for 3 years.
Since about 88, so 30-some years.
I've been doing this for 50 years.
2009 is when I started, so I don't remember a year how long.
What makes you keep coming back?
It is honestly, it's one of those, the cars and the racing are great, but you stay for the people. It's come for the racing, but stay for the people.
Racing and, good people.
It's not only the racing, but it's the people too. I mean, I can't go away from that. I've met a lot of my very close friends here, and just connections that you make with your fellow workers, even drivers, safety crew, just about anyone is honestly just something that, it just keeps me coming every single year, every single weekend.
Because both my son and my daughter and my brother also flag So it's a family thing.
Well, there's a lot of excitement. There's a lot of excitement. You know, if you're a race fan, there's no better spot.
There's been a lot of great memories, a lot of friends, a lot of racing friends. It's a great group of people. Everybody cares for one another, helps each other out. Those are probably the biggest memories, more than just the racing.
I mean, it's fellow workers, the drivers. It's been amazing. I've met my best friend here. You know, my husband. So it's really a family event. I mean, it's great.
I came out here when I was a high school student as a spectator and kind of fell in love with the place. And during my college years, I joined as an SCCA member and started working corners right away, and I've been doing it ever since.
Hey, this is the best seat in the house.
Back live at Watkins Glen, race 3, getting ready to get underway here. EFH production, B-Spec, 25-minute race. Greg has got our starting lineups.
I do, Brian. All right, starting in our first group, another split start. We're going to have our production car classes up front behind pace car number 1, B-Spec racers behind pace car number 2. Let's start off with the production cars, where we've got John Hainsworth, who's our E-production pole sitter, on the inside of the front row in the Turf Trade Max Attack Mazda RX-7 with a qualifying time of 2:06.754. Sitting on the outside of row number 1, our F production pole sitter and defending national champion in the class in the Hoosier Planet Miata Mazda from Canal, Winchester, Ohio, Mason Workman. Row number 2, Anthony Parker. He's driving the number 44 E-Production Triumph GT6, the errant racing machine. He'll start alongside Chris Haldeman in the 2020 Mazda MX-5. He's out of Princeton, Texas. Then on row number 3, starting in 5th position, I've got Charlie Campbell alongside Fred McConnell. Campbell in the number 89 Mazda Miata, the Campbell Brothers racing machine out of Corey, Pennsylvania. Then we got Fred McConnell in the 23 Mazda Miata, the Sunoco X-Factor racing machine out of McKinney, Texas. Then we've got Thomas Gatos starting 7th. He's going to be in the number 118 F Production Honda CRX out of Aurora, Ohio, with Bob Mueller Jr. in the number 60 Streetside Classics Mazda Miata. That car had an engine expiring qualifying. Don't know if it's going to make the grid. Then we've got James Gregorius. He's in the number 09 F Production Mazda RX-7, the Livonia Redemption Center machine, with Jack Bana in that open-top Volkswagen Cabriolet, the Woodlawn Garage machine out of Bluebell, Pennsylvania, starting in 10th. Then we got Camden Jones in the number 03 E-Production MX-5 Global Cup car, the Velocity Mazda Sparco machine, alongside Whitfield Gregg starting on the outside of row number 6, driving the number 17 E-Production Mazda MX-5, the Flat Out Motorsports machine. David Colby is in the 154 F Production Acura Integra. He's out of Utica, New York, with Chris Copley in the number 10 F Production Toyota Paseo, the AER machine, starting 14th. Then we got Vince LaMotta in his H Production Volkswagen Rabbit. That's the Goodyear Hawk Brakes machine. And then he'll start alongside Scott McAllister in F Production, the 1977 Volkswagen Scirocco. Let's move over to B-Spec now, if we can, and if we do. Starting on pole with a qualifying time of 2:25.116 in the Rat Sport RP Performance Mini Cooper. It's defending national champion Rich Roman. He starts alongside his Rat Sport teammate, driving the number 98 Mazda 2 out of Ruther Glen, Virginia. It's Dan Conway. Then we've got Steve Introne. He's your 2022 national champion in the number 12 Honda Fit. That's the Stripath Purpose Energy machine. And then we've got Eric Yeagle driving the number 46 Yeagle Exchange Honda Fit, starting in 4th position. Then starting 5th inside of row number 3, it is Alex Ratcliffe in the Rat Sport by RP Performance Mini Cooper, starting alongside Stuart Black. Stuart's driving the number 40 Bill Black Autosports Chevy Sonic. Tom Tremper is going to start on in 7th position. He is in the 2009 Mini Cooper with Josh Schmidt driving the number 19 Chevy Sonic. The Babyface Fabrication machine will start 8th as our first group now comes out of the final corner. Brian, onto the front straight and over to you for the start.
Here comes our production cars down for the start. The green flag is in the air, 2 by 2 across the line and heading down to turn 1 for the first time. You see them fan out 3 wide in the back. A couple cars out front already, making a nice, easy way through turn 1. Let's see if everyone else can do that. Hainsworth, your early leader here, coming out of turn 2, or coming out of turn 1 towards turn 2, still side by side through the middle of the field.
That's right, Brian, and we have side-by-side Anthony Parker and Denny Stripling as they came through the 90, with Stripling, I believe, getting the best of the Triumph GT6 of Anthony Parker. Now moving up to 3 is our B-Spec racers, all in the front straight for their start.
Green flag in the air there. A nice jump by Anderson as they come down towards turn 1 for the first time. 3 wide, about 3rd row back. Lots of cars, lots of traffic there.
As we go on board, this is Stuart Black of the Goodyear Racing in-car camera, Brian, as they come through the S's for the first time, and Introne getting a little kind of hung out to dry there. Eric Yeagle right alongside as they come through the S's. Stuart Black drafting right up to the back, bonk, on the back of the 46 Fit of Yeagle. And again, Introne just kind of stuck outside there as everybody drafts past right underneath. He now gets in line behind Yeagle, but there's also Tremper and Schmidt and Matt Wolf in the silver 71 Mazda 2 and Zach Introne in the red Mini Cooper. They were all door to door, side by side, going into the inner loop, and finally now, as they come through the bus stop, all get in line.
Yeah, it's hard to get used to seeing Steve Introne not in a Mini Cooper. He's in his new Honda Fit. And, of course, his son is driving the national championship winning car. That is the Cooper.
And so, Brian, you said right on the start that Stephanie Anderson and her Mazda 2 got a great start to this race there, as she did not get a qualifying time in B-Spec because of her engine expiring yesterday. Right. Gave her problems during practice, and then on the very first lap, the car gave up the ghost going through the S's. She got a qualifying time actually in today, but was still starting towards the rear of the pack. She has made it clear of Maxwell Ramos and J.B. Swan, as well as Ryan Moran and Anthony Ruddy here. You also notice a little bit further behind, and we saw him during qualifying having some mechanical issues. Eric Vickerman in his MG Midget, that engine having some definite problems. Good to see. I believe Tom Broering has made it back out in his Toyota Yaris. That is actually an H production car, the white with red and black machine, as opposed to a B-Spec car. But I believe he started it back at the rear of the B-Spec field. And as a matter of fact, we're seeing him just come out of turn 9 now.
B-Spec cars completing their first race lap as they come across the line. It's Rich Roman, your leader, followed by Yeagle, Conway Black, Steve Introne, Alex Ratcliffe, Schmidt, Tremper, Matt Wolf, and Max Lex Ramos is in 10th. Here they come here, looking nice and clean now. Unlike the Spec Miatas, Greg, who go way out past the rumble strips there and then come back, the B-Spec cars, they don't do that. They tend to use a more traditional line through turn 1.
And it's very interesting there, Brian, because much like, and one of the reasons why the Spec Miatas use all of that pavement is they're trying to provide as little steering input as possible, trying to create as little drag as possible on the front of the car. And the B-Spec machines would normally be doing the same thing, but you get to the point of diminishing returns, because if you opened up the wheel all the way and end up driving about another 40 to 50 feet total of pavement all the way around the outside there, you're actually losing time and losing speed. And it's something that we saw when we weren't on air yesterday morning during the practice session, that a lot of the drivers were experimenting with that. And again, I think most of them found that there were at least maybe a couple hundredths and maybe even a tenth or so to gain by giving it a little bit more steering input and finishing up around the curbing instead of all the way out there.
Right. You kind of, at some point, you've got to look at the fastest way between 2 points is a straight-ish line, and just actually making it a longer lap by going out there. So.
All right, so we're on board again with Stuart Black, and Brian, on the previous time we checked in with Stuart Black, we saw him given the big bump to Eric Yeagle, so much so that Yeagle is our new second-place racer in B-Spec. And this time when we joined in with Stuart, we saw the Honda Fit of Steve Introne give the little shove up the hill here. Now Introne has dropped back a little bit from that Sonic, who's kind of in at least for the moment, kind of in a little world of his own, as our top 3. Roman, now Eric Yeagle, and then Roman's teammate Dan Conway come through the final corner and onto the front straight as they complete lap number 2.
Taking a peek at our production classes, John Hainsworth has a big lead in his Mazda RX-7 and E production. It's 14 seconds over second place. Mason Workman in F production, he has a 4-second lead over the second place car of Charlie Campbell. So not much battling going on over on the production side of things, as we start to take a peek at that at this group here as they come through now down into turn 8 here. I don't want to let anybody think that we're not giving our production crews a good cars a good bit of love here. Boy from New York is in the chat. I would think Boy from New York, you'd be on the racetrack here if you're from New York, and this is Watkins Glen, but hey, good to have you in the chat.
And apparently, Boy from New York, a former GT6 owner.
Okay.
So I think he's got a lot at least emotionally invested with Anthony Parker out here today.
There you go. There you go. Carl T is here. Chris Taylor, he's got fear of missing out. He is normally, often, not normally, but often with us here on the Super Tour with his B-Spec cars. He's out of Texas. It's a long tow from Texas to Watkins Glen. I get that.
Yeah, and I saw Chris was a long way from home this past week out at Portland International Raceway doing some testing for World Challenge with a new SRO, well, actually an old SRO driver who's coming back to the touring car ranks, and a new car to her. And looks like Chris may be the crew chief for that machine coming up. So good things for him.
Well, that's a tease if I ever saw one.
Yes, it is, but I'll let him break that news.
I love it. I love it. There's our whole gaggle. Even the B-Specs, you got the distance between first and 10th place in B-Spec is, it can't be more than 2 seconds. It looks like all the way back to 10th, maybe 5 seconds back. But yeah, always a great battle here. Up front, you've got your 3 cars of Roman, Yeagle, and Conway. And then within striking distance, if those cars have any issues, are 4 through 10. Steve Introne in that Honda Fit. Not been doing many Super Tours this year. Has been really working on the development of that new Honda Fit, new to him Honda Fit, built from scratch, I believe, if I remember correctly. Also having fun racing the regional races, which we have plenty of those with his son Zach for the first time. And there's another Introne, his daughter, who's also put a little time in a car, I think doing mostly time trials.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think solo and time trials primarily. Zach has been working on the B-Spec program, I think, since he got his comp license now 2 years ago. And I think both of them now his son and daughter heading off to college. That Steve and his wife now empty nesters.
Good for them.
And as you mentioned, Mason Workman, who is our F production leader, current defending national champion. Brian, a couple of weeks ago, I was at Some Point Raceway covering the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series, and who should come to Summit Point but Mason Workman, not to race, but his 15-year-old son, Madden Workman, a little side project, both Madden and Mason working in the garage, putting together a Touring 4 Mazda, and Madden in his very first SCCA road race, I think handled himself quite well. Didn't get a podium out of that T4 car, but yeah, there was a lot going on. It was a very big race group that he was ensconced in the middle of, and handled himself quite well. And I know Dad was incredibly pleased with his results there. And so now I'm sure Madden's probably here cheering on, or at least helping Dad here at the Glen.
Rich Roman trying to pull away from Yeagle and Conway. Yeagle and Conway working together, trying to not let that happen. But they are slowly pulling away from the 4th place car of Stuart Black. If Yeagle and Conway aren't careful, Greg, Roman's going to drive away here. He's getting a little bit every lap. It's like another 1/10 of a second, 2/10 of a second. You add those up, and once they break the draft, then that little that Mini Cooper up front just starts to do its thing and pull away.
Yeah, and we see here coming into and now leaving our shot, that was Alex Ratcliffe right behind Steve Introne, and Ratcliffe doing his best to push that on the Fit up the hill and get a little bit closer, at least just a touch closer to Stuart Black in the number 40 machine. Again, Stuart Black, who seemingly from lap number 2 has been, just a touch back from our lead trio, has not been able to draft up, but this time things look a little bit different, Brian. He is now within maybe 2 car lengths, and he made up probably 3 car lengths coming out of the S's and into the bus stop there, coming right up to the back now of Dan Conway. So make that a 4-car run.
And the reason he was able to do that is the Eric Yeagle was able to get to the front back bumper of Rich Roman, and they went side by side. Yeagle able to take the lead, and once those two broke their draft, that gave Black an opportunity to pull up to the back of that 3-car pack. So just like that, now 4 cars pretty much in the discussion.
And Eric Yeagle, he had himself a win 2 years ago at the June Sprints. And has shown that Honda Fit incredibly strong.
There's Stuart Black there pulling up even a little bit closer now. He wants to get on the back bumper of Dan Conway.
And meanwhile, 2024 June Sprints winner, Babyface Fabrications Josh Schmidt, mired much further back in 7th position. Behind that pair of Introne and Radcliffe. There's Josh Schmidt, also all by himself, the silver Chevy Sonic leading that last group of 4. He's got Tom Tremper, Matt Wolf, and Max Lux Ramos behind him. I wanted to also mention, if I had a chance there, that Lux Ramos, who's just now coming into our view, that last Mini Cooper coming through the final corner. Got to meet and talk to him last night for the first time at that potluck dinner for all the B-Spec racers. He's been racing for a couple years now. He's raced here at the Glen previously, not had the best of luck. Usually involves some of the blue bushes here, but he picked up his very first race win just a couple weeks ago at Lime Rock Park, and he's definitely this weekend looking to expand on that and find pace. And currently right now in B-Spec, he is sitting back in 10th position in what is a very tough field. But Brian, look at this now. We've got our overall leader. That is John Hainsworth in the number 95 Mazda, as he's trying to make his way through the B-Spec leaders, and it got awfully congested there for a moment as the black car. Stuart Black was trying to take advantage and maybe follow Hainsworth through. Thought maybe he could get around Dan Conway. Was not able to make it to get it done. But all the while, with that mix up there, Rich Roman moves back to the lead in B-Spec. He's still got Eric Yeagle behind, but a huge gap now between Yeagle and Conway back in third.
And Hainsworth with a 16-second lead over the second-place car overall, and even a larger lead back to the first-place car in his class. So he's not battling for any position there as he tries to make his way through the B-Spec field. But you're right, Greg. Now the gap between second and third place in B-Spec is so big, with 10.5 minutes to go here. Let's do this, Greg. Why don't you do a call to grid? We'll take our break. When we come back, we'll get the rest of this race to the finish line.
Attention in the paddock, First call to the grid. Race Group 4, Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. Please head to the grid. Race Group number 4, Spec Racer Ford Gen 3 racers. Please start heading to the grid for your race. And with that, we'll take a quick break. We'll be back in a few moments from Watkins Glen International to 2025 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of this year's Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. As the world's largest race tire manufacturer, Hoosier has been at the forefront of motorsports innovation for more than 65 years. From local tracks to the global stage, Hoosier is dedicated to delivering high-performance tires that meet the demands of champions. Whether you're a seasoned competitor or an aspiring racer, Hoosier tires are engineered to help you push the limits. For more information, visit us online at HoosierTire.com or visit us trackside, and remember to connect with us on social media.
For more than 100 years, Sunoco, SCCA's official fuel partner since 2001, has been fueling victories on and off the track, which is why Sunoco is trusted to fuel over 50 series of racing, driving, and winning, including the SCCA National Championship runoffs, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, and NASCAR. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRacefuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS. Tire Rack was established over 40 years ago by an SCCA member with a passion to find the right tires, wheels, and now brakes and suspension products for racers and enthusiasts on both street and track. As official tire retailer of the SCCA since 1995 and sponsor of the One-Offs Pole Award, along with the National Solo Program, National Time Trials Program, and Track Night in America, Tire Rack is proud to support the SCCA and its members as they go have fun with cars.
Mazza Vineyards is the exclusive sparkling wine for podium celebrations at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, SCCA Runoffs, and Tire Rack SCCA Pro Solo. Celebrate your racing weekend with Mazza Vineyards and learn more at enjoymazza.com.
Hagerty is the official and exclusive insurance partner for SCCA. Hagerty provides affordable off-track insurance protection for motorsports vehicles while in the paddock, in transit, in storage, and at the shop. They provide guaranteed value coverage and even have protection for your trailers. SCCA members can save 5% on insurance through Hagerty. Hagerty, let's drive together. Learn more at Hagerty.com.
Want to try SCCA racing, but with an approach focused on fun and learning? The SCCA Experience Program is exactly that. With both short sprint races you can drive by yourself and endurance races you can do with friends. All you need is an SCCA membership, a driver's license, a properly equipped car, and the right driver gear. Visit scca.com/racex to find more information and events near you.
Back here live at Watkins Glen. We're in the middle of our B-Spec and production race and the B-Spec battle. Hot and heavy here. Front group now broken up just a little bit here. About a 2 to 3 car length gap between first and second place and a little bigger gap back to third and even a little bigger gap now back to fourth place here. Your leaders in B-Spec are up front. It's Rich Roman, followed by Eric Yeagle, Dan Conway, Stuart Black, Steve Introne is your 5th place car right now.
Yeah, and Dan Conway has now managed to drop Stuart Black once again. That green Mazda 2 showing a pretty decent pace as we now have our 3rd place overall driver. That's Anthony Parker in the GT6. That is an E-production machine making his way through that field. And luckily, Brian, I mean, for the most part, these front-running cars from our production group have caught our B-Spec leaders, I'd say, at the right-ish time on the straightaway. You know, unfortunately, the way they race and pop it out side by side, sometimes it becomes a challenge because you see here is Charlie Campbell now trying to outbrake some much lighter cars going into turn 7 into the toe of the boot, and Charlie Campbell, who is not battling for class with Anthony Parker. He's currently running 2nd in F production, 4th overall, manages to get by. But Fred McConnell now in his F production Miata gets stuck to the outside, caught to the outside with a bunch of B-Spec cars coming underneath him.
Taking a look at our production cars, your race leader right now is the, the number 95 car, John Hainsworth in E-production. He's got a big lead over the 4th place car overall, which is the 2nd place car in F production, Charlie Campbell. Then you've got your leaders in F production. Your F production is Mason Workman. Anthony Parker is moved up to 2nd place in E production. So a little bit of a move around there in that Triumph TR6 or GT6. Your top 5 of the production cars: Hainsworth, Workman, Parker, Campbell, and Chris Haldeman in 5th place right now.
And Brian, speaking of Chris Haldeman, coming down into the 90 right now, if we hold on the shot for just a moment, we're going to see the Mazda Miata, the 28 machine, the Sunoco car. Or did it go by us already? Here he comes. There he is, right there, the blue and yellow Mazda. Chris Haldeman. Today's his birthday.
Oh, happy birthday.
I want to wish. It's apparently his 3rd 50th birthday. No, actually, I think it's his 50th, and so wanted to wish him a happy birthday. He's done a lot of work. I know he and the team were working on Stephanie Anderson's B-Spec car all night last night, and today's the day for him to rest and relax, I guess. behind the wheel of that car. And I believe that is the Global MX-5 Cup car that he's been racing in the Pro Series this year as well. Currently in line for last step on the podium in E-Production.
Yeah. Coming up into the final laps of this race, and the positions for most of our classes now pretty much settled in here. Not a lot of class battles left on the racetrack here. Your top three in E-Production: John Hainsworth, then Anthony Parker, then Chris Haldeman. We're just talking about Chris. Then in F-Production, you got Mason Workman, Charlie Campbell, and Fred McDonald. In H-Production, we've got Jack Bana, Vince LaManna, and Dan DeBell. That's your top three in H-Production. And then, of course, if we take a look at our B-Spec, it's Roman, Yeagle, and Conway. We've been talking about them a lot. They've been the best battle on the racetrack. Looks like Conway's caught back up to Yeagle, and they're trying to work their way back up to the back of Roman to make one last run here in the final laps.
All right, and we noticed that right behind him, we were talking about Chris Haldeman in that blue with yellow Mazda, the Global Cup car. He is trying to hold off Fred McConnell ahead. Again, McConnell, though, in F-Production, he is the trailing Miata in that group. And Brian, next time John Hainsworth, our overall leader, crosses the start-finish line, he will be working his final lap of this race, as he has now expanded his lead overall to almost 28 seconds. That over Mason Workman. Again, Workman not in the same class. Hainsworth with 43 seconds on Anthony Parker in that triumph.
All right, so a little more than one lap to go here for our B-Spec cars as well. And now we're side by side. Yeagle trying to make a move for the lead.
And Yeagle to the outside, and Conway's right there as well. Conway taking a look to the inside on his teammate, Brian, does decide to get back in line and push the orange Mini of Rich Roman back to the lead. So for the moment, the Mini Cooper with a bit of advantage over that Honda Fit. And the Honda Fit with maybe a little bit more top-end speed than the Mini. Of course, Rich Roman, he runs that coupe in the hopes that, it's maybe a little bit more aerodynamic than the standard Mini Cooper bodywork there. But interesting to see three very, very different chassis here working their way here on the final lap, fighting it out for the lead. The Mini Coupe, the only one with an independent rear suspension. Both the Honda as well as the Mazda 2 with a twist beam, torsion bar type rear suspension. But here, where you want these things as stiff as possible, really not much of a disadvantage at Watkins Glen. The Mini also with much bigger brakes. That being said, that Mazda 2, I think the lightest car of the trio, probably the best under braking here at Watkins Glen. The problem is, as we've talked about, you don't have many of those threshold braking zones. But again, very different cars that make their speed in very different ways.
As we come up on the final lap here in B-Spec, the problem for Rich Roman right now is he doesn't have that protection of his teammate behind him. Now the guy behind him, not the teammate, and Yeagle's not going to be too patient here as we come up through the last lap here. As they come out of turn 11, they're going to get the white flag here. One more lap to go.
And there's Hainsworth just ahead, who gets the white flag. Now as they make their way down the 90, going down into turn 1. And so, Brian, you'll watch, you said that Roman doesn't have his teammate there, and you're right, as Conway is now sitting right back behind Yeagle, it would be very difficult. He'd have to be able to draft past Yeagle to lock onto the rear bumper of Rich Roman like he did on the prior lap. And it worked well on the prior lap, but I think actually at the moment, both Yeagle and Conway might be a little bit too far back to do anything going into the bus stop. This is the biggest advantage that Rich Roman has had probably this entire day. But maybe the one thing to note, Brian, is they are all three coming up on Eric Vickerman's MG Midget ahead. And Vickerman's had those motor issues all weekend long. And they may get the Vickerman down in the boot, which could create a problem. But there, Brian, I was very wrong.
You were. Eric Yeagle has made his way around Roman, now coming through the carousel here. Now Yeagle's got himself a bit of a lead. Now don't be too far out front though, because now the teammates are together with Roman and Conway, and they could start to hook up and just go right past Yeagle here at the end. And look at Roman right on the back bumper of Eric Yeagle with about 4 corners to go.
So Yeagle now rightly getting very defensive, and here at the toe of the boot where it is a big climb uphill, Brian, unfortunately you don't see it with this camera, but making Rich Roman go all the way around the outside uphill, it becomes very difficult to make a pass and even set yourself up for when they come down to the heel of the boot, which is a slight downhill. And let's take a look. Who is your lead car? Roman sweeps around the outside, Brian. What a move by the mini driver, and he gets the pass done before they come up the hill to turn 9.
Yep, but Yeagle's right there, right behind him. You're going to see him there. Yeagle might have one more shot here, but this is not an easy place to make a pass. He will try to do it one more time going into turn 11 if he can. He's right there on the rear bumper. Let's see if he pops out to try to make the move. There's that slower car kind of in the way there as they come through, but they're able to get around. It's going to be a drag race to the checkered flag. Both checkers in the air. Who's it going to be at the line? Is it going to be Yeagle or is it going to be Roman side by side, or not side by side at all, actually? Roman with a 4-car length lead to the finish.
All right, so there you go. In B-Spec, Rich Roman takes the win over Eric Yeagle. Dan Conway will come home in 3rd. Stuart Black will finish just off the podium in 4th. In E-Production, John Hainsworth, easy run to the win over Anthony Parker, with Chris Haldeman. He sets his fastest lap on the last lap, will take the bronze, with Camden Jones in his Global MX-5 Cup car finishing in 4th. In F Production, Mason Workman with 7.5 seconds over Charlie Campbell. Fred McConnell will come home in 3rd. James Gregorius in his Mazda RX-7, the X GT Light car, will come home just off the podium in 4th. And then in H Production, Jack Bana, pretty easy run to the checkered flag for the Volkswagen driver. The number 7 Cabriolet takes the win, with Vince LaManna in his Volkswagen Rabbit finishing 2nd. Eric Vickerman in the MG Midget will finish in 3rd. Dan DeBell, Volvo, retired after lap number 7. So finishes 4 laps down, and then Tom Broering continues to have issues with his Toyota, only completes 3 laps.
Hit like and subscribe here if you're enjoying our coverage. We really appreciate that. That helps with the algorithm, so please do that. And we've got one more race to go. Got several more races to go. Let's take a call to grid, and then we'll take a short break.
Well, hopefully, Brian, they're already there because they've already given the 5-minute warning, but let's hit the chimes anyhow. Attention in the paddock, final call for Race Group 4, Spec Racer 4 Gen 3. Please head to the grid. Race Group 4, this is your final call to the grid. And so, Brian, what we're going to do is we're going to take a quick break, and it's going to be a quick break. We'll be back with more racing action here from Watkins Glen International, where you're watching the 2025 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. Please stay with us.
My customer experience with Mazda has been absolutely fantastic.
I'm probably not the richest person out here, and they're extremely reasonably priced, and you can buy parts easily, and it's a class that fits both what I want from a racing standpoint and what I can afford.
We got into Mazdas largely just because it's a fantastic platform, and Mazda Motorsports has some of the best support for the grassroots racer in parts and technical advice and everything else, so they make it easy for us to run these cars.
We're back live at Watkins Glen for the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour Group 4 race about to get underway. Spec Racer Ford 3. Gregg Ginsberg is my buddy here this weekend, and he's got our starting lineups.
Yeah, just for this weekend. All right. Starting on pole today, Brian, in the Consonas Healthcare Spec Racer Ford from Tigard, Oregon. Qualifying time at 2:05.022. It's Caleb Schrader. Starting to his left on the outside of row number 1 in the flat-out racing machine from Olympia, California, Caleb Schrader's teammate, multi-time national champion John Black. Russ Turner, our defending Spec Racer Ford Gen 3 national champion, driving the number 23 PCS car out of Montpelier, Virginia, will start on the inside of row number 2 with his Lightspeed Motorsports teammate Denny Stripling out of McKinney, Texas, starting in 4th. Then we got Sandy Satullo III out of Hillsborough Beach, Florida, driving the Crown Eagle racing machine, starting in 5th, with Morgan Burkhardt in the Doggone Racing Apple Motorsports 02 machine, starting in 6th. Then we got James Goffrey. James is going to be starting 7th today. He is in the Motion Dynamics machine. He's out of Jupiter, Florida, with Michael Odell scheduled to start 7th. We'll see if Michael makes it out in the Page Construction TL financing machine. He was involved in that pretty big wreck during qualifying. Bobby Sack driving the number 19 car. It's the Further Motorsports machine out of Bloomfield Hills, Michigan, scheduled to start 9th, with Gianclaudio Angelini out of New Haven, Connecticut, starting in 10th. Mac Harrison's out of Washington, D.C. He will start 11th, with Jeff Lehner in the Johnstown Auto Parts machine out of Gloversville, New York, starting in 12th. Bruce Myers is in the double clutch Smart Hip machine out of Greenland, New Hampshire. We all need smart hips, by the way. He is Bruce Myers, with Michael Perotti starting in 14th position. He's in the Perotti Fitness machine. He's out of Yorktown Heights, New York. Then Darien, Connecticut's Craig Chase driving the number 42 Spec Racer Ford Gen 3, starts 15th. Dexter Suba in the number 89 Alliance Autosport machine, starting 16th. Tom Burt, out of Shoreline, Washington, will start 17th today in the number 45 car, with Thomas Riley in the Track Consulting machine. That's the number 11 car, starting 18th. On the inside of row number 9, we've got Ben Jacobs in the Jacobs Design Homes JDH entry out of Oshkosh, Wisconsin. And then starting 20th, driving the number 38 Performance Orthopedics machine from Wall, New Jersey, David Dickerson. Starting 21st is Jeff Valentino out of Cortland Manor, New York, with Andre Pera starting 22nd. He is driving the Senva Sensors machine out of Government Camp, Oregon. Then starting 23rd, it's Greg Miller in the Subway Further Racing machine, and he is driving the 04 car. Sean DeCole's in the 56 machine. That's the Comfort Motorsports entry, and he will start 24th. Ethan Bentnick Smith out of Duxbury, Massachusetts, will start 25th today, with Russell King in the SRG Autosport Joe Pelican, Spec Racer Ford Gen 3, starting 26th. Starting 27th is Scott Ross in the Alliance Autosport entry. He's from Nashville, Tennessee, with Chris Plutus in the number 88 machine. He's out of Lansing, New York. Starting 29th, driving the number 47 Motion Dynamics Ford is Kenneth Riley. And rounding out your top 30 today, driving the number 94 Euro Tire Spec Racer Ford Gen 3, it's Mike Fino.
All right, got a couple quarters to go before we get the hopefully green flag going here. Michael Odell had a big wreck in qualifying. He is out this time. Apparently, according to Timothy Odell, Alliance Autosport did a great job getting that car back together so he could take the green flag here. So good on them for that. Here they come 2 by 2 onto the front straight as they're going to barrel down for hopefully a green flag here as we get started here for Spec Racer Ford 3.
Yeah, that is great to hear, Mo Goose. Mother Goose is out for this race, Brian, as they come to the line, and over to you for the start.
Green flag in the air, side by side as they come across the line for the first time, heading down towards turn 1 here now. 3 wide there for second place, third place.
And Brian, Caleb Schrader, great defensive move there in that green number 99 machine. Holds off his teammate John Black. But as Black runs wide going through turn 1, Russ Turner, the blue number 23 machine, great move there from the inside line, and he's got Denny Stripling, his teammate, in the that I'd call it like bronze-ish number 4 machine, pushing him along so far that Russ Turner's been pushed now to the lead, and he's got the inside line if he chooses to keep it as they go down into the bus stop. And so Russ Turner and his teammate Denny Stripling both get around the pole sitter. That drops Caleb Schrader back to 3rd.
Caleb Stripling, spinning car right there on the inside as they go to the outer loop here. Yellow flag waving there, trying to let people know that car is there and they can avoid it. Looks like everyone's getting through just fine.
And Brian, that was the 38 of David Dickerson that went around. Sounds like he did avoid the wall there, and he has been able to rejoin.
Yeah, good place. If you're going to spin, that's the place you want to end up while the other cars are naturally going to the outside there as they come out of the chicane. No issues for him as he gets to get back on the racetrack. And there he is, that lonely spot all the way at the back.
Well, better the lonely spot than backed up against something else blue with a bunch of metal bars running across. So good on him for getting the recovery there, as our leaders now and the rest of the field making their way. Look at this huge snake. And we only read the top 30. I think we left out Mark Wendling, Andrea King, and Mark Silverberg. 33 starters here today, and pretty much all of them nose to tail to complete our very first lap.
They're going to come now across the line here for the first time under race conditions here with 23 minutes to go. They come across the line for the first time. You've got Charles Turner, Russ Turner, Caleb Schrader, Denny Stripling, Caleb Schrader. Sandy Satullo is in 4th. Bobby Sack up to 5th, and Morgan Burkhart is in 6th.
All right, well, Brian, as you were reading that, Caleb Schrader not content with 3rd position. He jumped to the inside, tried to make a move on Denny Stripling coming into the 90, and I say tried. He hasn't completed it yet. He's coming up through the S's, and much like Schrader got hung out to dry on the opening lap, well, so did Denny Stripling this time by. And Caleb Schrader moves up to 2nd. Sandy Satullo in the white 07 machine slots in right behind him. And I believe Bobby Sack managed to sneak by as well. Moves Stripling now back into 5th position. He's got Morgan Burkhart and John Black, who started this race on the outside of the front row, back behind. John Black currently sitting back in 7th position.
Yeah, Black certainly cycled backwards here on the opening laps here. And that's not good news for him. So Turner, Stripling now cycled back, like you said. Lots of action here in the top 10 here early on in Spec Racer Ford. The rest of the field kind of settling into their single file order as they try to work their way through the first third of this race. 25 minutes are these races today. A little longer tomorrow. Nice orderly move through turn 8 from the front of the field. No issues there. Like a snake of Spec Racer Fords as they go up through turn 9.
It's like my old Nokia phone.
Okay.
For those of you who had cell phones in the late 90s and early 2000s.
Yeah. I was a BlackBerry guy.
I'm sorry.
I know.
As a former employee of that company,
know.
I'm sorry. All right, making a move down the inside, Brian. Caleb Schrader, who just completed the fastest lap, uses that draft to work past Russ Turner. So move the 23 car back to 2nd. Sandy Satullo, though, not willing to go along with Caleb Schrader. He now slots into 3rd. In that white with red striped 07 machine. Bobby Sack just behind him, along with, and I don't know if this is where he wants to be, Denny Stripling back in 5th. Morgan Burkhart right behind.
And Russ Turner now gets right up under the rear cowling of that Spec Racer Ford 3 of Caleb Schrader as they come down towards the bus stop. But then Schrader pulls out just a little bit as they go into the chicane.
And Sack gets a bunch of dirt on the inside of the 4th curb. The exit of the bus stop slows him down a little bit there. You see he runs a little bit off the pace, maybe loses a full car length as he's got Stripling and Burkhart directly behind. And Sack's car starting to look very loose, Brian.
Yeah.
As he came through the chute here over at turn 6, rear end of that car walked out on him just a bit. And I'm sure at this point, both Denny Stripling and Morgan Burkhardt are looking for opportunities maybe to sneak by, and a great opportunity likely will be turn number 1, the 90, especially if they see even just a little bit of a bobble from Sack where that rear end doesn't want to stay underneath him.
Yeah, but just like that, Stripling and Burkhardt have gotten around the 19 car of Bobby Sack. Bobby Sack certainly looked like he was holding up that whole group of cars behind him. So now you've got Stripling and Burkhardt ahead, and then you've got Sack with John Black right behind him. Now those two cars, the Black and Goffrey, Odell, Harrison, they're all going to want to try to get around Bobby Sack as quick as possible. If Sack is having handling problems, they come onto the front straight here with Caleb Schrader leading the leaders down to the line one more time. Yeah, Stripling and Burkhardt had to get around Sack. If they didn't, they would probably risk losing contact with those front 3 cars. As it is, they're far enough back where they really got to work together now, or else that front 3 group's going to just start to pull away and check out.
Attention in the paddock. Attention the paddock with Scott McAllister. Please see the race director in impound. Again, Scott McAllister, driver of, an impound. Scott McAllister, please see the race director in impound.
18 minutes to go here. Look at the gap already between 3rd place and 4th place there, Greg. And they need to bring that gap down, or else Schrader, Turner, and Satullo. And Satullo's is trying really hard to hang on to Turner and Schrader. And that could be the wild card here. If he can't hang on, he could bring the cars behind him right back up in.
Yeah, and Brian, interesting to note here, Morgan Burkhardt in the red with black 02 machine, he's gotten around Denny Stripling. I think Burkhardt might have recognized pretty early on that maybe Stripling did not have the pace and wanted to, as you said, it was important to get up to that lead pack as quickly as possible. And, with this only being a 25-lap race, and I think, Burkhardt pulled the trigger very, very early here, and we'll see if Stripling, who's got Bobby Sack behind him, can hold on to the 02 car. For the moment, Stripling has managed to lock back onto the back of the 02, and they've left the 19 of Sack a couple car lengths behind as our leaders now coming through turn 9.
Yep, and then you've got Bobby Sacks pulled right back up now. He's right underneath of Stripling, so that group from 4th on back is starting to work together a little bit, which is good news for them as they try to come forward, although Burkhardt pulling away another car length or 2 ahead of Stripling. It's going to be hard, Greg, for any single car to bridge the gap to 3rd place right now without help.
And Stripling now, Brian, both Stripling and Sack draft past Morgan Burkhardt on the front straight. And so drop Burkhardt now back into 6th position. And all the while, that top trio of Schrader, Russ Turner, and Satullo continue to open up an advantage. I think that advantage is somewhere, it's looking like around 7 car lengths or so. And I think we're getting to the point where that second group has really fallen out of the draft. Not only that, Sandy Satullo, as he ran up the S's, was not he had been maybe a car length back from Turner and Schrader, and as they came up through the S's, Schrader and Turner just walked away from the 07 car. I think it's going to be very difficult for that 07 to get back into that lead group unless Denny Stripling, Bobby Sack, and now John Black are able to draft up. And so the question is, what has happened to Morgan Burkhardt? Burkhardt definitely off the pace now as he has fallen back from that group ahead.
Coming up at 15 minutes to go here on this race. Those 2 front cars, Schrader and Turner, they've done exactly what they were hoping to do and basically checking out now. Satullo's lost that front draft, and if he's not careful, the 3rd 4th, 5th, and 6th place cars are going to be right there, and they're going to be able to vie for that last spot on the podium. Definitely looks like Satulo's not handling nearly as well as the front group, and that second group from 4th on back is starting to reel him in.
And getting word over at the bus stop, little coming together between J. Mark Wendling and Mike Fino, the number 3 in the 94 machine. Fino moving up, gaining a position there after the contact. The question becomes, and I keep looking to see where and what has happened to Morgan Burkhardt, and that is the 02 machine right there. And, you know, Brian, the car wiggling around a little bit under braking, and I think that's just as the rear end gets unloaded, but Burkhardt losing a number of positions that time by. Mark him down in 11th position now.
The 2 cars out front, Schrader, Turner. Then that is the green car of Schrader, and then Turner right behind him. The white car, the next one in line, is Sandy Satulo, followed by Denny Stripling, Bobby Sack. John Black is the blue car. Then right behind John Black, James Goffrey, Michael Odell, Mac Harrison, Giancarlo Angelini. Morgan Burkhardt's dropped back to 11th position now in this race. Going 12th through 15th, Bruce Myers, Jeffrey Lerner, Craig Chase, and Michael I can't read it. Periotti.
Yeah, and so a couple things there, Brian. I believe that Giancarlo Angelini's actually gotten around Mac Harrison. They were side by side right behind Michael Odell going into the bus stop, and looked as though Angelini in the orange and black number 6 managed to get the best of Harrison. Also, we're getting word that a couple laps ago, Burkhardt may have tapped the wall driver's left coming out of the final corner onto the front straight. So might have done a disservice to his left rear alignment with that car.
Taking a look at oh, go ahead.
Yeah,
Greg.
here comes Burkhardt right now as we take a look at the left rear. Let's watch him when he comes around the corner. And yeah, you can see that the left rear is towed out considerably there after impacting the wall. Yeah, so the car, one, not tracking straight, but also would be scrubbing a lot of speed from that rear tire. Makes it turn in really well for right-hand corners, like turn 1 over here. Problem is every time he has to turn left, the car not going to want to do it.
Yeah. That battle for 4th place right now or 3rd place is heating up now. Satulo has been reeled in by that group of 5 cars behind him, and it is going to be quite the battle now for that final spot on the podium. And then we'll still be keeping an eye on the front duo of Turner and Schrader to see when Turner may decide that he wants to get racy here as we get to 11.5 to go. Let's do this, Greg. Let's do a call to grid and take our break. When we come back, we'll have this battle all the way to the finish line.
Attention in the paddock. Spec MX-5 and Touring 3 racers, please head to the grid. Your race is next. Race Group 5, please start heading to the grid. And we'll take a quick break. We'll be back here with more racing action from Watkins Glen in just a moment.
For more than 30 years, championship-winning drivers have demanded the Hawk Performance braking advantage. Now you can experience that same advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or CUV with Hawk Performance street products. With brake pads, rotors, and fluids that deliver smooth braking for muscle cars and tuners, Super Duty solutions for tow vehicles, custom-engineered motorsports friction designed specifically for road racing, autocross, drag, and everything in between, Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com to learn more. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
Tire Rack was established over 40 years ago by an SCCA member with a passion to find the right tires, wheels, and now brakes and suspension products for racers and enthusiasts on both street and track. As official tire retailer of the SCCA since 1995 and sponsored the Runoffs Pole Award, along with the National Solo Program, National Time Trials Program, and Track Night America, Tire Rack is proud to support the SCCA and its members as they go have fun with cars.
For more than 100 years, Sunoco, SCCA's official fuel partner since 2001, has been fueling victories on and off the track. which is why Sunoco is trusted to fuel over 50 series of racing, driving, and winning, including the SCCA National Championship runoffs, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, and NASCAR. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRaceFuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of this year's Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. As the world's largest race tire manufacturer, Hoosier has been at the forefront of motorsports innovation for more than 65 years. From local tracks to the global stage, Hoosier is dedicated to delivering high-performance tires that meet the demands of champions. Whether you're a seasoned competitor or an aspiring racer, Hoosier tires are engineered to help you push the limits. For more information, visit us online at HoosierTire.com or visit us trackside, and remember to connect with us on social media.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining the Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, organize, officiate, have fun with cars, or meet 65,000 enthusiast friends, SCCA offers plenty to feed your motorsports obsession. Ask someone trackside about how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
It's the 2025 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, the premier amateur road racing series bringing together top SCCA road racers from across the country. The Hoosier Super Tour visits some of the greatest tracks in North America, showcasing each of our 23 car classes. From production to GT cars, prototypes to Formula cars, the Hoosier SCCA Super Tour packs a ton of wheel-to-wheel racing action into every event.
Back here live at Watkins Glen, we're under a full course yellow, and Greg, I'll have to admit, during the break, I stepped away. Why are we under a full course yellow?
Okay, let me tell you, Brian, because we almost had a bigger wreck over at turn 9.
Well, that's true.
Tom Burt, driver of the number 45 machine, he is out of Shoreline, Washington. Went off at the toe of the boot, turn number 7, impacted the wall over there, and then rolled back onto the race course. Now, yeah, maybe not roll. Well, he slid back onto the race course. Roll has the wrong connotation right now. Meanwhile, that is what precipitated the full course caution.
Got it.
And of course, all of our racers now behind the safety car, although for a moment our leaders almost ended up ahead of our safety car.
Yeah.
And we'll as soon as we get an update, we will let you know here, as we've got about 6.5 minutes, 6 3/4 minutes remaining. Let me take this time real quick, Brian, to make another call to the grid.
Perfect.
As you all contemplate the weather that we may have coming in, because it's no longer just green grass ahead of us. Attention in the paddock, second call to the grid for SMX and Touring 3, Spec MX5, Touring 3 racers, race group 5, please head to the grid. So yeah, Brian, it's starting to look, well, you know, the clouds directly in front of me on the front straight here are still, they're nice and puffy and white, and
right.
We're seeing some sun on the portion of the course where our racers are right now on that short chute coming out of the S's going to the inner loop. Behind me, however, it looks like the oncoming of Armageddon. Not gonna lie.
Okay.
Brendan says no, it's not that bad.
Well, I got to tell you, with 5.5 to go, if this goes back to green, folks, I would tighten your belts, pull up your knickers. It's going to be
that. By the way, that's the second time Brian has suggested that we pull up our knickers, and they're already at my. They're already above my waistline. We'll put it that way.
It's going to be crazy with what this has got. All these cars now bunched back up. Let's see how many we've got. 1, 2. We've got a bunch of national champions in the top 10, and they all want to win this race.
Indeed.
And then you got Caleb Schrader, who I don't think has won a Super Tour yet, has he?
Yes, he has.
Okay.
Not at Watkins Glen, but yes,
right.
Caleb has won both in FE2 and I believe Spec Racer
Oh,
Ford
yes. I'm for
3 as well.
Portland and Buttonwillow. That's right.
Yeah,
Never mind.
exactly. Russ Turner, though, our defending national champion. Of course, he is sitting second currently. Sandy Satullo directly behind. Bobby Sack, two-time national champion, sitting back in fourth. Denny Stripling fifth. Jim Goffrey running in sixth. And I believe Goffrey is a national champion in the Touring 3 class, not in Spec Racer Ford. John Black, of course, Spec Racer Ford, as well as Spec Racer Ford Gen 3, and also a touring car champion. And Michael Odell there holding steady in 8th position. I think, as we had the folks in the chat say that the Comprint folks, put in a hell of a job, and I have to say they put in a hell of a job getting that car back together. Well, and that's because the incident is just past this section here, Brian, so they're all slowing down. I'm sure we've got, and unfortunately, obviously just out of our view, but we've got the emergency services teams there working to get that car removed. So a little bit of an accordion as they go through there.
All right, well, with 3:36 to go, if there's still that much emergency services down there in turn 7, I got to think that there's a very good chance we are not going to go back to green here. Because they're not going to get the green flag this time by, just doing the math in my head, which can be really dangerous.
Well, Brian, as you say that, the folks in race control have just asked the starters to display the checkered flag when the safety car brings the field onto the front straight. So that is going to wrap up Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. Caleb Schrader will take the win today. Russ Turner second. Sandy Satullo third. Of course, remember, they are all going to go at it again tomorrow.
Right.
And they're going to be on track at approximately 10:20 a.m. tomorrow. A much longer race, 14 laps or 35 minutes, whichever may come first. Whereas this race was scheduled for 25 minutes. And frankly, Brian, just based on the clock, they would have at most had one more lap under the safety car. So better to end it here now.
Yep, and that gives another clear shot for those safety crews to get that scene cleared as quickly as possible, so we don't get any further behind, because I believe we're still a little bit behind schedule here as we try to work our way through towards the clock that we have to hit by the end of the day. So that's going to be our checkered flag here. So as they cross the line this time by, let me pull my timing and scoring grid back up. Your podium is going to be Caleb Schrader, Russ Turner, Sandy Satullo, 4th through 10th, Bobby Sack, Denny Stripling, James Goffrey, John Black, Michael Odell, Mac Harrison, and Gianclaudio Angelini. Morgan Burkhart rounds it out in 11th. So that's how they're going to finish here, Greg. All right, let's do one more call to grid.
Okay, we'll take care of that. Attention in the paddock, final call for Race Group 5, Spec MX5 and T3. Please head to the grid. Race Group 5, this is your final call to the grid. So, Ryan, let's take that break. We'll be back here in just a few minutes. 3 more races this afternoon here from Watkins Glen. Stay with us.
Joshua Smith, Business Development Manager for Mazda Motorsports. We're happy to be supporting the SCCA and Mazda racers here. So our team support program offers a couple of tiers of support, part support, technical support. All of this is done through our MazdaMotorsports.com parts store website. It's basically like signing up for an Amazon account. Simple information, prove that you're a racer. It gets you access to our 800 hotline that you can call and speak to one of our parts representatives 5 days a week.
So what is the Tire Rack SCCA Time Attack Challenge? It's Time Attack at its best. It's fast, it's fun, it puts you in the driver's seat at some of the best racetracks across the country. So you might be wondering, can I do time attack? Short answer, absolutely. On any given weekend, you'll find everything from a novice driver in their street car to a seasoned racing professional in a mean machine like one of these, both out here to have an amazing time chasing their fastest lap. Now I know what you're saying. John, my car's not ready for this. I don't have a time attack car. Well, the beautiful thing is, you do. We have classes such as Sport, where it takes hand tools to bolt on some minor modifications, to Tuner, where you get to do some adjustability with coilovers and add a little bit of power. Then Max, you take that, add wings, more power for pure awesomeness, and then you get to Unlimited, which is, well, unlimited. So what's a time attack challenge weekend look like? Well, that's up to you. Whether you're here to get a new personal best, maybe get on the podium, or maybe your goal is that new lap record. Either way, you're going to get 2 days on track where you can chase your fastest lap. And then we're going to take a fast lap from each day, put them together, and that's your result for the overall weekend.
It's a great event. It's a great track. It's our second year here. We will definitely be back next year. We're from Dallas. It's a long drive to get here, but it's worth it. This place is great.
Dude, the event's awesome. These guys are so nice. And then on top of that, like, everybody wants to help everybody. Everybody wants to see everybody improve, and it's just such a, like, the whole time you're here, you feel really good, you know. People are really nice, so I love it.
If you want to go the time trial route and put a clock on the car, everybody that's your competitor is also your best friend. You'll meet a new family here.
Sound like a good time to you? I know it sounds like a good time to me. So come join us. You'll find more information at timetrials.scca.com.
Ready to Watkins Glen International, the 2025 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. Next up, well, it's right there on the screen for you. It's Spec MX5 and Touring 3. And once again, we have a split start. Our Touring 3 cars will start behind this first beautiful Toyota Camry pace car. And then our SMX drivers will start behind the other Toyota Camry pace car. Maybe it's not as beautiful, maybe it is, I don't know, but they're going to come over the crest of the hill here in just a moment. Let's run down the starting order. Starting on pole in Touring 3 with a qualifying time at 207.251 in the Phoenix Hawk Hoosier Ford Mustang, it's Marshall Mast. Scotty B. White in the Night Transport Goodyear Ford Mustang will start on the outside of the front row next to Marshall. Then on row number 2, it's Daniel Moen. He's driving the number 73 Krug-Speed SCDA Ford Mustang. He'll start alongside Philip DePippo. Philip's driving the number 94 DePippo Law Firm Ford Mustang. Starting on the inside of row number 3, in 5th position, driving the number 87 Alien Force Racing Carbotech Nissan 350Z. From Middletown, Delaware, it's Ben Schlechter with Randy Johnson starting in 6th. He's driving the number 10 Got CDL Extreme CMT Goodyear Ford Mustang. Then we've got Andrea King, who just got the ride on the back of the scooter from the grid, or probably from impound to the grid, from her Spec Racer Ford to her SRG Auto Sport BMW 330 CI, and she starts 7th. Dina Weisberg in the Redcom Berg Racing BMW 330 CI will start in 8th position, with Ed Karabek starting in 9th. Ed is out of Scarborough, Maine. Then we got Camden Jones starting in 10th today. He's in the Velocity Mazda Sparco Global MX5 Cup cars from Tyler, Texas. And rounding out the 11-car Touring 3 field is Alejandro Gutierrez driving the number 68 MX5 Global Cup car. Now let's move over to Spec MX5, where Ethan Jacobs is our pole sitter. He's in the Jacobs Design Homes JDH Racing Mazda, and he's from Oshkosh, Wisconsin. Cam Eben will start on the outside of row number 1. He is in the number 55 Ready Set Sim PSG Enterprises machine, and he is from Appleton, Wisconsin. Skylar Cottrell will start in 3rd position today. He's driving the number 9 Century Body and Paint machine with Ethan Barker alongside. Ethan is in the number 28 Toyo Mazda Sabre machine. Frankie Barroso making another appearance here today after his great run in Spec Miata. He's going to start in 5th position. He drives the number 48 Mazda with Wes Duchek starting alongside him. He's in the Duchek Motorsports machine out of Jupiter, Florida. Camden Gruber took his very first win just a few weeks ago in Spec MX5. He's in the Planet Miata RP Performance machine. He's out of Winchester, Virginia. He starts 7th. Starting in 8th is going to be Michael Tinnis. He's in the Michael Tinnis Racing machine out of East Meadow, New York. Then we've got Mateo Naranjo. He is scheduled to start 9th. He's had some mechanical issues here the last 2 sessions, but is in the TKG Motorsports Paley Motorsports machine. That's the number 1 car, with Jarrett Jones starting in 10th. Jarrett is in the Stephen K. Jones CPA Rossini Racing Engines Mazda. He's out of Atlanta, Georgia. Then we got Joey Andrews in the 111 car, and we should have some onboard video from Joey, hopefully. He's in the Mazda Motorsports machine with Mitchell Lowry starting in 12th in the TKG Motorsports entry. Brian, over to you for our Touring 3 start.
All right, race is underway. Green flag. There are those 2 Ford Mustangs up front, Mast and Scotty B. White, as they come to the first corner here. And it looks like Mast is going to take the early lead. Scotty B. will slot in behind him as they make their way through the first set of corners here. And so far, so good for our Touring 3 field here. Mustang, Nissan. That's how they're up right now as they come through the first set of corners here. Now we look for our Spec MX5 start. Green flag is in the air. Lots of fans of Skylar Cottrell in the chat, and even some Luke Pullen fans coming from the UK who have come to love this class, even though he's not here. That's always fun to see. There's Cottrell.
And Pullen, I was going to say, is one of those drivers under 18, couldn't make the ride from the UK, Brian. But look at this run out of turn 1.
Yep, there he goes. No issues there. Everyone nice and clean, side by side.
And that green number 199 machine, he gets the jump on both Cam Eben and Skylar Cottrell. Cam Eben now dropping back into 3rd position. there in with the pink number 9 slotting into second. So great run for them as they come down to the bus stop for the first time, and they're going to actually go in, with the exception of I think 2 cars, nose to tail through most of it, as we got a little bit of contact between a couple of them coming through the exit of the bus stop, Brian, and I believe that was Jarrett Jones and possibly Ryan Harrison with a little bit of contact, and they're still close quarters racing as they come through the outer loop.
I don't think any one of them lifted at all through that whole stuff as they come through. Look at that. Ethan Jacobs already with a several car length lead over Skylar Cottrell, and then right behind him is Eben and Barker. So they're going to try to catch back up to Ethan Jacobs here.
And my mistake there, that was the 48 of Barroso along with Wes Duchak, who got together there coming through the bus stop just ahead of Camden Gruber and Mike Tinnis as we're back on board. This is the 111 car. This is Joey Andrew in the Advanced Auto Sports machine, Brian, as they head down towards the heel of the boot.
There's a nice little right-hander here, and now they will make it up. There's a left-hander here. Uphill, you do right, Greg, you don't notice it until you see this camera. There's a little pull up the hill here as they come through turn 9 and then down towards turn 10. They've all sorted themselves out mostly nose to tail now.
And, you know, I keep saying, Brian, I think turn 9 there, that off-camera corner is probably the toughest here at Watkins Glen. Right. It's uphill. It flattens out just before the apex. But, you know, much like every other corner here, you kind of have to be in the groove in order to get through that turn successfully. And you have to turn in much, much later than you would normally think necessary there. But all those drivers made it through successfully. Should mention Philip DePippo now on the pit lane in the green number 94 Ford Mustang, one of our Touring 3 drivers, and the crew has the hood up on the car, so something definitely having some problems there. Also, Alejandro Gutierrez, who is scheduled to start 11th in Touring 3, did not take the green.
All right, everybody in Spec MX-5 has sorted themselves out. They're now single file as they come through here, and that is Skylar Cottrell up front. And I believe that is Ethan Jacobs has dropped back to 3rd place. Lots of dust now. Someone going significantly off on the inside there at the exit of the lower loop there.
And now Cottrell, he gets hung out to dry. And we're getting word that driver that we had go off, that was Ryan Harrison in the number 12 car as he came through the bus stop. Cam Eben is in that white number 55. And Brian, you were talking about the driver at the June Sprints who might have passed a number of cars on the pace lap. That was actually Cam Eben, who finished up 2nd overall. It's his home track, and I think also has the track record at Road America. And, you know, he's definitely looking for a little redemption here this weekend.
Yeah, no question. Looking for a good run here. That little action up front, Greg, has allowed the 4th place car to come back into the discussion here. And the 5th place car is not too far back either now. So now we have what's essentially going to be a 4-car battle. And if they're not careful, that 5th place car will also start to make their way back up there.
Yeah, and so, Brian, if you take a look at the national point standings in SMX right now, I think there's a lot up for grabs here this last weekend. In the Super Tour points, Ethan Lampy, who shares the points lead with Matt Novak at 150 points. Neither racer here this weekend. Ethan Jacobs currently sits 3rd in the championship with 134 points. So, of course, he's looking for the best finish possible. Camden Gruber currently sitting 4th in the point standings. He is, of course, here racing, and he is currently now sitting 4th in line in that group of SMX cars with Logan Stretch not being here. Cam Eben is the next car in that championship as Jacobs runs very, very wide on the exit of the bus stop, takes up a lot of that dirt there, and that allows Cottrell to sneak through, and Frankie Barroso, I believe, now running in 2nd in the number 48 machine.
Yep, Cottrell back to the point here through turn 6. Look at those cars. If they get a little further out going through 6, they get into some of that dirty asphalt. They start to do a little bit of a drift through there, but they're able to keep it together.
A little bit of a drift. Ethan Barker was that was like that was Formula Drift stuff right there, Brian, as he came through turn 6, rear end of the car hanging out, just but that happens at Watkins Glen. If you get out of the groove on these very heavily cambered corners, the car just will move away and lift out and lift out and lift out. And interesting to note here, if you do get far out of those grooves, there were some comments by some drivers here earlier this week that because IMSA was here a week ago,
right, and
of course most every IMSA class is racing on Michelin tires, there seems to be a pretty big not only disconnect, but incompatibility, I think we'll say, between the rubber of the Michelins and the Hoosiers and the Goodyears that a lot of the classes that are racing with us this weekend are running. And it affected some of the folks, certainly in practice on Thursday and then on Friday morning. But I think if you get very far offline here, you're going to run into that same issue, that you don't have a lot of that Hoosier and Goodyear rubber down on the track, and you don't have a lot of grip, and that's exactly what Ethan Barker there in that 28 machine experienced.
Yep, Frankie Barroso now to the point here. Skylar Cottrell pops into second place, and there is Ethan Jacobs trying to come back around to fight on the inside in the green car. Those 4-car battle up front. If those guys keep racing side by side, look out. 5th and 6th place will be right there before you know it as well. So sort themselves out just before they get to the bus stop. 16, just under 17 minutes to go in this race. Taking a look at our other race group out there, our T3 cars, Marshall Mast. He has opened up a almost 7-second lead on Scotty V. White in T3, and then another 3 seconds back to Daniel Moen, your third place car in Touring 3. Those are 3 Mustangs. First car not a Mustang in T3. That's Ben Schlechter in that Nissan 350Z. So that's how they stack up at the top 4 in T3 right now. None of those cars really battling real strong for position there.
Yeah, as you were saying, so Scotty B about 10 seconds back from our leader, Marshall Mast. Moen 3 seconds back from there, Ben Schlechter, as he's coming out of the final corner and comes across the line 13 seconds back from Moen. But I'll tell you, a good fight, right out of the Spec Racer Ford and into her BMW 330 Ci, Andrea King, who is now running in 5th position. There they are, right behind Schlechter. And that last time through, Andrea King picking up a couple tenths on Schlechter. So we'll watch here and see if she can close things down. Off in the distance there, that is Dina Weisberg, also in a BMW 330 Ci. This her home track. She's out of Webster, New York. We've talked about her husband, John, here in a couple races so far and a couple qualifying sessions so far here today.
Would have been fun to have a little camera running from the Spec Racer Ford to the T3 car with Andrea King. We had a scooter was involved, and and it would have been a pretty fun trip to watch during the break there. We were watching it all kind of unfold there. Here comes your Spec MX-5 crew. Ethan Jacobs back to the point in Spec MX-5. Frankie Barroso in second. Skylar Cottrell now hanging on to third place. And as I was saying, all that battling, and look who's there now in 4th and 5th. 5th and 6th. Ethan Barker and Wes Duchek have come up and are now almost to the point where they can make this a 6-car battle. The Spec MX-5 now in its, I guess it's the second full year as a runoffs national class.
Yes.
Really well subscribed. Lots of cars at every race weekend, and while there are lots of youngsters in this class, usually give us a learning platform. They've really done some amazingly clean racing this year, and most of last year as well.
Yeah, I guess I can say this, Brian, having watched Spec MX-5 in its prior iteration, I guess right before it went to before it came to national class, when it was known as Spec MX-5 Challenge. I mean, it was already a launching board for a lot of younger drivers who maybe even bypassed Spec Miata, but it was very much the wild, wild west, I think, as they were running a lot of regional races across not only SCCA, but some other race organizations as well. And the one, I think the one thing that the class administrators have done in the last 2 years is really calm a lot of the younger drivers down and help instill some racecraft. And this class has what is known as a class administrator, typically a very accomplished racer, Gregg Ginsberg, who is at each and every race weekend, and he's there to counsel, not necessarily coach drivers, but certainly counsel drivers. And when there are errors in judgment on track, to help make sure that they understand what they need to do as far as improving their racecraft the next time they're on track. And I think it's gone extremely well.
Yep. Don't want to give Gregg and me too much credit because his head will get big, but he is the class administrator, and yeah, having that voice of reason, who's not really an official, but also kind of overseeing. He's almost like the Papa Bear of this class, and doing a great job with these guys.
All right, Brian. So as we're just about halfway through this SMX and T3 race, let's make a call to the grid for the next group, and we'll take a quick little break. Attention in the paddock, race group 6, GT1, GT2, American Sedan, T1 and T2. Please head to the grid. Race group 6, GT1, GT2, American Sedan, Touring 1 and Touring 2 racers. Please start heading to the grid. Back here with more racing action in just a few moments from Watkins Glen. Stay with us.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of this year's Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. As the world's largest race tire manufacturer, Hoosier has been at the forefront of motorsports innovation for more than 65 years. From local tracks to the global stage, Hoosier is dedicated to delivering high-performance tires that meet the demands of champions. Whether you're a seasoned competitor or an aspiring racer, Hoosier tires are engineered to help you push the limits. For more information, visit us online at HoosierTire.com or visit us trackside, and remember to connect with us on social media.
Mazda Vineyards is the exclusive sparkling wine for podium celebrations at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, SCCA Runoffs, and Tire Rack SCCA Pro Solo. Celebrate your racing weekend with Mazda Vineyards and learn more at enjoymazda.com.
Tire Rack was established over 40 years ago by an SCCA member with a passion to find the right tires, wheels, and now brakes and suspension products for racers and enthusiasts on both street and track. As official tire retailer of SCCA since 1995 and sponsor of the Runoffs Pole Award, along with the National Solo Program, National Time Trial Program, and Track Night in America, Tire Rack is proud to support the SCCA and its members as they go have fun with cars.
Ready for a new race trailer? Bravo Trailers is the exclusive partner of the SCCA. Owned by longtime SCCA racers, Bravo Trailers work better, load easier, and tow better because they build them with the racers in mind. Visit bravotrailers.com to see your new trailer in aluminum or steel.
Summit Racing is a proud partner of the SCCA and its nearly 70,000 members. Get more bang for your buck at summitracing.com. Choose from millions of in-stock parts from over 1,500 name brands. Parts for racing, street performance, trucks, plus tools, accessories, and more. Shop anytime, anywhere with the Summit Racing app.
Did you know SCCA members can save $20 on every track night they sign up for? That's right. Track Night America, driven by Tire Rack, now hosting 150 events at more than 30 tracks across the country, is the easiest and most affordable way to get you and your friends on track in street cars all year long. Visit tracknightinamerica.com to learn more and get yourself on track.
Hagerty is the official and exclusive insurance partner for SCCA. Hagerty provides affordable off-track insurance protection for motorsports vehicles while in the paddock, in transit, in storage, and at the shop. They provide guaranteed value coverage and even have protection for your trailers. SCCA members can save 5% on insurance through Hagerty. Hagerty, let's drive together. Learn more at Hagerty.com.
Welcome back to Watkins Glen International, the 2025 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. It's Spec MX5 and it's Touring 3. And what a move by Cam Eben to take the lead going into lap number 8. He gets around Ethan Jacobs and Frankie Barroso. Had a heck of a run coming up through the toe of the boot, carried it all the way down the sole of the boot and into turn number 8. And so that white 55 machine, your new leader, with Ethan Jacobs, the green 199 machine in second, Frankie Barroso running in third in the blue number 48 machine. And those three have really at this point dropped Duchek, Barker, and also Skylar Cottrell, who had been up there towards the front of the field to start this race off. Mike Tinnis and Camden Gruber running 7th and 8th. Gruber now running 4th in the championship, trying to move ahead. Oh, big lurid slide through the dirt, and so many drivers are at a good move by Gruber there, pick up a position. Gruber getting around Michael Tinnis, but a lot of these racers now are using the grass on the exit of that 4th apex to straighten things up and be able to carry some more speed through turn 6. And they're dragging a lot of dirt onto the track surface, and it's definitely causing an issue. But in our top 6 right now, Ethan Barker with a dive down the inside, trying to get around Frankie Barroso. We'll have to track it with the next camera going into the heel of the boot, whether or not he's able to make that pass stick. But I wouldn't be surprised if we're 3 wide here as we come down under braking. Cam Eben holding him off for one more lap. Brian, you back with us? All right, so it sounds like Brian is having some technical issues out in California, and it is now Eben, Jacobs, Barroso, West Duchek all in a line. Then we've got Barker, Cottrell, Tinnis, and Gruber. But with those racers so closely matched and so close, there we go. Exactly.
I'm back.
All right, there he is.
Sorry about that.
Mr. Question Mark popping to the inside, though, Brian, now. Our pole sitter, Ethan Jacobs. And he's, we'll see if he can carry the pace down. Not able to get alongside Cam Eben. Slots back in line before he ends up having to give up the position to Frankie Barroso now. But Brian, while you were away, and actually while we were at break, great move by Cam Eben. Real power move. Goes 3 wide down the sole of the boot. Pops to the inside. And this is where Cam Eben wants to be. Cam Eben, besides being incredibly accomplished at picking up positions on pace laps, he was your 2021 Wisconsin State karting champ. He was the Milwaukee Region Rookie of the Year, SCCA Rookie of the Year in 2021. And as we mentioned, he is the Spec Miata track record holder at Road America. That's all of his on-track credentials. But he is also the #1 ranked MX5 iRacing driver in America, currently 6-time iRacing world champion. And looking for what I believe would be his very first Super Tour win if he can hold off Ethan Jacobs, Frankie Barroso, and a host of others now coming down into turn 7. And Wes Duchek gets her in the number 40 machine, gets around Frankie Barroso, so move him up to 3rd.
Well, Cam Eben has 5 minutes and 12 seconds to try to hold on to that lead to grab that first win, and there are 5 drivers right behind him who would like to not let that happen. So this is far from being settled here as we get into the final few minutes of this race. Eben, Jacobs, Barroso, that's your top 3 right now, and then a whole bunch of other 3 more guys right behind him, hoping that they can be part of this whole thing as we get into these final few laps. Also taking a quick peek at the T3 race right now. You've got Marshall Masters open up a 24-second lead over Scotty B. White. David Moen a little further back in 3rd place. Ben Schlechter and Andrea King in 4th and 5th.
Yeah, and Brian, we were watching that fight before between the white Nissan of Schlechter and Andrea King, the Gulf liveried BMW. And, they were just a couple car lengths apart the last time we checked in on them. Schlechter has now managed to open up about a 3.5-second advantage. So probably somewhere along the line, 15, 16 car lengths now separating them, with Dina Weisberg quite a distance back from there. So let's stick with this MX5 battle, perhaps to the end.
Definitely. There you go. And Skylar Cottrell, who was up at the top 3 early on, got cycled back to 6th. Now it's moved up to 5th. But we're keeping an eye on Eben, Jacobs, and Barroso up front. Eben able to hold on again through the first part of the bus stop and coming out through, but man, look at that. Ethan Jacobs all over the back bumper of Cam Eben. This is one of those times, Greg, where you start to think about, okay, are these guys just waiting for the right time to make that move? And Eben slides coming out of the carousel.
Yeah, and Brian, our SMX drivers, they're going to be coming up to Dina Weisberg's BMW here in just a few moments. She's out of the shot right now, but this lead pack is lapping at almost 2 seconds per lap faster than the number 2 machine. And even though we're getting down to the final laps of this race with under 3 minutes, or just about 3 minutes remaining, where our T3 leader Marshall Mass is going to get the white flag the next time by, I think they might come up on her. There's Weisberg now heading up towards turn 9.
Eben still holding on. Now it is Barroso behind him, with Ethan Jacobs cycling back to 3rd place. So they're trying to make some moves, but no one has had anything yet to be able to get around Eben the last few laps here. He's trying to hold on for another 2.5 minutes. Probably not going to get the white flag this time by, so it looks like it's going to be 2 laps to go when they come to the line this time. Here they come across the start-finish line. That white flag is not in the air, so definitely 2 to go here. Barroso, Eben, Barroso, and Jacobs is how they line up here as they come down with 2 to go. And then right behind Barroso, you've got, right behind Jacobs now, you've got Ducic, Cottrell, and Ethan Barker. They're ready to pounce. If those top 3 cars come together, have any issues on these final 2 laps, it's still unclear which of these 6 cars are going to be on the podium.
All right, Brian, and Marshall Mass now coming into turn 11. He'll be coming onto the front straight, get that white flag here momentarily. Great, nice little fight just at the trailing end of this SMX battle that we've been watching. The battle for 7th position, Michael Tinnis, former race winner, Camden Gruber, former race winner, and Jarrett Jones, all in very close proximity, all fighting it out for 7th right now. That's Tinnis in the red with the black nose, Gruber in the Planet Miata green and blue colors, and then Jarrett Jones in the 86 machine directly behind. And so, Brian, again, there is Andrea King in that Touring 3 BMW just ahead of our 3 SMX leaders, Cam Eben, Frankie Barroso, Ethan Jacobs, and I do think they're going to probably get to her on this last lap.
Yeah, there's a good chance that that's going to be the case as they start to come a little bit out. I don't know that they're close enough, Greg. They look a lot closer as they come up to that other camera angle, but it looks like a pretty good lead right now. Barroso trying to hold off Ethan Jacobs from behind, so Barroso's in the worst spot here. He's trying to keep one eye looking forward and one eye looking backwards, and that is a tough spot to be. Eben can just put his head down and keep hitting his marks and let those 2 battle behind him.
Yeah, and you notice that quick little look to the inside that Ethan Jacobs took on Frankie Barroso going into 10. It wasn't as though that Jacobs was going to make a move on him, but it was just enough to bring Barroso's eyes up to the mirrors and away from our leader. And every time Jacobs does something like that, it gives another advantage to Cam Eben ahead, because again, it draws Barroso's attention away from the lead.
All right, there they come out of turn 1 for the last time here on the final lap. Eben, Barroso, Jacobs, that's how they're lined up right now. Jacobs falling back just a little bit. So now it's kind of Barroso on his own to try to get around Cam Eben here on the final laps as they come down the backstretch. Barroso pops out on the left to try to make a move here going into the bus stop.
And Ducic moves to driver's left as Barroso, and we've got a car off at the bus stop, and he may come right across some of our other machines. And Brian, that was Frankie Barroso, who goes through the grass. He's going to lose a number of positions on this last lap. That is going to move Wes Duchek in the blue number 40 up into a podium-paying position as Cam Eben now brings the field down through the chute. And that also moves Skylar Cottrell now up into 4th position, and he still has an opportunity to come away with the podium. He's got to pick up a couple car lengths, though, to get to that lead trio.
What a great job by Barroso to not come across and take out the entire front of that field. Now it's Cam Eben trying to hold off Ethan Jacobs as they come to the final few corners of this race. They're not going to catch that slower car here, it does not look like. So it's Barroso, it's Eben up front in the white car, Ethan Jacobs in the green car. Then right behind them is Wes Duchek, hoping to be part of this as well as they come up through turn 9 now for the final time.
All right, and big run wide. May have just missed the wall. Does Ethan Jacobs, as our leaders now come onto the little short chute between 10 and 11. And Jacobs goes and he manages to hold off Wes Duchek coming onto the straight, Brian.
And that problem in turn 9 is going to seal the deal for Cam Eben from last week after a penalty to first place this week. Cam Eben is going to win the Watkins Glen first part of the Super Tour.
And Wes Duchek, Brian, he out-drags Ethan Jacobs to the line. Duchek, who started this last lap down in, oh my gosh, where was he? Oh gosh, he was in 4th position. He finishes in 2nd, 43 1/1000ths of a second ahead of our pole sitter, Ethan Jacobs. Skylar Cottrell finishes in 4th. Frankie Barroso finishes in 5th. And, you know, we're so caught up in covering this amazing SMX race. Didn't get the cover. Marshall Mast, who runs to a dominating win in Touring 3, over half a minute ahead of Scotty B. White, who finishes 2nd. Daniel Moen will finish in 3rd. Ben Schlechter 4th. Andrea King finishes in 5th.
Well, that's redemption served up on a silver platter by Cam Eben after getting bumped to the back of the race from 2nd place.
Sorry about that, Brian. Keep talking.
I was going to say, was I muted? Because I've done that before. I figured maybe I'd muted myself. Cam Eben, after finishing 2nd at the June sprints and then getting bumped to the back of the field for his pre-race little indiscretion, has come back strong and decided he's going to put a rubber stamp on this victory here at Watkins Glen. So now let's do the call to the grid, and
yes,
we will take us to our next race.
My itchy trigger finger. All
That's
right.
Okay.
There we go. That's what I meant to do. Race Group 6, GT 1 and 2, American Sedan, Touring 1 and Touring 2. Please head to the grid. Race Group 6 is your final call to the grid. And Brian, I should also mention, because we've got in the chat, we've got John Walsh, former chairman of the SCCA Board of Directors and very good at rescuing me from fire extinguisher incidents. John Walsh does point out that if you are a legally emancipated minor, yes, you can race at Watkins Glen. But as I think some people figured out this weekend, you can't do that while you're in the passenger seat of a truck driving to Watkins Glen from home, getting ready to race. You have to work through the legal system to make that work.
And it's a fairly involved process to do that, and most minors who just, if you race in New York all the time, you tend to do that kind of thing. But if you're just coming for a one-off race once a year, a lot of folks just decide to skip it.
All right, so Brian, that legal lesson taken care of. Let's take a quick break, and when we come back, 2 more races to go. But next up, the big ground pounders here at Watkins Glen. Stay with us.
We're not supposed to be out here. Outside expectations. Built for the outdoors. With the capability to climb this high, we're not supposed to be out here. Which is exactly why we are. The off-road ready Mazda CX-50. We're looking for outsiders.
Picture your perfect garage. How many cars are in there? Great, great. Now picture reality. How many cars can you actually have? Me too. With SCCA Club Spec, one car becomes your daily, your track car, your autocross car, even your time trials car. S197 Mustang if you like V8s and torque, NC Miata if you like compact and agile. SCCA Club Spec, spirited dailies, competitive race cars. Learn more at scca.com.
We're back here at the Watkins Glen International Group 6 GT Cars, A Sedan, Touring 1 and 2. And we are getting ready to go here for our 6th race of the day. 2 more left today. Let's get to our starting lineups.
All right, Brian, and once again, a split start here with our GT cars at the front of the field behind pace car number 1. Then our American sedan and touring cars behind the second pace car. Let's start off with our GT drivers scheduled to start on pole, but I think we're not going to see him out, kind of as we anticipated might happen. Tony Ave, the number 41 Ave Motorsports Chevy Camaro, and scheduled to start right beside him on the outside of the front row. But it looks like he may be our pole sitter today in the Smith ALMPS Low Group Lamborghini Huracan, Michael McAleenan. Alan Cohen starting third today, driving the number 45 2006 Port City Tube Mustang out of Merrick, New York, with John Weisberg, our GT2 pole sitter, starting in fourth. He is in the Chevrolet Cope chassis TA2 Camaro. Then we got Tiger Tom Patton starting in fifth. Tom is in the Hoosier Tires Felice Engine Sunbeam Tiger, with Lee Saunders in the Land Search LLC Dodge Viper Competition Coupe, starting in sixth position. Next, we've got Joe Frieda. Joe is driving, or scheduled to drive, the number 122 Chevy Corvette in GT1. Did not make it out for qualifying, had a pretty big off yesterday. Don't think we're going to see him. Starting in eighth today, driving the number 93 IBEW Local 25 Nika Long Island Chevy Camaro, birthday girl Jen Kerpata. Then we got Tony Ave. Tony Ave, who I think is actually in the Nissan. Yeah, matter of fact, there he is. Not on pole today, but Tony Ave driving that orange and white and yellow number 144 Nissan 350Z, the Ave Motorsports machine in GT2. Then we got Peter Mumford starting 10th. He is driving his GT1 Chevy Corvette. Next up, Joe Reppert in his GT2 Ford Mustang. That is the number 47 machine. And then John Helmers in the Olds Cutlass GT1 car. He's out of Conklin, New York. All right, let's move over now. Let's get to, we'll just also throw in Dan Spear. He's in his Chevy Camaro. Now, moving over to touring and American sedan. On the pole today, driving the number 134 Chevrolet Corvette, the Candelaria Racing Products machine. James Candelaria. Hugh Stewart will start on the outside of that second group. He's in the high-speed motorsports BMW. That's the number 23 car. Brian Goodman out of Fairfield, Connecticut, also in a high-speed motorsports BMW M3. He will start in third, with Danny Richardson, our American sedan pole sitter, driving the Hoosier Auto Gear Pro System Chevy Camaro, starting in fourth. Starting fifth is Greg Eaton. Greg's in the Eaton Racing and Development Ford Mustang, with Aaron Kaplan in his T2 BMW M2 Club Sport, starting in sixth position. Starting seventh is going to be Dylan Looklighter. He's in the number 89 American Sedan Blue Knob Auto Ford Mustang, with Bruce Griffin in the number 125 Touring 2 Planet Fry Apex Wheels Chevy Corvette. Then we got Tim Rubright in the number 77 Touring 1 Ford Mustang, starting alongside Ron Lombardo in the number 6 Touring 1 Ford Mustang Boss 302S, as we turn things over to Brian for our GT car start.
370 people watching, 152 likes. Smash that like button, people, as we come to the green flag for our GT A Sedan Touring 1 and 2 race. Green flag is in the air, 3 wide now, heading down towards turn 1 for the first time. Look at those ground pounders as they come through. That Lamborghini Huracan takes the point early as they go through turn 1.
All right, Brian, as they head up the hill, that little bit of a bobble there from our driver who started in second place. That being Alan Cohen. John Weisberg in his TA2 machine jumps quickly to take advantage as our second group now goes for their start.
Yep, there they come down the line for the first time. A bunch more cars in this group as they start to fan out here, coming down towards turn 1 for their first time through. Some cars going wide to avoid the fray there. I believe that's Danny Richardson there in his Camaro. Yep, that is him as he went a little bit wide, but he's back on the track here, heading down now towards the S's.
Yeah, Brian, and again, restarting that battle between James Candelaria and Hugh Stewart that we saw at the very beginning of the year, as Stewart pulls right up alongside the Chevy Corvette coming out of the S's. And you said it there, as Danny Richardson ran wide, going through the 90, Gregg Eaton, and the number 21 machine, the Ford Mustang, able to pop to the inside. Eaton, though, very, very loose, going through the bus stop chicane, and Richardson has to move to the inside to avoid, and Brian, in doing that, though, not able to really take advantage. He's able to pull up alongside. We'll see if he can do something about it as they come down into turn 6. There he does. He gets back around the 21 machine. All the while, Brian, Aaron Kaplan in that green BMW M2 was like going, where the heck do I go? as he was watching these real loose stick axle cars just dance around all over the place in front of him.
Yeah, Richardson takes the lead in A sedan, but Gregg Eaton right there behind him, hoping to hold on there as they continue moving on through this first race lap here. 25-minute race here. Here comes your GT1 leader across the line for the first time. That, of course, is Michael McAleen out of Tacoma, Washington in that Lamborghini Huracan. Here we're on board with Alan Cohen. He is in second place here in his Ford Mustang out of Merritt, New York on Long Island.
And Brian, talk about it being theme day. Yeah, so Cohen's car painted up like the American flag.
Nice.
It's got the red, white, and blue. It's got the stars and stripes. And look at his gloves.
I didn't even notice that.
Yeah, matches the car amazingly.
That's a flex.
But watch this car as it just bounds over the curbing, going through the bus stop, goes from side to side. Those cars, not softly sprung, but soft enough that it eats up that curbing pretty darn quickly here. John Weisberg leading GT2. We can look in the rear view mirror there, I'd say about 15 car lengths back. They're actually, no, I take that back. We're now on board with Bruce Griffin.
Yep.
Another one of our camera cars.
Yeah, Bruce Griffin and his Chevy Corvette Z06 out of Trinity, Florida, hitting 145 miles per hour before slowing it down to go through the bus stop. There's that right hand, left hand, right hand, left hand kind of situation here. No problems for him as he comes through there, picks back up on the throttle. And there is Griffin right there in that white Corvette. Couple of really good cameras in this field for us today. It's always more fun. We can add a little bit of in-car to each of these races.
And so Gregg Eaton, Brian, in the dark blue Ford Mustang, the 21 machine, 3-time American Sedan National Champion. He manages to get around Danny Richardson, our defending and 2-time National Champion. Both racers out of the Washington, D.C. region of the SCCA. Dylan Licklider in the dark, also kind of a dark blue, closer to black, number 89 Ford Mustang, now running about, I would say about 15 car lengths behind that duo. Actually, there he is, maybe a little bit more than 15 as he just comes through turn 8. But great fight so far there for the lead in American Sedan. In Touring 2, you know, as we watch the fight there, again, Weisberg is, he hasn't really checked out, but Saunders, Tiger Tom Patton, Tony Ave in that Nissan, all in close proximity as well. We'll try and track in with them in just a few moments here.
Yeah, Weisberg in GT2. Of course, we talked about Tony Ave. He qualified this morning in the GT1 car, so he's probably going to run that car tomorrow. So I think he's either in the first or second row in that car. So. He
qualified on pole. So
right.
assuming that Michael McAleen does not run faster than a 146.2, Ave would be on the pole for tomorrow's race if he brings that car out. And at the moment, McAleen is lapping at about a 151.
Yeah, that car is pretty hooked up here. Put down several purple fast laps of the race here. I don't know, do you have the list of track records in front of you, Greg? Is that 151.7 anywhere close?
Well, let's take a look. I don't believe it is. And again, we're talking about, at least in qualifying, right. Ave was considerably faster. The track record currently in GT1 set by Dave Paterick 2 years ago in his Ford Mustang, a 148.66.
Got it. Okay, so About almost 2.3 seconds short of that track record right now. So we'll see if he can inch his way a little closer to that. Not quite sure he's going to get to that today.
Yeah, and it should mention, Brian, that it's considerably warmer than when these drivers went out for qualifying today. Still now that we've got all the cloud cover over the track surface that you can see, and some very ominous clouds back behind me here on the front straight. But we're now looking at a little bit over 80 degrees ambient air temperature, about 10 degrees warmer than when these racers were out for qualifying this morning. Michael McAleenan just resets fast lap now, knocks a couple seconds off, but still at about a 151 flat at the moment. In American Sedan, Gregg Eaton continues to lead, and that machine, let's take a look. So Danny Richardson set the track record 3 years ago, back at this event in 2022. He turned in a 2:04.8, and Eaton at the moment. Well, actually, Danny Richardson is the fastest driver on track at the moment in American Sedan at a 2:06 flat. So, still a little bit over a second there. But I think with the higher temperatures today and much warmer than I remember it being back over the last couple of years, that's where we stand.
Coming up on 17 and a half to go, your top three in GT1, McAleenan, Alan Cohen, and Peter Mumford. In GT2, the top three, John Weisberg, Lee Saunders, Tiger Tom Patton. Moving on to A Sedan, your top three, Gregg Eaton, Danny Richardson, and Dylan Licklider. And then in Touring 1, your top three, James Candelaria, Hugh Stewart, and Brian Goodman. And then our last group in this is our T2 group, and that is Aaron Kaplan, Bruce Griffin, and Russell King. That's your top three in T2 with just a little over 17 to go.
All right, if we could, I'd love to be able to get in on this battle for the lead in GT2 between John Weisberg in his GT2 machine, Lee Saunders in the green Dodge Viper, there you go, and Tiger Tom Patton, who's all over the back of Saunders now. So Weisberg, who is in the blue car that just came past us, has managed to gap that pair a little bit. When they came across the line, they were practically all three nose to tail. And you have to wonder here, Brian, how much aero plays into this, especially for Tiger Tom Patton. Now that Sunbeam 67 Sunbeam Tiger, it's not much of a Sunbeam Tiger any longer, except for the body work there. But by nature of being an open top car, it does create quite a bit more drag than the two cars ahead, which were, I think, certainly designed with a wind tunnel, maybe not a wind tunnel, but maybe fluid dynamics to cheat the air much more than that white number 50 car.
Yeah, 16 minutes to go in this race. And Tom Patton, no spring chicken here, hanging right in there with the top of this group here in GT2 as he goes around. Oh no, I thought he was going around for a pass for a second place there. Having to negotiate around a slightly slower car there. It is a pretty fun battle to watch here in GT2 with Weisberg and Patton and Saunders there. That's the meat in that sandwich. Got some weather in the area. It doesn't, can we pop up the radar just for a second, Jordan? Just see what we're looking at here. I think it was looking like it might pass to the south of the racetrack. And yeah, there's another line coming right at us.
Yeah.
Although it looks, yeah. Okay.
Yeah, we may still get a little bit. It looks like that system that we've got just a little bit northwest of us may miss us. And as I look out the window here, Brian, it is pretty far off in the distance, and because of the way the winds are blowing, I think blowing away from us at the moment here. All right, so here is that battle, and we've got a local caution at turn 1, Brian, as we've got one of our GT cars off. And I believe that is the 93 machine that is off track currently. and that is Jen Kerpata. Not the way she wants to spend her birthday, I'm sure. The Farmingdale, New York woman here, Trans Am racer in the SGT class, took the win at Lime Rock a year ago. Looks like that car, she's pulled it as far off the pavement as possible. Looks like she may have just had a mechanical issue there and tried to get out of the way, hopefully to keep this race alive and keep us from going to a full course caution.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on that, Greg. Let's do our call to grid here, our final one, not our final one, but before our final race of the day, and take our break. We'll see what happens with that car in turn one, and when we come back, we'll have all of the action to the end of this race.
Attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group 7, Super Touring Light, Super Touring Under, and GT3U. Please head to the grid. Race group 7, STL, STU, GT3U. Please start heading to the grid.
For more than 30 years, championship-winning drivers have demanded the Hawk Performance braking advantage. Now you can experience that same advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or CUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With brake pads, rotors, and fluids that deliver smooth braking for muscle cars and tuners, Super Duty solutions for tow vehicles, custom-engineered motorsports friction designed specifically for road racing, autocross, drag, and everything in between, Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com to learn more. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
Summit Racing is a proud partner of the SCCA and its nearly 70,000 members. Get more bang for your buck at summitracing.com. Choose from millions of in-stock parts from over 1,500 name brands, parts for racing, street performance, trucks, plus tools, accessories, and more. Shop anytime, anywhere with the Summit Racing app.
Ready for a new race trailer? Bravo Trailers is the exclusive trailer partner of the SCCA. Owned by longtime SCCA racers, Bravo Trailers work better, load easier, and tow better because we build them with racers in mind. Visit bravotrailers.com to see your new trailer in aluminum or steel.
For more than 100 years, Sunoco, SCCA's official fuel partner since 2001, has been fueling victories on and off the track, which is why Sunoco has trusted the fuel over 50 series of racing, driving, and winning, including the SCCA National Championship runoffs, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, and NASCAR. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRaceFuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS.
Want to try SCCA racing, but with an appropriate focus on fun and learning? The SCCA Race Experience program is exactly that, with both short sprint races you can drive by yourself and endurance races you can do with friends. All you need is an SCCA membership, a driver's license, a properly equipped car, and the right driver gear. Visit scca.com/racehex to find more information and events near you.
It's the 2025 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, the premier amateur road racing series bringing together top SCCA road racers from across the country. The Hoosier Super Tour visits some of the greatest tracks in North America, showcasing each of our 23 car classes. From production to GT cars, prototypes to Formula cars, the Hoosier SCCA Super Tour packs a ton of wheel-to-wheel racing action into every event.
Back here at Watkins Glen, and about 10 and a half to go. We're under full course yellow. 2 incidents on the racetrack right now. We've got a car off at turn 1. Hearing that might be a transmission problem for Jen.
Yeah, and as a matter of fact, Brian, I was getting word from my announcing partner, Brian Donati, who many times spots for Jen Kerpata, and she's had a number of transmission and drive shaft issues in the last couple of years, and likely what it is over there. Also, and what likely brought out the full course caution.
Oh,
and
wait.
We'll stay on board. Well, actually, we just passed it here with Cohen. What likely brought out the full course caution, Philip Smith, driver of the number 54 American Sedan Ford Mustang out of New Albany, Ohio, had an issue going through the bus stop. Looped the car, impacted the safer barrier over there, and is still facing counter race, and so they had to send the emergency services equipment out to pick that car up. So that's why we are now full course caution with our overall leader, Michael McAleenan, behind the safety car.
All right, so before we get off this camera, here's what I did not want to see, Greg. What's on that windshield? That is not coming from the car in front. That is precipitation.
I was gonna say defroster.
No, look at the
Yeah,
look at the rain on the windshield there. Liquid sunshine, Carl T says in the chat. And
Right.
I believe I just saw a windshield wiper also. So it is starting to fall a little bit harder as they come around. And that was where I first saw it when we had the Ben Griffin camera up. So that could be interesting if we go back. Well, I think we'll go back to green. If we do go back to green, all these cars on slick tires, good heat in the tires, that's a positive.
Yeah,
Not raining terribly hard, that's also a positive.
Exactly. I was going to say, Brian, with just the couple drops coming down, that should not really affect these cars much, if any. Now, of course, a couple of the cars that are out there, the touring cars and the American sedan cars, they are running on they're called DOT approved tires. Now, they are barely anything more than slicks. Typically have 2 sipes in them. They don't do with the latest molded tires, DOT tires, they don't do much for evacuating water. That those little sipes in there are pretty much so that they can get that DOT rating, but not much else.
Yeah, they're not useful for anything other than telling you when you've got no more tread on your tires.
Exactly. But as I look down here onto the front straight, we don't have any rain on this part of the course at the moment.
White flag in the air too. Is that for that's
that
for
would
the
be
cars
for,
at 1? Yeah, okay.
Yeah, exactly. I think that's for yeah, exactly. That is because we've got emergency services teams down at turn 1. And a matter of fact, we just got a call from race control. They asked the folks on the starter stand to actually make that a stationary white flag, to denote that it is a slow-moving vehicle ahead, whereas a waving white flag is typically to denote last lap.
Correct. Because that's what I saw. I saw a waving white flag. I'm like, oh no, we're ending this thing early.
No, there you go. They've got as long as we are under full course caution, they sent out the teams to try and retrieve the 93 Camaro of Carpata.
So at this point, we would typically throw up things like, the schedule for the next Super Tour, which of course we don't have a next Super Tour. This will be it. Got some more regional and divisional races throughout the season here, but the next up for the SCCA on the national level here in the road racing program is going to be our national championship runoffs. That'll be in late September, early October at Road America, like it was last year. So a lot of these drivers trying to get this last Super Tour in to get qualified for the runoffs. So,
and of course, if they don't, Brian, you do need. There are a number of different ways to qualify for the runoffs, and of course, the Super Tour is actually an adjunct and a part of the U.S. Majors Tour.
Right.
And maybe if Jordan can bring that schedule up, because I believe we do have a schedule, the U.S. Majors Tour. And so you can see that there are still a number of events on the schedule before we get to the runoffs where racers around the country can use to qualify for the runoffs that, as far as qualifications go, they count the same as a Super Tour event. So next up, just a week from now, both at High Plains Raceway out in Colorado and Roebling Road Raceway as well down in Georgia for the Southeast Division. And then the Northeast Division has a couple of events remaining as well. And notable, New Jersey Motorsports Park, the Jersey Devil Majors, will be broadcast, not here on the SCCA official channel, but on the Washington, D.C. region YouTube channel at youtube.com/@WDCR. Both myself and my announcing partner, Brian Donati, will be bringing you that coverage, so we hope that you'll join us for that, and we'll post up links as we get closer to that event on the SCCA official Facebook group and what have you, to let people know that that's coming up. But still a lot of chances for racers to qualify.
Yeah.
All right, so Brian, just got word from race control. We are going green flag racing. We're going back to racing. this next time by. Lights are out on the safety car, and that lets Michael McAleen and everybody behind know what's coming. Now, if I were Alan Cohen in that number 45 red, white, and blue Ford Mustang, I'd be trying to get right up to the back of Michael McAleen, and well, it's hard for him to do that because he's got a couple touring cars directly ahead of him. So, I guess he won't be doing that. Such are the wonders of mixed class racing.
Yeah, that's the difficulty. And unlike IMSA, we don't do a waiver round to get a whole bunch of other cars because we have short races, and to do a waiver round, that would take another 2 laps under caution at the least. So now we've got some action in the back here, and I'm going to guess we've gone green because we've got passes going on that, let's just say they were green. As we come down to the line here. And back to racing action. All these cars going into turn 1 with maybe a little bit of moisture on the track, but there we are on board. I'm not sure who this is with, but great camera. Always. Anyway, a good-looking camera. We'd love to know who it is so we could talk about it. But anyway, back to green flag action here as they come up through the S's.
I think that was James Candelaria actually there in our Touring 1 leader in his Chevrolet Corvette. Actually, not our Touring 1 leader. What am I saying? Candelaria actually sitting back in 3rd right now in Touring 1, mired in a lot of traffic, and he's got Hugh Stewart directly ahead of him. Yeah, so there's Candelaria on the inside in the black and green Chevy Corvette, the one with the wing. And so that is the battle for 2nd now in T1 as Brian Goodman's number 48 BMW M3. He's not even in the shot anymore, as he's managed to exit the chat, as they say, with Stewart and Candelaria behind.
Just got the word from race control. Next time by, white flag. So it's a 2-lap shootout for the win here. We followed Candelaria going through, I believe that was turn 8. Now he's going to head up to turn 9. On the
and he comes up the inside on Hugh Stewart, going to push Stewart to the outside, Brian. And here, what would normally be a high-speed corner if you don't go side by side, and Candelaria backs out.
Oh, look at the big slide. Caught it, and it's still going on. What a great move by Stewart. Good save.
And Brian, now that I'm looking at it, it is actually now the battle for the lead in T1 as both Candelaria and Stewart got around Brian Goodman. Goodman's in that black and red BMW M3 now, about 10 car lengths back from the 23 and the 134 as they go through the 90, and Candelaria retakes the lead from Hugh Stewart.
Candelaria now has to hold on for a little more than 3 miles here as they get through the S's. There's your race leader, Michael McAleen, in there. Trying to work away around a slower car.
And we've got a heck of a battle now, Brian, also in American sedan between Danny Richardson and Gregg Eaton as they're coming down into the bus stop right now. Richardson pinned to the inside, and the white and blue Mustang with that big slide, and there's Gregg Eaton going through the dirt. That's for the lead in American sedan.
Oh, big spinner. That is the 71 car, looking like, that's a T1 car. I thought that said 7-1. That was T1.
That is the 06 machine that went around. That's Ron Lombardo out of Tuxedo, New York, who's running 5th in Touring 1. Let's go back to the action here in an American sedan. Danny Richardson looks like he's held off Gregg Eaton for the time being.
Yeah, it was lots of slipping and sliding going on out there at the moment, but so far we've been able to keep it to everyone without hitting anything hard.
All right, and McAleen now on the front straight, Brian, and taking the checker flag for the win of GT1 is Michael McAleen.
All right, so now we wait to see who is going to take that win in T1. Will it be Hugh Stewart or James Candelaria coming off the last couple of corners here? There is our battle for a sedan. And there's Candelaria coming across the line ahead of Stewart. So there he is there. And now we should be seeing our A sedan cars coming out of the front straight. And I believe this is Danny Rich. No, that is Bruce Griffith. The next white car should be, there it is. Coming across the line is...
Danny Richardson beats Greg Eaton to the line, Brian, there by about half a second. And just no way for the 21 Mustang to draft past there on the back straight. So let's take a look and run things down here by class, where, again, Michael McElhenney takes the win in GT1. Alan Cohen's Ford Mustang finishing second. Peter Mumford in the number 4 Chevy Corvette will finish in third. In GT2, John Weisberg goes flag to flag, takes the win in the class, with Tiger Tom Patton finishing in second. Lee Saunders in that green Viper competition coupe will finish in third. In in Touring 1, James Candelaria, you saw it there, takes the win, second and a half over Hugh Stewart. Brian Goodman's BMW will finish in third. Then in Touring 2, Aaron Kaplan will take the win over Bruce Griffin, who finishes a lap down. Russell King will finish in third. And then finally in American Sedan, we gave you the first two, Dan Richardson and Greg Eaton. Dylan Licklider from Harrisburg, Pennsylvania will finish in third.
Wow, that's going to do it for race number 6. One more to go here before we wrap it up for the day. So let's do one more call to grid and one more break for us here.
Attention in the paddock, final call to the grid for Race Group 7. STL, STU, and GT3U, please head to the grid. Race Group 7 is your final call to the grid. So let's take a quick break. We'll come back. One more 25-minute sprint to the checker here from Watkins Glen today. It's the 2025 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. Stay with us.
Mazda's been very supportive of racers within the SCCA and all the other grassroots organizations for many, many years. Really, their support for racing and our type of racing is unmatched from any other manufacturer. They've been a great partner for many, many years.
Mazda, hands down, is the best company to work with for sports car racing. Factory support is second to none. It just feels right. You feel connected.
back live at Watkins Glen. We've got just one race to go today. Then at 8:30 tomorrow morning, back at it again for 7 more races tomorrow. But let's talk about this one. STU, STL, GT3U, starting lineups to 5G.
All right, Brian, starting on pole today, driving that bright blue 2018 Honda Civic out of Maiden, North Carolina, qualifying time 2:03.482. The Ave Motorsports machine of Tony Ave. Starting on the outside of row number 1, your STU pole sitter driving the Krug Speed Lotus Exige from Wilton, Connecticut. It's Richard Estacio. Darren Treacle is going to start on the inside of row number 2. He's driving the number 70 Treacle Insurance Agency Angry Sheep Motorsports BMW. Anthony Garacci will start 4th. He's driving the number 1 Krug Speed Lotus Exige. He's out of Glen Head, New York. Then we've got David Nagler scheduled to start 5th, driving the number 15 Krug Speed Lotus Exige. Don't think he's going to make it out there. He had some motor issues yesterday afternoon. Did not go out for qualifying this morning. John Weisberg just gets out of his touring, his GT2 machine, jumps in the STU BMW Z4, the Berg Racing Redline Oil machine. He's scheduled to start 6th. Nick Leveroni is our STL pole sitter in the Flat Out Motorsports Mazda Miata. He starts 7th. David Brand starting 8th today, driving the number 3 Krug Speed BGP Esquire Lotus Exige. Then we got Craig McAfee in his STL Mazda MX-5. That's the Flat Out Motorsports machine. The number 63 car starts 9th. Jim Schlechta's in the number 75 STU Nissan 300ZX. That's the Alien Force Racing Nismo machine. Starting 10th with Michael Kuna starting 11th. Michael's in the number 74 High Speed Motorsport BMW M3. That's another STU car. Amy Mills will start 3rd in STL. 12th overall. She's in the number 114 Flat Out Motorsports Mazda Miata, with Chris Childs in the Angry Sheep Motorsports Hoosier Mazda Miata, coming all the way from Purcellville, Virginia. He starts lucky 13th. David Palfinier will start 14th overall. He's in the number 4 STL Emergent Cold KRS Mazda Miata, and he hails from Miami, Florida. Deacon Greenfield, our only Honda, probably our only non-Mazda, let's be more specific, in the STL field today. He starts 15th, driving the number 32 OG Racing Angry Sheep Motorsports Honda CRX. Peter Tonelli III will start 16th, driving the number 5 GT3U Driven Performance Mazda Miata, with Whitfield Gregg in the number 17 STU Flat Out Motorsports Mazda Miata, starting 17th. Goran Nyberg in the GT3U Volvo P1800 will start 18th, with Warren Sackman starting 19th. He is in the number 76 STL Jimlock Automotive Mazda Miata. Zach Rosenberg will start 20th today. He's in the 2000 Mazda Miata. It's an STL machine, and he hails from New York, New York. Then we've got Greg Bogart starting 21st. He's in the number 23 Mazda Miata. He's from Charleston, South Carolina, with Little Compton, Rhode Island's Hugh McAfee out driving his number 81 Mazda Miata. He starts 22nd. And then for the final row today, Michael Jones driving the number 69 STL Velocity Mazda Sparco Mazda MX-5, and starting tail and Charlie on the field, 24th today, driving the Brass Monkey Racing Hoosier Mazda RX-3. That's a GT3U machine from Oceanside, California, Tony Rivera.
All right, here they come around turn 11, all lined up nicely, 2 by 2 here, as our field starts to work its way down towards the start-finish line again, or the start line in this particular case. Looking for a green flag from our starter there, and they are lined up pretty nicely. I don't see any reason at the moment that we shouldn't get it. And there we have it. Green flag is in the air. We start our final race of the afternoon here at Watkins Glen. Look at that, already fanning out 3 wide there, about 4 rows back.
And Brian, we had the Honda Civic of Tony Ave, the GT3U pole sitter, right alongside Richard Estacio. Against, again, GT3U and STU scheduled to combine next season, and Ave wins the drag race down to turn 1. Darren Treacle in his STU BMW gets around Anthony Garacci heading up the hill, and then John Weisberg in that BMW Z4, the blue with yellow number 40, sitting in 5th position. And look there as we see that that Mazda RX-3 sedan, or actually coupe, of Tony Rivera did not put any qualifying times. He's already picked off 5 cars.
In the wall, or maybe just short of the wall, the 40 car.
That is
Just
John
missed it.
Weisberg, and it has been such a problematic weekend for that number 40 machine. He is, well, there he goes. He's backing it off the wall. He had coil pack issues yesterday. He had some issues this morning with that car, and now he finds himself all the way at the rear of the field, but he does continue. And Brian, that BMW Z4, you saw it in Mid-Ohio a couple weeks ago where he finished second in a race and then had differential issues with it on a Sunday. It just seems to find any way possible to bite him.
Yeah, tough luck for him at this particular situation. He moves all the way to the back of the field here. Going back to watch it on my replay screen here to see, looked like he might have had a little bit of help there. Not exactly sure, but it was really close racing as he put that car around and just missed the wall. He's now moving on here. So 23 minutes to go early on in this race, and up front you'll see that blue car. That is Tony Ave and the Honda Civic pulling away just a little bit from Richard Estacio in that Lotus Exige. And 2 Lotus Exiges back-to-back, Estacio and Anthony Garacci. Then you've got Darren Trakel in 4th place right now. That is the BMW, this black one coming, black or blue one coming right into our viewpoint. I guess that's blue now that it comes a little closer. Then you've got Nick Leveroni in his Mazda Miata. That's your 1st place car in STL that just came through our screen.
And the 2 Lotuses, Larry, hey, look at that. Start the drinking games, Brian, as we've got Estacio and Garacci side by side going into the bus stop. And I think Anthony Garacci now taking up the position, moves up in the 2nd, gets around Richard Estacio. That's because we had Larry McLeod in the chat this morning. Brian asked if I'd called anybody Larry. So I figured I'd wait till the end of the day when he probably wasn't watching. But there, great battle going on between the 2 flat-out cars, Nick Leveroni and Craig McAfee. McAfee in that red number 63 Mazda Miata, right on the back bumper of Nick Leveroni's blue 137, and they're both sitting locked behind Michael Cuna's white BMW. That is an STU machine. That car not in the same class. But it looks like both of the Mazdas were able to carry a lot more speed through the bus stop, and the tighter, more quick transitioning corners. Those Mazdas very quick on their feet, and a little bit more so than the BMW. Where the BMW has the advantage, obviously, is on these longer, straight runs, and he starts to scoot away from both McAfee and Leveroni, who decided to go into turn 8 side by side, slowing them up even more.
There you go. Already 5 minutes into this final race of the day, and there is Tony Rivera going into turn 10 there, trying to make a move on, I'm going to guess that's Deacon Greenfield. Here they come now towards the line here. There's Rivera on the inside now, going down towards turn 1. Looks like he's gotten around Greenfield. I believe that was David Paulfiner that he was going around.
Yes. So Greenfield is at the tail end of that line. You can pick out Greenfield because he's in the only car that isn't a Mazda in that group, right? There is Greenfield, the trailing car in that group, in the red with yellow striped Honda CRX. And Greenfield, who again has had some mechanical issues with that car, had some issues in qualifying yesterday. Car ran much stronger today, which means I probably jinxed it for him now. He's currently running 6th in STL. Chris Childs in the black number 7 Miata, currently showing as running in 5th. Head. And there you go. So it's Paul Finier, Childs, and let's see where Amy Mills is in this. Amy Mills has now lost a position to Chris Childs. So move Childs up to 4th. Move Amy Mills in the 114 machine back down into 5th.
Right. Now, you say that the only car that's not a Mazda, but give Tony Rivera a little bit of credit. While it is a Mazda, it is one of those RX-3 Mazdas, by the way, really cool race car. So he's not part of the Miata gaggle that is in STL, but in STU, I should say. No, STL, I apologize. But yeah, what a cool race car that RX-3 is.
Well, I mean, not only the RX-3, and of course, and we've talked before how that RX-3 has quite a bit of history, especially out on the West Coast. But another very neat car here this weekend, and we'll see if we can get him any camera time. Hopefully we can. Goran Nyberg out of Summerfield, North Carolina, with a Volvo P1800 coupe. Running in GT3U. Now, talked about it yesterday, Brian, that since the inception of STU, STL, one of the things in the books has been that all of the chassis that run that they must be 1985 or newer. Yep. And obviously that's going to be thrown by the wayside when GT3U and STU combine next year. So you'll have a late 60s Volvo, you'll have a early 70s Mazda there running with the STU machines as well. But when you've got two frame cars running with unibodies, does the age of the body that's sitting on that two frame really matter all that much anyhow? Right. There's the Volvo.
That's another very cool race car.
Yeah, and as he comes, I'd love to get a side shot of this car. I love these old Volvos. They have such a wonderful roof line to them. Everybody thinks of the boxy bricks of the 80s and the 90s with Volvos, but they really had some very swoopy machines in the early 70s.
Sweet and Swedish. The question from our producer was sweet or Swedish. And I would say sweet Swedish, which is different than savage Swedish. Could be a savagely sweet Swedish.
All right, well, let's thank God. All right. All right, so coming up behind the Swedish meatball there is a little bit further back. This is Hugh McAfee in the red number 81. His son Craig is up fighting it out with Nick Leveroni up ahead, but it's McAfee, Zach Rosenberg in the 171, Greg Bogart, and also Warren Sackman as well. These four Mazda Miatas all in a line, all in a row. And the one thing that you'll notice, Brian, with most of these cars, and I'm not saying that they aren't built to the limits of the STL rule set, without saying that they're built to the limits of the STL roll set. But you'll notice no wing on the rear decks for most of them. I believe that Hughes does. That Hughes is a very similar build to the machine that Craig McAfee is running. An NC Miata, but doing what they are allowed to under the rules with the wings. But the car is right behind there. You'll notice no wings on the rear, and it really, especially here at Watkins Glen, can affect the cornering speed, especially along some of these bigger sweepers coming through turn one, obviously going up through the S's, but also the outer loop, that big right-hand sweeper that leads you down towards the boot.
15 and a half minutes to go here. Your top five right now: Tony Abe, Richard Estacio, Anthony Garacci, Darren Treacle. Tony Rivera now moved up to the top five, so he, I think, is our big mover of the day. I got to go back and look to see where he qualified, but
he didn't qualify, Brian. He started at the very back of the pack because he had no qualifying times at all this weekend.
I thought he was out there with us this morning. I thought.
No, he was out for practice yesterday morning. But no times of qualifying. Actually had to receive permission from the race director in order to race today. Big, and we've got I think we've got a car off pace coming through the outer loop. As a matter of fact, and it sounds like it is the 83 car, but is now back up to speed. That said, Craig McAfee has now taken the lead in STL over Nick Leveroni. I noticed it in the last shot, and we'll We'll check in with them in a little bit, but McAfee now starting to open up a pretty substantial lead. Chris Childs in that black number 7 STL Miata, Brian, he has gotten around David Palfinier, so move Childs now up into 3rd in STL. Palfinier back and forth, Amy Mills in 5th. And that is Chris Childs and Palfinier now coming through the heel of the boot.
Another thing I've noticed, at the end of our last race, we were seeing some precipitation on the windshields of our in-car cameras. A couple cameras that we just saw a couple of shots ago. It is as bright, sunshiny day as you're ever going to see anywhere. So looks like that weather has kind of slid past and will probably be really good here, at least for the next 13 and a half minutes. So now that I've said that, we'll have the biggest deluge you've ever seen at a racetrack. There's Richard Estacio coming through, and then the orange Lotus Aziz is that second car. That is Anthony Garacci. That is first and second place in STU.
Yeah, and Brian, big change there is both Estacio and Garacci. This isn't going to go over well in the Krug Speed garage. Both those cars came together going through turn 1. Garacci... Estacio in the number 80 machine spun, and then they continued, and I believe, and I'm going to double check here. I think that's the number 1 car. Yeah, so the yellow car was the trailing car, and I think that is the number. I think that is the number 1. Yeah, okay, so the 1 is the orange car, the 80 is the yellow. Garacci had been leading Estacio, and obviously now Garacci, your leader on track in STU. That being said, he's not the leader on track, is Tony Ave,
right,
in his Honda Civic. I'm trying to track where that blue Honda Civic is.
Right there.
Yeah, there he is, going through the 90 and into the S's. And the STU machine, the 80 machine of Estacio, now quite a bit behind, and so a lot of the GT3U cars, I'm sure certainly this one from Tony Ave, also a lot of the front-running STU cars running data equipment from the Sports Car Club of America as they try to equalize the performance of these two very different classes that are scheduled to merge next year.
11 and a half to go here. Let's take our final break of the day, and then when we come back, we'll go green, hopefully all the way to the checkered flag. Stay with us, everybody.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of this year's Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. As the world's largest race tire manufacturer, Hoosier has been at the forefront of motorsports innovation for more than 65 years. From local tracks to the global stage, Hoosier is dedicated to delivering high-performance tires that meet the demands of champions. Whether you're a seasoned competitor or an aspiring racer, Hoosier tires are engineered to help you push the limits. For more information, visit us online at HoosierTire.com or visit us trackside, and remember to connect with us on social media.
Summit Racing is a proud partner of the SCCA and its nearly 70,000 members. Get more bang for your buck at summitracing.com. Choose from millions of in-stock parts from over 1,500 name brands, parts for racing, street performance, trucks, plus tools, accessories, and more. Shop anytime, anywhere with the Summit Racing app.
Hagerty is the official and exclusive insurance partner for SCCA. Hagerty provides affordable off-track insurance protection for motorsports vehicles while in the paddock, in transit, in storage, and at the shop. They provide guaranteed value coverage and even have protection for your trailers. SCCA members can save 5% on insurance through Hagerty. Hagerty, let's drive together. Learn more at Hagerty.com.
Mazza Vineyards is the exclusive sparkling wine for podium celebrations at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, SCCA Runoffs, and Tire Rack SCCA Pro Solo. Celebrate your racing weekend with Mazza Vineyards and learn more at enjoymazza.com.
For more than 30 years, championship-winning drivers have demanded the Hawk Performance braking advantage. Now you can experience that same advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or CUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With brake pads, rotors, and fluids that deliver smooth braking for muscle cars and tuners, Super Duty solutions for tow vehicles, custom-engineered motorsports friction designed specifically for road racing, autocross, drag, and everything in between, Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com to learn more. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining the Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, organize, officiate, have fun with cars, or meet 65,000 enthusiast friends, SCCA offers plenty to feed your motorsports obsession. Ask someone trackside how to get involved, or visit SCCA.com for more information.
Back live at the Glen here, a little less than 8 minutes to go, or 9 minutes to go here, 8.5 coming up in our STU GT3U race. And it has been interesting. Out front right now, Tony Ave in his GT3U car. Then we've got a handful of STU cars. Anthony Garacci has taken over second place again from Richard Estacio. Darren Trankel's in third. Tony Rivera, who started last on the field, is up to fifth place.
As our overall leader, there is that light blue Civic. That is Tony Ave, as he gets around Zach Rosenberg, Hugh McAfee. Zach Rosenberg, who has also recently got around Hugh McAfee, Greg Bogart, and Warren Sackman. Battle in STL still ongoing for sixth position in class now. As Nick Leveroni, Brian, we had noted that Nick Leveroni had fallen off the pace of Craig McAfee a couple laps ago. Nick Leveroni has retired his race car after 4 laps. So McAfee now with a pretty substantial lead over Chris Childs, who is just now coming through the final corner. Chris Childs, who started this race 1, 2, 3, 4, started in fourth, now up to second in class.
Again, a car off here at the carousel, and it looks like they're trying to stay as far off the racetrack.
Well,
is there a place to exit? No, there's not.
No.
And that's a really bad spot to sit and be slow. Does that car have a tire down maybe? Is that why it's going so slow?
And that is Chris Childs. That is the driver that I was just talking about.
Right,
Who's running, running second in STL. Oh, my. And, yeah, that may very well be the case. And if he retires, that is going to move, and I think it already has moved now. David Palfinier up into second, Amy Mills to third, and Deacon Greenfield now, although he's about 25 seconds back, moves him just out of a podium-paying position in the fourth in STL.
Yeah, and if that car has to stop on the racetrack, that is with 6.5 minutes to go. We're coming up at one of those kind of critical moments.
He has indeed stopped, Brian, just past our camera over here on the run down to the chute.
We'll see what the situation, if they do have to go full course yellow here at this point. I don't think they get this car picked up here in 6 minutes. But we'll see what's going on. Let's not be, Debbie Downer here. As we try to race. Like I will tell you up front, Tony Ave has a 17-second lead over the second-place car of Anthony Garacci. Now, the STU leaders are right up with each other there, battling it out. So there's still a battle going on for STU here.
Yeah, as they now work their way past that fight between McAfee, Rosenberg, Sackman, and Bogart, and big switch there is once again as Hugh McAfee's gotten back around Zach Rosenberg. But the two Exesias have to work their way through those Miatas, and now a pretty big advantage as Garacci was able to pick off those Miatas just past the 90, and then Estacio kind of got caught up in him as he was coming through turn one. As we see now picking up a lot of air. That was Greg Bogart, the yellow number 23 machine, picking up a lot of curb there at the end of the bus stop. Really lifted that car up.
And there is Tony Rivera. You could just see him just at the end of that last shot. He is only about a second and a half back. Well, there is another car off at turn 2, but that one looks like it's going to be able to continue here.
Yeah, and that is the 114 machine, Brian. That is, I believe, Amy Mills. Maybe nobody wants to finish on the podium in STL today, as Amy has issues over at turn 1. And we'll see her now. Deacon Greenfield was almost a half minute back from Amy Mills as we completed the last lap. Depending on how long it took for Amy to get that car back underway, we may see Greenfield now in a podium position. And Mills, as they came across the line, was tucked underneath the bumper of David Paulfinier's number 4 Mazda. She may have just gotten very light coming through turn 1 as we saw her come up over the lip there onto that flat area.
Now I'm seeing debris flags out in turn.
All right,
7.
and Brian, I was going to say over down there, and there's Amy Mills as she's got that car back underway, just behind another one of our problem children today. That is John Weisberg in the number 40 BMW, still on his recovery drive. Have just received word from Race Control that the next time Tony Ave in his GT3U Honda Civic comes onto the front straight, Brian, he will see, or he should see, the waving white flag. There's Ave now going right past that disabled number 7 car. But next time he comes by, he'll get the white flag, 1 to go.
Yeah, it sounds like we're going to end this thing about 1 lap early here. Because looking at where we're at on the clock, he probably would get 1 more lap at this point in time. But let's see, maybe I'm wrong. We should see Ave coming up over the hill here at this point. And is it the top of the hill there?
There he is.
There he is, right there, yep. 242, yeah. It's going to be really close. He's running laps at 205, so if he crosses start finish before 205, that would be, yeah, it's good. We're going to end at a lap early here, it looks like, but that's okay. Yep. Not a whole lot of battles. That STU battle still pretty close up front with Garacci and Estacio, but other than that, it's kind of a little.
Well, Brian, let me talk a little bit about that STL fight. On the last lap, we talked about Amy Mills backing it up into turn 1 behind David Paulfinier. She did lose about 15 seconds.
Okay.
To Deacon Greenfield, who was about 30 seconds in arrears. He was able to half that gap up to Amy Mills, but at the moment, Amy Mills really appears to be in a safe position there for that last podium position as the battle for the lead in STU just crosses the start-finish line. And to start their last lap, Garacci now with about, I'd say about 5 car lengths on Richard Estacio. All right, let's do this, Brian. We got a quick call that we need to make. Attention in the paddock. Attention the paddock. Would either Dennis Hayes or Evan Garner, crew for the number 54 American sedan, please see the race director in tech. Again, Dennis Hayes or Evan Garner, crew of the number 54 American sedan, please see the race director in tech.
So how good is this is not a rhetorical question. This is a good question. How good is our timing and scoring crew, Greg?
Anything that I say wrong will get me beat up by Carol Reaper.
No?
They are amazing, Brian. Absolutely.
They are amazing, because I was talking about us ending a lap early. When Tony Ave crossed the line, I had said he was turning laps at 205. He hit the line at exactly 205 to go.
Oh, yeah.
So
Bill Skibby runs software to determine where and when a race should end, and he can knock it down to within a handful of seconds.
It's so good, so good. So we're gonna go full distance here. This race should come to an end right at 0-0. It looks like.
All right, Brian, I believe the last racer to see the waving white flag will be Deacon Greenfield, because coming onto the front straight now and seeing the checkered flag, it's Tony Ave, your GT3U winner.
So good, so good. Timing and scoring, folks. Masterful job again. Double checkered flags in the air for Tony Ave. Now we're waiting for that battle for STU to come across and out of turn number 11 for the final time. It was Anthony Garacci last time by in first, Richard Estacio in second. Same way this time. The orange car, Garacci. The yellow car, Estacio. That is your leaders. First and second place in STU.
And remember, Brian, their fight is not over. They've still got to go back to the Crookspeed Garage and explain why they got together. All right, finishing third in STU, driving the number 70 BMW is Darren Treacle. There is the number 70 machine. In GT3U, we just ahead of Treacle, had Tony Rivera cross the line 35 seconds in arrears, and he will take second in class. Gets by both Peter Tonelli II and Goran Nyberg. Tonelli II will finish third in class. In STL, Craig McAfee will take the win over David Palfinier. Amy Mills will finish in third. And actually, I say that just now. There is McAfee crossing the line, taking the win. David Palfinier should finish in second, and I'm looking out the window here to see if that is going to be the case. Indeed, coming out of the final corner now, that is Jim Schlechte's STU machine, but the next car you see will be David Palfinier in the number 4 purple, or actually shiny metallic blue Mazda Miata, and Amy Mills will be our next STL racer to cross the line as Deacon Greenfield already takes the checkered flag. There is Amy Mills across the line.
All right, that's going to do it for today. Next racing tomorrow, 8:30 a.m. Eastern Time here from the Glen. Our final Super Tour races of 2025. Cannot wait for you to join us for those as well. 7 races tomorrow, all starting at 8:30 in the morning. I want to give a big thank you real quickly to all of the SCCA volunteer workers here this weekend, helping us put these races on, as well as the staff at Watkins Glen. And then, of course, SCCA national staff who helps us with all of our stuff and getting us back and forth to the racetrack, as well as helping put on these races every weekend. Of course, Jordan Worth, he is the guy pressing all the buttons back at Master Control for us. Brendan Kazmarek, he is the guy who puts all the cameras up and makes sure we sound like we know what we're talking about. Thank you for all of your help as well today. Any final thoughts before we head out here today, Greg?
Brian, there were so many close finishes here today and some great racing. Definitely looking forward to it. And my understanding is that the weather is supposed to be nicer, which usually means to me fewer clouds. So we'll see how the drivers handle what are probably going to be very different race conditions here. Maybe a much slicker track over a much longer races. All those races tomorrow, 14 laps or 35 minutes. And I know another 10 minutes and a couple more laps doesn't sound like much, but when you're pushing through these heavily cambered and very high-speed turns at Watkins Glen, it is a big drain on a driver. So definitely looking forward to tomorrow.
All right, one final thank you. Our associate producers in the chat is much more fun with you here. Before we go away, if you haven't hit like and subscribe, do it right now. Get us across the finish line with the like and the subscribes.
Brian, before you go, one more person I'd like to thank, and that is Josh Ashby, our spotter, who's been both up in the booth and down walking the paddock feeding us stories all day long. So thank you, Josh. Really appreciate your help.
All right, he is Gregg Ginsberg. I'm Brian Bielanski. Have yourself a great night. Stay safe and go play with cars.